and let them lose now. Everything to prove now. As long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go louder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
It's the Visit Huntington Beach Dawn Patrol show here at the Vans US Open. Good morning. Bon dia. Aloha kakahiaka. And the arrivals already anticipating another big day on the south side of the pier. Imai Kalani had a great heat yesterday. Chris Zafis continues to work his way through the draw. We're going to start off with Ian Gentile. He had his warm-up this morning. And Ezekiel Lau will be coming up later in this round of 24. Our Cal, been looking good here at the pier. Day number 5 of competition. I'm Kaipo Guerrero with the Hall of Famer Pete Mel. And,
morning, Kaipo.
Ready to go, Pete?
We are. Of course, you know, a little cup of coffee and swell on tap as you look over our shoulders there. It is still pumping and expecting more throughout the day.
Yeah, maybe some different personality, though, here on Southside as we're going to see the swell angle change a bit. And you were talking about maybe the period changing as well.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that later. But, yeah, definitely one of the best forecasts we've had for a while for this event, because usually we're going to see, you know, some 2 to 3 foot stuff, but pretty much now it's going to be head high the whole event.
I love it. I absolutely love it. For more on competition today, I'm going to throw it to the sand with AJ and Travis Logie.
We have a ton of great surfing on tap. So Travis, tell us, what can we expect in terms of who's getting in the water, the rounds that we're going to go through today?
Yeah, AJ, more waves today again, and the plan is to finish off men's round of 24, those last 4 heats, go straight back into men's round of 16, 8 heats there, and then back into women's round of 16 at the end of the day. We'll get those first 4 heats done.
Perfect. And we've had a lot of surfers come out of the water just talking about that current in the last few days, how hard it is to stay in position. What's the current doing today?
Yeah, the last 2 days, the current was crazy. I didn't think I saw one surfer sit down on their board at all. It was just non-stop paddling. Today, it seems like the current's laid down a little bit. Who knows what it's going to do throughout the day. There's still tons of swell, still tons of water moving, but it does look a little bit more manageable and a little bit cleaner, so today could be the best day.
So looking back at yesterday, what was your favorite moment, or one of them? There's so many.
Yeah, yesterday was a crazy day. I think the star of the day yesterday was Huntington Beach. I've never seen so many buzzer beaters in my life. Like every single heat almost, there were surfers waiting on the beach to hear their scores to see if they got through or not. And I think Imai Kalani was the standout surfer of the day. He had 2 great heats.
Yeah, looking forward to more action today. Thank you so much. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, AJ. Well, there we go. Another big day of surfing. That's what we expect, Peter. So 16 heats total. That's a total of 8 hours of surfing action coming your way today.
Well, you think about the Vans US Open and what we get to do. It's a week long, and they're pretty much going no matter what, right? It's so consistent here. We're always going to see heats getting run. Sometimes it's slow, but, man, this event's been just fired up.
Yeah, very consistent. And for more on the surf, we're going to look to our good friends over at Surfline. Here's the Surfline Forecast. Talk us through this, Pete.
Love forecasts that look like this, I'll say, you know, and just looking at this morning, our factual buoys, Frank the Tank has been producing for us. That's going to be waning. It's still 11 seconds on most of the buoys that are right out front of us here, but this southern hemisphere has showed up. It says it was going to be here Wednesday. All the Point Loma buoys just south of us are all showing 17 seconds, which means that is a new swell, a whole new fresh swell, which means we're going to see 4 to 6 foot all the way through today. We'll see the angle change. We'll see some different type of sets, which will be interesting. It's going to be kind of peaky, but we'll see the energies combine. It'll be a bit of a challenge, but looking through the rest of the week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we'll see it wane a little bit on that Sunday, but still 13-second interval. That's still swell here for Huntington Beach. That's still head high. So good news for the forecast.
You get a little giddy when you see those numbers on the buoys, don't you, Peter?
I do. You know, it's just, I mean, I love oceanography. I love bathymetry. I love the science of waves getting produced. It's something that I'm very passionate about, and it always gives you that advantage. If you know what's going on, you know where to be before everyone else.
There you go. Yeah, plan ahead. Well, we're planning on starting real soon with heat number 5 of the round of 24 for the men's in the Challenger Series. Out in the water, Ian Gentile, Alejo Muniz, and Nolan Raposa. Again, round of 24, Top 2 surfers advance into the round of 16. Third place eliminated from competition.
Big heat here for Nolan Raposa. You know, he gets through this one, and it becomes a pretty good result, Kaipo, if he gets into the one-on-one competition. So this round here, specifically important. You know, I was going through the points again and just looking at math, and you know, you look at the gaps between each round, and you know, you move from the round of 24 into the round of 16, you get a big jump in points. So it's very helpful to make it through this one and to solidify, because he already has a great result, that third place in the Gold Coast. But he needs more, right? Yeah. And in order to try and be on that championship tour, you got to produce per round play. You know, we were trying to do the math there. 16,000 probably bare minimum, but 20,000 points at the end of this season. You could find your way on the championship tour.
Yeah. Well, the start will be with Ian Gentile. We were just catching up at the end of his ride. You know, yesterday, Pete, the judges were awarding one big maneuver on a big wave, but the playing field has changed just a bit today.
Yeah, it's still pretty low tide right now, so I know that it'll be shutting down still. I mean, hopefully we see this new swell start to break things up. And when you see the backside of a swell, it tends to get more peaky with this hurricane stuff. So hopefully that's going to happen. So we do want to see a bit more shoulders on offer. Remember that yesterday about mid-morning, we saw a few barrels.
That's right.
It was pretty cool, and I think that we could see that today. But ultimately, I think, you know, you talk about Travis saying that it was going to be the best day of competition. It's just because we're going to see such variety here. This is a beach break, and when you see big peaky stuff coming in, I mean, some of the best conditions here is when you have 2 swells running, you know, and this is kind of what we have today.
Well, the number checking in at a 3.33 start for Ian Gentile. A paddle here with open priority, and Nolan Raposa has to yield to Alejo Muniz, who throws the backhand hook, needs to survive the explosion of whitewater, does so, shows completion, and he kicks out. No real connection with this low tide, but a big backhand slash.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to, you know, this is again the new day. You know, the criteria hasn't changed for Huntington Beach, but in a new day, you're going to see new looks. Unfortunately, there Nolan liked to look that way, but Alejo in better position with the non-priority start of the heat. Anybody who's deeper and closest to the curl will get that position, which is what we saw there from Alejo.
Yeah, Alejo Muniz, the 2013 Vans US Open of Surfing winner. That was a big win for Alejo Muniz. Spent quite a few years on the championship tour, but was often plagued with injuries.
Non-stop injuries. The man has been, he's, you know, at this point, I think he is as healthy as he has been in probably a decade.
Checking out the surfers deck, all of our competitors, Liam O'Brien and Te Kehu Butler, checking out the conditions here. And it is going to be the surfer that's able to adapt the best going to be the champion here, both on the men's and women's sides, because we're going to see all kinds of different shades of Southside Huntington Beach this week.
I love it. You know, I mean, I love that there's just so much opportunity. You know, it takes a lot of the luck out of it, because a lot of times, you know, there's a set and you happen to be in the right spot. I mean, there's still always going to be that little element of luck, but when you get consistency like we've been having this week, a lot of opportunities, generally that gives the surfer who has been, you know, has the best equipment for the day, has been taking care of that fitness. I mean, this has been a very physical event for all surfers involved, being that the current was super strong. We saw yesterday morning about this time, it didn't have a lot of current. Feels like today, same thing. You don't see that big sweep that we saw from earlier. So the energy is backed off from the hurricane surf, so we don't have that current pulling as much. And the new Southern Hemisphere doesn't necessarily create a lot of current.
You talked about luck, and it is nice that we have, you know, consistency, because there were years here at the Vans US Open Surfing where it was pure luck. I'm looking back at 2011, Kelly Slater's victory over Yaden Nickel, I believe, that year, where Yaden in the final didn't catch a wave.
Yeah, it literally
didn't get to his feet.
Yeah, and that happens, you know, and especially with Southern Hemisphere swells, which are produced so much further away from here. You know, they're on the other side of the earth, and so what happens is swells, you know, move across the oceans, the sets group together, right? And sometimes the sets will group together again, right? So even sets will group together. So you'll get a half an hour or 40 minutes where there's just pumping surf, like every heat's, oh wow, it's super consistent. And then the next heat, dead flat. Doesn't have a wave for a half an hour. You'll see one little trickler, and that's kind of what happened to Yaden. Is that Kelly was able to pick up early waves, and Yaden had that priority and sat with it, and nothing ever came.
Yeah, that was. I don't know if there's ever another final like that in the record books. We'll dig into that, but yeah, that was quite a shocker. But not so this year. We have enough swell running through our entire period, and we'll be crowning champs for men's and women's challengers, as well as the duct tape invitational for men's and women's. That's going to happen Sunday, and this is the path that we continue on to get there. Number checks in for Alejo Muniz as a 4.67 priority with Nolan Raposa.
Well, and that's that scale been set, right? The 2-1 maneuver waves there, the 3-3-3, not quite as impactful, not as big a wave, not as critical a section. That's why it's a 1.5 lower than what we saw from Alejo Muniz. Much stronger, more vertical face, and hit it very hard. We got our water patrol there with the Eggers family, father and son running it, Frank Criarte.
Are they taking selfies out there?
They are, a couple photos.
It's all good.
It's going to be less stressful for them today, I would say, because those last 2 days have been very, very difficult, and they've done a great job to make sure the surfers are safe. Also, with the Huntington Beach lifeguards on the other side of the pier, and so we've had some good safety measures in place, especially with that current. Man, it was hoofing the last couple days.
Broad view, and you can see the separation between our competitors right now. Nolan way to the south and sitting on what we fondly refer to as the Machado Peak.
Well, Rob Machado, legendary surfer, shaper. He loved that port of the beach. I mean, he put in a lot of time and had a lot of success surfing that zone. I mean, we talk about the Pier Bowl, and I would say that the Pier Bowl generally probably more consistent in the sense that you get rights and lefts. Whereas you're sitting on that south end of the beach, generally you're going to see mostly left-handers coming off there. And I remember Rob Machado getting waves from that far over and almost connecting all the way to the pier.
Yeah, Evan Geiselman getting ready for his heat. We'll see where he goes. As a goofy foot, there may be some bets that he's going to go to that same peak. Geiselman is going to be matched up against Joe Vaughn and Jadson Andre in the next heat coming up.
Always good to start on that end of the beach, especially with the current as strong as it's been. I mean, you could see right there, you look at the water in the bottom there, it's not moving nearly like it was the other day. The river rapids are going to be, but we kind of saw it yesterday morning too, that looked like, oh yeah, it's going to mellow out.
Right.
Sure enough, it didn't. It was as soon as that tide started moving. And anytime you get a, major sets happening, that's kind of when the water starts to move a little bit quicker.
Tide push at all today? I mean, I know the coefficient isn't
low.
Very high.
Yeah, it's low. I mean, it'll help. I mean, we saw it help yesterday.
Well, here comes some sets, some opportunities for Nolan Raposa. He's going to have to position himself. He looks really deep on this wave. There's a long wall stretching out in front of Raposa, and he's just going to turn his nose up at that, because that is, again, the dreaded straight-hander. You have a left-hander, you have a right-hander, and you don't want those straight-handers. A little bit of taper in the wall is always welcome, especially when you're trying to gather some points. More sets out the back, lines lining up, and I'm liking the look of this series of waves that are hitting the sandbar right now.
Looking at my trusty Surfline app, our low tide is at 7:16 a.m., which was a 1.1. And the high tide's at 1:55 this afternoon at a 4.5. So kind of similar to what we've been seeing, just a little bit later in the day. And then after that, it starts to drop. Doesn't drop very much, though, the low tide tonight.
Well, that's
dark.
good news for this afternoon, then.
Yeah, 8:30 tonight, or 8:23. It's a 2-foot tide.
Ian, down the line, lip glide on the backhand, and the explosion gets some impact of that. A little bit of air getting underneath his board takes it away. So incomplete for Ian Gentile. He's going to continue to search for a backup score for his 3.33. And what I'm seeing so far this morning is a little bit of a sleepy HB. We came into like rapid fire action the last couple days of competition. Things a little bit slower this morning. Lots of waves, but waves with shape. have been a little bit more rare. Here we go with Alejo Muniz. Founds are opening, cracks it on the backhand, explosion, conversion, and completion for Alejo Muniz.
So those two quick waves now for Alejo. Going to be similar score to his first. I would say that the wave is slightly bigger. So a little bit more critical section there for him. It might be a slight improvement. As we take a look here. Sets it up. He's got that great bottom turn. Very compressed. He's always had that both on his forehand and his backhand. And it allows you to compress, just like shock absorbers, you know, on a car. You know, you load them up, and then you can basically, the more you press, the faster you're able to press on the rails. That squirt through the concave of your bottom of your board creates speed and accelerates you into the lip.
Well, I'm going to expect Alejo Muniz to take a strong lead right now. We're a third way through this 30-minute heat. And waiting for the score, 5.5 just shows up for Alejo Muniz, and he's puts himself in a really good position. Ian Gentile down the line, glides again, big explosion this time, and he's able to survive that explosion.
Yep, he learned the lesson from that last one. That time stayed more centered over his board, although didn't seem like he was too happy about it for some reason.
Yeah, body language read to me that he wasn't very happy, but he's going to get a good score. 6.84 will take him to the lead. Regardless, he's going to distance himself even further from Nolan Raposo, who has no waves, sitting in third position. Here's a replay of Ian.
And it's just if you're at home, and I know that one thing that I like to do, and I think everyone does who watches all this competition, is you kind of become that, you know, couch judge. And you think about, okay, now you have a comparison. We have basically two other rides that are very similar with Alejo Muniz, the 4.67 and the 5.5. Where does that compare in relation to those two numbers? And that's how you kind of figure it out. Here we go, Nolan.
Nolan heading towards the pier, throws it away, unfortunately, for. Waited a long time with that priority, and then he had two things on his mind.
Yes, he did. Like. You could see it. It was very clear. He wanted the section to be an air section, and then realized, oh, it didn't have that bend at him. It was bending away, and then realized he probably wanted to go to the floater, right? And literally caught in those two minds. And it's very difficult once you're in that situation. So he wants to go for the air, but it just didn't have the same bend at you. That's where you need a little bit so you can get that pop. And then he decided to maybe go to the floater. So a bit of an error there for Nolan Raposo.
Well, let's see if Nolan can come back. We're going to take a break with that answer. This is the opening morning, I'm sorry, of the U.S. Open of surfing. Stick around.
I'm Nolan Raposo. I'm 24 years old and I'm from Long Beach, California. There's all sorts of different types of personalities going around in Long Beach, so I like to try and bleed that out into my own type of person, you know? consistency is key, and you know, pressure is a privilege. So that's what it comes down to, is just trying to, you know, not ever giving up really, you know, and just keep stacking, making heats, you know, keep grinding.
Well, Nolan Raposa, pressure is a privilege, and he's got a little bit of pressure on him right now because he's currently in third and elimination position in this heat, but we're halfway through. He's got 15 minutes more. He's just finishing off a ride. Live action here with Ian Gentile. Nice little glide there on the lip, but has to just throw it away as he nears the pier.
So Ian Gentile ended up getting that 5.6 for that one single maneuver there. He didn't seem all that pleased by it, but he did get the best number of the heat. And then that one there, another little stumble for Ian. Also Nolan, he ended up getting a wave here. We'll see what that provided for him on the outside section, because that would have been important. I mean, he did ride, and he's doing a runaround.
Well, we saw a lot of runarounds for the last 2 days with the current, less today, but here we go.
Old backhander, straight into it. Nicely done. Not really a major set though, but the execution of that backhand hook, very well done. Straight up into it. Myers providing a little water, a little pep talk. Matt Myers been working with Nolan Raposa all through last season and this season, and that relationship has blossomed.
Score comes in for Raposa, a 4.1, so now he's in the game, needing a 4.84 to leapfrog over Ian Gentile into that second and advancing position.
I will say that Nolan appreciates the last 10 minutes of a heat. He has been very clutch. I don't know if you were able to witness the event over at the Boost Mobile event at the Gold Coast, but he had some very clutch performances at the end of those heats. He had it happen just in this event as well in round of 96.
Ian Gentile, again, a repeat of that 5.6. Similar maneuver, similar size wave. So will we see a duplicate score?
Very similar. I mean, we're going to be basically splicing fives right now. The big major difference to, you know, what I've seen in these single maneuvers is the size of the wave, which then translates into the size of the section, which translates to the degree of difficulty. And now looking like Alejo here.
Alejo Muniz, nice hook. And Muniz feels it as he's riding to the beach. So
a little different approach, that time underneath the lip, not on the lip. So a little point of difference there. One thing that happens when you do that maneuver underneath like that, you get that spray because you're not actually hitting the lip, and then it is more difficult to actually make connection with the lip. That degree of difficulty is good, but there's this real visual impact of doing those types of moves underneath the lip where you get that big fan of spray going on. So a little different look there. Let's see what the judges, if they like that or not, in relation to that 4.67 that he's already carrying. I mean, if we're dissecting single maneuvers, that's the job of the judges, is to really go, okay, what's more difficult, and being able to differentiate that and translate it into the score.
Here we go with Ian and the beach run.
So obviously there's still some current. It's pretty, we don't always see this beach run, but there's enough current out there today. And I think next to the pier, as we see that, again, connection with the lip, didn't have the spray off the rail like we saw from Alejo. Here's that point of difference, a little bigger wave for Ian Gentile, and they liked it big time for Gentile.
Yeah, 6.73 drops for Ian Gentile. Still waiting on the last score for Alejo Muniz to set the situation out in the water. And Muniz number looking decent as well. Gentile getting some words and probably update on his scores as he runs to the south to enter the water.
Wow, a big chunk of kelp.
Don't trip on that.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of kelp areas around here. So that traveled from somewhere south, I would imagine.
Well, we got a score in for Alejo Muniz, a 6.33. So with all those numbers on the board now, Pressure's a privilege, Nolan Raposa said, and he's got some pressure now. He needs a 7.73 if he wants to get out of this heat at this moment.
Yeah, and 1 point of difference that Nolan has over the two surfers in his heat, not that these other two surfers can't do them, but consistency in the air, Nolan is very good. And if he can showcase a point of difference there and get above the lip on an air attempt and pull it down, we'll see. Obviously, it easily could get the 7.73 needed.
Let's get some insight from the support squad for Nolan Raposa. AJ is down on the beach.
I just ran back with Matt Myers, Nolan's coach, after that first run around, and he said their strategy for the rest of the heat is actually going to be maybe to change the position. He said that before the comp this morning, Nolan got a really sweet barrel on the left, and so they're going to see if that option is available. If not, he's going to shoot back to where he was for the beginning of this heat, stay on the right. But he said he really emphasized to Nolan, you have to be very picky. You have to be selective with this next wave because he needs a big score.
Appreciate the insight, AJ. So there you go.
A big benefit to doing what he's also by moving position is now he doesn't have to worry about competing with Priority and the other two surfers down at the north end of the beach next to the pier. If he can sit by himself over here, get that opportunity, maybe not as consistent over there, but if you don't have to battle with the other surfers, it's a perfect opportunity. You're going to give yourself a lot more options and not have to worry about the priority, although he does have priority at this moment. He does have that P next to his name. But ultimately, yeah, I like the thought process there. And it looks like pretty clean water. Next to the pier, there's been a bit of current. You know, it moves out along the pier. Also, you still got that side swipe going on, so it gets a little turbulent in there in that region.
As we pull back, and you can see some of that turbulent water getting churned up there because of the different currents created by the pier structure.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the T's actually add an element to it as well. And, you know, you're getting obstructions into the water, which, you know, disturbs the water, the current that moves, and it sends it to the side of it. And so it does. It creates a bit. And then also you get the currents that just move out, you know, right in the middle of the break.
I think it's a better pier now once it got rebuilt. I think we're seasoned enough to kind of remember the old pier. Yeah,
the T's have helped. I mean, because what it does is it actually curves the current. So like this time of year, you're going to see the south side's going to be this style of wave. But if you get into the winter months, the current actually moves out along the lefts, and so you actually got like a rip bowl left. Where this, you know, if you were to go to the north side of the pier right now, it's the opposite. The current's moving against it over there, so you get kind of a rip bowl on the right-hand side of it. So the T's help just to kind of curve that current and send that sand and make it shallow right in that T region.
Yeah, so I just look back and we had, you know, we remember the pier getting destroyed by some giant waves. I can't recall the year, but it would have been when I was a child.
It's actually
for sure.
been rebuilt a couple times.
Right.
Or at least repaired and worked on for sure.
Well, the ocean.
Higher now.
It's hard to stratify anything against the ocean. I mean, it will erode everything. Nolan sitting right with the buoy there, calm, trying to keep a calm mind. 7.73 is his need at the moment. And Pete, if you were Nolan's coach and be able to talk to him right now, how is he going to keep himself centered?
Well, and that's, I think, if you're going to think about Nolan's head, I've known him for a very long time. He is a very quick thinker. There's a lot going on in that kid's head. So it is about dialing him down and not having him think too much. I mean, he got caught in between two minds on that one wave. We already saw it, that very first wave of his. So he needs to, yeah, definitely. So breath work, I think, is something that we would, you know, hey, breathe, take nice, subtle, deep breaths. You know, focus, keep your eyes focused on the lineup. Always kind of pay attention. Don't listen to, you know, the noise. Try to suppress that noise, whatever it is.
And there you go. Nolan in his own little break, his own little sandbar.
And he's going to ride from that zone, right? So he's right at the very edge. That buoy marks basically the edge of the competition zone. So he can ride from that zone all the way in. As long as you catch your wave within the zone, you can surf out of it and still get scored. But you have to catch it within the zone.
Well, patience is going to be a virtue right now. And you know, as the clock ticks down, the pressure ticks up.
Well, he likes it. It's a privilege.
It's true.
I mentioned it in this heat. Pressure is a privilege.
All right, eyeing up this one, Ian Gentile. And nothing doing there. So no harm, no foul. Gentile will remain in the lead.
Big heat for India Tilt as well. He gets through this round, you know, thinking what he has to offer at a place like Haleiwa, you know, home state. He has surfed many events at that place, so you would like his odds heading into Hawaii.
Yeah, and he got a pretty good result over on the Gold Coast, a 9th place, an equal 9th finish there. So that's a semi-keeper result when you look at your top 4 results.
Yeah, you average it, you get yourself a semi, that almost balances it out.
Right.
I mean, you figure 4 quarterfinals will probably be enough points-wise.
David Silva checking out the lineup and strategizing. I'm sure he's down on the beach also in support of Jadson Andre, who will be coming up next.
Yeah, unfortunately, David Silva had kind of a bit of a shocker in round 2, but here supporting his fellow countrymen. They all traveling together, I'm sure, so they always come down and support each other. That's something that the Brazilians have instilled for a very long time, is that brotherhood and support.
Yeah, that's why they call them the Storm. They come storming in and set up camp and support each other, and that's equaled a lot of success in recent years in professional surfing. Oh, just caught up there. Alejo Muniz mistimes his foot placement and just slips off the rail.
Yeah, I think you get a little rush sometimes. You see it's kind of shutting down. You're like, ooh, got to get to my feet quick.
That's when you ding your rail right there, too.
Send a knee into the rail.
Exactly. Yeah. But not shook. Knowing that the clock is ticking down, I mean, Alejo Muniz is happy for the horn to blow right now because he's in second in advancing position. The privilege of pressure continues to mount for Nolan Raposa. Takes a look at that one, doesn't like what he sees.
Well, I mean, if you're going to take off on a mid-size wave like that, it needs to have a section that's maybe, first of all, an air section, or gives you the opportunity for maybe 2 turns. You know, a major set wave, yeah, you can go on it on a closeout and actually hit it and probably match one of these scores here, but he's looking for a pretty big number, so he's looking for a special kind of wave. I mean, in his mind right now, with 3:30 to go, Nolan would be specifically looking for a nice big ramp.
Yeah, he's going to need something with a lot of impact, if you would, to get that number, because we've already seen the scale set. Highest single wave score right now is a 6.73.
But it's one maneuver, right? I mean, and that's the thing. It's not like it's the bar's that high. You know, you can definitely, if he finds a wave that's a set wave with 2 turns, I mean, that's easy. You got to add an extra 1.5 and he turns the heat.
Muniz winding up on a right. Big snap for the Brazilian. And Alejo kicks out there. So we'll see if that improves his score line.
5.5 is his low. Hadn't seen the forehand being utilized yet, at least to any success. Nice snap, though. I mean, just a mid-size wave. That's why he took off on it, because he had the opportunity to actually unleash a big single maneuver. Throwing the spray out there with that layback gaff.
And the support squad for Nolan Raposa.
Dad Craig there. He's looking at the time, and yeah, it's stressful times.
Sure is. I'm getting stressed.
They're all just hoping, come on, send him one. Give him an opportunity, and that's really what it's about. Oh, here we go. Nice set wave. He's looking at an opportunity here.
It's a long wall on that one. He needs a little corner. He needs something so that at least he can get down the line and and generate some speed if he's going to look for the punt. And it looks like he's really changing positions out on the sandbar as well.
Yeah, I mean, this morning I think that one wave that he ended up getting early was a nice lucky one. But oh, now he just moved away from it. It looks like there's a wave in the zone that he was at.
Yeah, this is okay. Well, you're
down to one wave.
Calm. Yeah, you know, you're holding priority. You're positioning, you know, basically an alternate peak. He sees something. Well, he's going to have to get busy right now. Long wall on this one, Pete. He's going to have to get scooting real soon. He's going to pull the trigger. Here we go. Oh! And just slips on the takeoff, and that is going to be a horrible feeling for Nolan Raposa.
Yeah, he just wants to stay underwater.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I don't want to ring the bell yet, but you can see
Wow,
the disappointment. And the Sharks, well, the guys are out. They're coming after him right now because they know now Alejo Muniz is going to play defense and just shut Nolan Raposa out because he's going to have priority over him.
Oh, he just got a wave, though.
Have to come out of that.
It's unfortunately, the run for Nolan Raposa is going to be over, but you know what? Good performance for him from earlier in this heat. Just unfortunately, it didn't work out for him today. And a big congratulations to Alejo and Ian Gentile. They're pretty happy with now getting through this round of 24. It becomes a pretty good result, and it just can add.
All right, well, that's going to be the end of the run for Nolan Raposa. We'll see him again in Ericeira for stop number 5. Ian Gentile, Alejo Muniz move on. We're going to move on to a quick break, but we'll be back with more action from Huntington Beach. Vans US Open of surfing. We're in the round of 24. Ian Gentile exiting the water after a victory in heat number 5. Heat number 6 out in the water right now with Joe Vaughn, Evan Geiselman, and Jadson Andre. I'm Kaipo. I'm with Peter. Good morning.
Ian Gentile, 33rd in the rankings right now. He is going to skyrocket up a bit after this result here. And then you think about Alejo Muniz sitting at number 11 on the Challenger Series rankings. So he's going to move up as well.
Geiselman right here during break for a 3-point ride.
Oh, that was an opportunity. Jaddy, what's up? Oh, look at this. Barrel time.
And that equals a 4.83. So Jadson Andre with the early advantage.
Well, yeah, not super impressed by the judges. Weren't all that impressed with the quick barrel.
Now, would he have gotten a higher score if he straightened out and doggy-doored out of that thing instead of punching out in the back?
Maybe.
It would have been a more obvious completion, perhaps?
Yeah, I would say that might have helped. I mean, the barrel was complete for sure, but I think he was, in his mind, staying outside and keeping yourself in position and not having to fight the current or the waves to get back out was more important to him. But I mean, shoot, a 4.83 real quick right off the gates. That's good. He's got the best wave already. Evan Geiselman had an opportunity there. If he'd been able to pull down that second maneuver, we hadn't seen 2 maneuvers done yet today. But that's getting that second maneuver. He was trying to force it up there real late, didn't pull it down. Joe Vaughn, opportunity for him. I mean, he's had a start in all of these events so far, but has yet to make it out of that first round. So this is his best result of the season.
Yeah, and when we talk about Joel and just this whole Challenger Series, we have surfers, and well, speaking of them, here he goes. Nice snap, heading to the pier, nice rhythm, gets 2 in, maybe 3. Third snap, and that is a well put together wave as he kicks out by the pilings, Joel Vaughn. So I'm expecting a good number for that.
Yeah, that's you know, rail to rail combination of major moves. That second turn was nice, especially from the angle we had it at. You know, he's right in the pocket, hit it right on the button. Take a look again here. So the rib's helping him out. It keeps that wave nice and open. That turn there, a little tentative, but that one was beautiful. And then a third, and again, tagging it right in the crease, right between the whitewater and the shoulder, right where you need to hit it. Here's a different angle. That one there, just more of a setup, but that was a beautiful turn. And then, again, tagging the lip. So this can be the best wave of the heat.
In the framework of what's on offer, is that an excellent score?
No.
Is that a very good score?
I would say it's good. I think you're going to see it, you know, I want to say mid-6 maybe. Just because I feel like the first turn he missed slightly. I think he was understanding that there was an opportunity to get 3 or 4 turns, so you wanted to make sure. Although I'm looking like I'm going to be wrong here. They're going big on it.
Like I said, near excellent, not quite excellent. A 7.67 for Joel Vaughn. So not quite in the excellent range, but in that very good range.
Yeah, and we haven't seen anything like that. 3 maneuvers on that outside section. Judges taking note of that. It feels like that was a special wave, especially at this lower tide.
2 judges went excellent, 2 8s there. We had to throw one of those away before we averaged.
I was the low 6, and then you're going to throw me off the panel.
All right, well, Ian Gentile opened up the morning with a win and a ticket into the round of 16. Ian is with Louisa.
Yeah, Ian, Alejo was holding the first place for a long time and take one maneuver to take you here right now. Just walk us through this heat.
Yeah, the tide is pretty low still, so I knew that most of the waves are going to be shutting down pretty quick. So I was just waiting for anything with a bit of size and just to get one off. And then I got the first, I fell on like the first one, I think, or the second wave. And then I kind of had to just readjust a little bit. I went a little bit earlier in the next one, then I rode out and then just did that again, and that was enough.
A lot of people don't know, but you're half Brazilian. Does that culture mean something to you?
Oh, of course it does. Hawaii is my home, and it'll always be, you know, but Brazil for me is family. Like, that's where all my family's from. So, yeah, that's what it is.
Do you want to send a message to them?
Yeah, sure. I'll just say, queria mandar abraço pro meu avô, que ele está sempre na torcida, e vamos para a próxima.
Okay, he just sent a big hug to his grandpa because he's the first fan ever. So keep moving on from 96 to 16. Here we go. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Obrigado. Well, Pete, some insight from Ian Gentile, and what do you think his chances are to make it to finals day?
I like
Still a long road.
Yeah, I like him. You know, I think that, you know, there was a little bit of tentativeness in a couple of those early starts of the heat, but then he built confidence. I mean, and again, he's just been plugging away, you know, and he is very capable in all types of conditions. Really smart competitor. You know, and he had been able to kind of take a break too during a period of time. I think it was forced break, but ultimately,
yeah.
But he also, you know, went and focused on some other things, and then came back with a little fresh perspective, fresh outlook, and it's been beneficial to him. And he's made a few heats, like you had mentioned. He had a 9th in Bolito, right, or Gold Coast.
Gold Coast.
Yeah, Gold Coast, and then, but I mean, that's, again, it's a pretty good result, and this is another opportunity for him now that he's into the round of 16. You know, he's going to be an opportunity for that 9th already, but wants to be through that one-on-one heat and into the quarterfinals. As a matter of fact, if he gets himself a semis, he's going to be right there knocking at that top 10. Yeah,
I'm wondering when Ian has his breakthrough year, because he's been a very talented surfer and been on the radar of the surf industry since he was 12 years old. Andy Irons even had some great stuff to say about him as a 12-year-old. Maybe the best 12-year-old in the world at that time was what Andy's quote was. Here we go. This is the 7.67 for Joe Vaughn.
3 solid moves, especially that number 2 section. tagged it nicely. We have not seen any waves that have given the opportunity for 3 turns. Joel was right in the spot. Again, his best result all season long. And he wants to capitalize on this opportunity, because once you get this far in an event, you just want to keep adding points. Every round you get through now is just going to add another, 1,200 to 1,300 points per round. So it's important for him to make a few more heats here, because if he wants to get into that top 10, this will be just one result of, many that are going to be needed for this back half of the year.
Well, let's check in with our correspondent, Shannon Hughes, for more on Joe Vaughn. Shannon.
Morning, guys.
Hi, morning.
Some good conditions out here. I think one of the really important things to touch on, specifically in the Joe Vaughn camp today, is how important it is for surfers that are not from here and maybe competing here for the first time. For Joel, it's his first time on the Challenger Series, to tap into local knowledge. So he's got in his camp his dad and his little brother here, as well as the Aussie pack sitting behind me, but he's also got local Huntington Beach legend and Danny Nichols, who knows this break so well. That comes really important into the conversation today, because with that change in the conditions a little bit, we've still got so much of that strong south swell coming up from Hurricane Frank, but a little bit of that wind swell is starting to pick up from the north, that combo swell that we're expecting to develop through the week, which is going to make this break just a little bit more difficult to read today, because we're starting to see that combo pick through. So for Joel Vaughn, I think him picking off where he's sitting in the lineup at the moment, finding a 7.67 as his opening wave, a lot of that credit is probably due to the fact that he's got someone with that local knowledge, the understanding of a break, and those changes starting to happen with the conditions, and a Danny Nichols behind him.
Yeah, hey, Shannon, do you have eyes on Danny? Is there any kind of motions as far as positioning in the lineup during the heat, or is it all kind of a preheat setup?
I think for the most part it's been a preheat setup, but I do have eyes on him. He's down on the sand next to Vaughnie, the dad, and then little Huey is Joel's brother. And they're kind of positioned in the spot actually where Joel's sitting directly out from them, off of that pier bowl, looking for those left straight into the pier. So my assumption is that that positioning for where those guys are currently standing is where Joel knows he needs to position himself in the lineup.
That's right where he picked up that last wave. So yeah, good work, Shannon.
Thank you, Shannon. All right, so 19 minutes on the countdown, and Joel came in with a strategy. Looks like it's paying off so far. But, we talk about the context of this heat, Pete. Who's the favorite for you to take a win in this heat?
I mean, the experience, you would have to say, and a matter of fact, I've already went through this round of surfers and did, on WSL. On the app, you're able to pick your surfers, and I picked Jadson Andre. I thought his experience here and what he's been able to do in his performances earlier.
Well, Pete, look at everyone. Well, 61% agreed with you as we look at our Pacifico fan picks. 61% for Jadson Andre, 26% for Evan Geiselman, and the underdog, Joe Vaughn, only with 13%. But so far, that was 13% of the people. You're right. Here we go with Jaddy, foamy face. Has to force that backside re-entry, and now he's going to take it to the beach for the run around.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. I think that when you're in that pier bowl position, it feels like there's not the ability to move out of that zone. You can kind of stay there, but in order to try to move to a different position, it's very difficult. So he has decided to make the move, and I don't know if this is a good decision or not, because we've seen a few surfers do this.
He's going for the pier paddle right when the set's coming through.
Yeah, and it is a challenge, and maybe he sees
he's
it now.
recognizing that he's going to turn around.
Yeah, smart move. I was questioning the thought process here, because if you want to get to that cleaner area of the beach, like I said, you can get back out to the lineup probably, but as far as moving anywhere to the south, very challenging. So the best way to get there, the quickest way to get there, is the runaround.
Yeah, here he goes. He changed a game plan for Jadson Andre, and a wise change of game plan, taking it to the beach, and he's going to have to work on some cardio as he's going to run south.
Yeah, I don't think he has to worry about that. Jadson is a very fit customer. Not only just in his own DNA, but he does train very hard.
Ian Govea and William Cardoso.
William's got a heat here coming up today.
And there, Jaddy with the, not a sprint, but a jog to the south.
You've seen different techniques in this runaround. You've seen full-on just jetting sprints. You've seen the light jog. You've seen the walk. All of them have been used to pretty good success, though, I would say.
Yeah, but it is taxing. And when you think about, a run, and then after that run, you're going to lay on your lungs and paddle back out. It's really easy to get winded. And remember, every single time you have to duck dive a wave, that's a push-up, and hold your breath. Yeah. And then when you got to stand up on a wave,
that's why breath.
That's a burpee.
Yeah, right.
It's a workout.
It is. You're right. And I think that's why obviously the training outside of the ocean and the water is so important, but the cardio being another huge portion of it, and then breathing. How do you breathe as you're working through your workout? Because ultimately oxygen oxygenates the blood, which then oxygenates your muscles and in your body, and allows the fatigue to not happen. If you hold your breath and you're not utilizing the oxygen into your system, it's just going to burn you out very, very quick.
And you would know about holding breath, Peter Mel. Here we go. Geiselman left into the pier. The pump bomb turn, nice slash there. Quick back up in the lip for a beautiful floater and puts it down. So that's a keeper for Evan Geiselman.
Great flow. Again, the transitions of the rails there. He was engaged outside rail as a snap, straight back into the inside rail for the projection of the bottom turn, up and over. And all that time, he was almost gaining speed through the maneuvers. So I'm going to like this wave here, especially able to fit in two, and he's got himself an inside.
Wow, nice little Machado backhand snap right there.
That was, again, like how much does that add? I feel like it could probably be a quarter to a half a point, and all of that means a lot.
Now, would he have been better served to not go into prone position in between those two sections?
Yes. Ultimately, that is, a disruption in the flow is, it does affect the score slightly, but I believe that it's more important to be able to get through. And I've noticed, just because a lot of surfers have been doing that, because it's hard to keep staying on your feet and keep the speed up through all the rip right here. It just doesn't have the same amount of power. Actually chatting with Ryan Simmons recently, and he was actually making that analysis too. Like, hey, why are they getting down to their feet? But I think it's just difficult to keep the board speed up during that moment. And that was a pretty good inside maneuver.
Well, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll come back with the score for Evan Geiselman and more. You're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles.
That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Check out Make or Break on Apple TV Plus, a behind-the-scenes look at the 2021 World Surf League Championship Tour. And good news, we're working on Season 2 right now. Do you like Make or Break, Pete?
I do. I just don't like when the microphone's over the top of my head when I'm walking around the CTs.
Oh, the stuff that they've probably picked up.
They are flies on the wall, that is for sure, which is cool. You know, I think that you know, brings up a different perspective.
Joao Chianca getting ready along with his support squad from Channel Islands. Joao, one of the stars, I would say, of the Channel Islands surf team.
Been working very hard. You know, that's why Britt Merrick, you saw there in the background, he's here working with Joao in all of his equipment. And they've been utilizing some new materials, which is pretty cool.
Here we go. Joe Vaughn on the backhand, a nice couple of hooks being put together in a very short space. And he is going to back up his 7.67. Vaughn has dropped to second place before that score drops because Evan Geiselman got a 5.67 on the wave that we saw right before break. Here's a replay.
So he's able to pick up this smaller wave, definitely sacrifice a bit of the size in order to find some open face. We'll see where the judges factor that two-turn combo in. It feels like it'll be less than the 5.67 of Evan Geiselman, and seeing where it will compare to Jadson Andre's 4.83. And this comparison's pretty crucial in this heat. You know, we think about Jadson Andre's barrel, bigger set wave, was able to get underneath and slide underneath. But the maneuvers, which pays off better? Was it the maneuvers or the barrel?
Well, anticipating a score, and Joe Vaughn will go to first, regardless of how high the score goes, because he just need a 1-point ride. 5.17 for Vaughn. He goes to first. Geiselman second. Geiselman with priority. Jadson Andre in the hot seat, needing a 3.85.
Well, there it goes. That tells you what they want. They want to see you smacking the lip. So Joel Vaughn gets a little bit better than Jadson Andre's 4.83, and now Jadson in a position now. He needs to put himself a good number up to keep himself in this one with 10 minutes to go.
And we look again at the separation. Evan Geiselman in the blue jersey, the furthest south, and heading for that Machado left that we talked about earlier. Hoping for a long wall, and here we go. Take his looks at it. He doesn't want it, but Jadson does. Jadson looking right, goes left, winds up off the bottom, glides through that first section, bangs the oncoming section, and kicks out. Doesn't want to lose any ground.
Needs the 3.85 to overtake Evan Geiselman, but Evan's up and riding.
Evan has to pull out without any opportunity for a maneuver or a ramp. So Jadson Andre is going to get the best of that exchange.
Yeah, and he's going to apply some pressure to Evan here. Feels like it's going to be just enough to overtake Evan for that second position. Carries a ton of speed here, and the first move up and over and straight into the bottom turn. Not going to be a massive score, but it's going to be enough, I think, to like I said, move into that second position. Such a savvy competitor in Jadson Andre. Always thinking about the next right move.
Yeah, 32 years old, 10 years on the championship tour. Again, a survivor of the mid-season cut this year. Jadson Andre continues to produce in clutch moments year after year.
Yeah, it's so cool. It really is. And you know, the way he does it too.
He just did it again. 4-point ride, checks in, Pete, and Jadson does go to second place, but it's not a stranglehold on second place for Andre, because Evan Geiselman can grab it right back from him with a 3.16.
I think there's a good look at a comparison here. The 5.17 of Joel Vaughn, right? Kind of a smaller wave, maybe slightly smaller than Jadson Andre's wave. 2 turns, right? But the quality of Joel's bottom turn to top turn was a much more vertical approach, where he's top to bottom in his maneuvers, whereas Jadson a little more lateral down the line. Bit harder to do that bottom turn to top turn straight up and down, so they gave the advantage to Joel, even though the wave was a little bit smaller.
Nice observation there.
Yeah, these are these 2 little things. You just, I mean, in order to understand why the scoring is happening and how it's happening, that top to bottom engagement is so important. And it's more difficult, and that's why I think that you see that the score is going to be higher.
Well, wave selection has to do with that as well. You need a wave that's at pace so that you can get those turns in. Jadson's wave was really running down the line, so he really didn't have a choice other than really going horizontally. You saw on that wave, he did like a triple pump bottom turn. Here's Joao Chianca on that black surfboard. Looks like it's a carbon fiber construction.
Yeah, it's that's a variable glass, infused glass. It's still PU though, that board. I mean, I made the mistake the other day of saying that epoxy. Generally, you see those boards with carbon like that are usually styrofoam construction, but that's
usually
not.
a 2-pound EPS, isn't it? But not this case. It's a polyurethane construction.
Yes.
Catching up with the end of a ride for Jadson Andre as he's in the pilings now for the paddle out.
And usually that's a good call, but this event so far with the tide interval swell and the current has been very challenging to move through that pier, and especially when you get on the other side. Today, I think it's a little mellower, so we'll see if it actually works out. As you watch Jadson here on the right, straight up on the backhand, so good at that maneuver. And it actually ends up going into his top 2 with that nice solid, better than his wave previous. That was that single maneuver, but it was a serious bottom turn, straight up into the lip. The quality of the maneuver, much better. And so he earns a better score.
4.23 for Andre. Here we go. Evan Geisman on the backhand. Stabs the lip. Explosion around them. Goes complete. Geisman looking now for a 3.39 on that ride. Your initial thoughts, Pete?
Seesaw battle. Just took second place back from Jadson Andre now. So now the ball is in Jadson's court. Easily the 3.39 needed, in my opinion. Very similar if you look at Jadson Andre's 4.23, kind of a same style of maneuver, big deep bottom turn, straight up backside hook, a little bigger wave for Evan Geisman, so we'll see if that actually factors into the number.
Take a look at it one more time.
And he's perfectly timed in the lip. That's the maneuver that you want to see done right there in that critical section.
Numbers coming through for Geiselman, and it's looking good so far for the surfer from Florida. 3.39 is what the requirement is to move into second place, and he just did it with a 4.8. Jadson drops to third. Jadson needing a 5.65 to advance out of this heat. 4 minutes on the clock.
That was how important that wave was for Geiselman to get. Now, you look at the number needed for Jadson is almost a 5.65 needed, so that all of a sudden makes it a more special wave. It's not like he can just catch anything with a corner and be able to turn the heat. He needs to have something in that kind of a major set. And then I got to pull off the moves, but he's moved out into the lineup pretty darn quickly. That only took about a minute, and here he is.
Jaddy Baby on the backhand, and it just shuts down, unfortunately, for Jadson Andre.
Looked like it had a little corner to it, but
he thought so too.
Yeah, and then it shut down very quickly.
The surprise of HB, and just dangerously close to the pilings there on the paddle out. See where he got dragged to. There he is, right in the middle of the tee.
Yeah, and that water movement under there is hard to control. Even you're paddling as fast as you possibly can, you still can get sucked into the pilings. No worries for him, though. He's out of there. 3 minutes, and he will not give up. I will say that. That's one thing about Jadson.
It's the 3-minute drill right now for Jadson Andre, but Evan Geiselman's going to move over, and he is scanning the water for the location of Jadson Andre because he has priority over Jadson, and maybe Evan's thinking a little bit of a defensive play at this point.
You can see he's definitely going to put himself nearby. That's just plain smart strategy. Some surfers play a little bit higher level of defense than others. Evan, I don't think, is one that plays he's not going to sit there and go and just hover over Jadson, but definitely keep him nearby.
Well, Jadson just taking off on another left, but not a lot on offer for that wave, so it kicks out. Only things that's changed is the time for Andre. Now he's on a 2-minute drill to get that 5.65.
And as it gets closer to that clock, I think that Evan gets a little more cozy for sure. I mean, and if he covers right that zone that he's in right now, you can see on your screen, Jadson's right there next to the pier. Very difficult to surf a wave in that zone that he's at because of the...
Right, because of that.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of reverb, right, and a lot of warble, a lot of disturbed water next to those pilings.
And the quality is not there. So, I mean, I think that you'd have to say that Evan's in a pretty good position.
And Pete, you can tell Evan in his positioning out in the water is actually protecting the right. He's looking, and I think he's identified that, hey, if Jadson's going to get the score, he's going to go right, and Evan's just like, I'm going to sit right next to this pier bowl right, and if you think you're going to go, I'm going to exercise my priority.
Then now at this point, it looks like Jadson has either waved the flag because he's disappeared out of view, and with a minute to go, it doesn't look like there's going to be enough time. There is a set coming though. But,
and look at Evans piling to the south, so he is giving up on his defensive position now, and he's playing some offense, looking for a wave. And here he goes. On the paddle, Geiselman, pure bowl right. Late to the lip there and pays for it.
No harm, no foul, really. Looks like it's going to be over here. 30 seconds to go. Big heat for Evan. He is going to be able to move on into that round of 16. He knows it. That was a huge, huge win getting out of this round of 24. All of a sudden, it becomes you know, something you can carry in your scoreline to be able to get into that top 10.
And what about Joe Vaughn? As we look at the Pacifico picks, 13% of you were right. The Australian is going to finish up #1 in this heat, and he's going to take it to the beach and get ready for his next appearance at Huntington.
Prime example, finishing in this round would have been 1,900 points. Moving on into the next round, guaranteed 3,320 points. That's a 1,420 point gap.
Well done for Joe Vaughn and Evan Geiselman. More coming your way from Huntington Beach. Stick around, we'll be right back.
Welcome, surf fans. You're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing, and we are live from Huntington Beach, California, Surf City, USA. We are working our way through Challenger Series surfing. I'm Chris Cote. This is Mitchell Salazar. Very excited to be bringing you some superstars of our sport. Every heat has had drama, has had upsets, and I think we're going to see more of that continuing today, Mitch.
Yeah, I believe so, and the good thing about today is that we do have that wind swell in the water. It's been a lot peakier this morning so far, Chris, and we've had 2 excellent heats. I'm looking forward to another one right now, too.
Yeah, that's the one X factor when you come to the Vans US Open is what are the waves going to be like? Well, for us, the last 4 days straight of competition have been pumping. The first few days, pretty small, you know, very Huntington Beach-esque at times, but when we started our broadcast, things elevated quickly, and they will continue to do that. We got 27 minutes on the clock. The lineup stands as Zhao Qianca Edgard Grosjean and Caity Simmers, 2 Brazilians going up against the highest-ranked Japanese surfer on the Challenger Series. For now, Caity Simmers, this kid is a very special talent. He is a gnarly surfer at Pipeline, currently ranked 31st on the Challenger Series. We go now to Edgard Grosjean, big backside hook, another big strong turn. This young man is an absolute powerhouse. I would say in this heat, he is more of the underground surfer. Of course, he's done a lot of damage on the QS. He's had his fair share of wins. What do you know about Edgard Grosjean, Mitch?
Yeah, well, this kid burst onto the scene last year, Chris. He won a couple of events in Ecuador, actually, to qualify for the Challenger Series in 2021, and now his second stop here at the Vans US Open of Surfing in Huntington. So not only is he not a stranger to surfing and competing in later rounds here at the Vans US Open of Surfing, he's done it in all sorts of type of waves too. Small beach breaks, big point breaks. In Ecuador, he won actually at right-hand point breaks when his backhand's really the thing that's gotten him so far in his career so far.
Yeah, he's had a decent run on the Challenger Series for 2022, pretty up and down. He got a 73rd to start, last place. Then he got a 17th. Which is a keeper result on the Challenger Series at least. And then he followed that with a 49th. So he's already in a decent spot here, improving on his last result. So let's take a look at his first wave. This is Edgard Grosjean.
Love that first turn, straight up and down. And the second one, he did extremely well to make sure that he rode out of it cleanly. You know, I would say they are going to dock him just a bit of, you know, that little point at the end where, you know, he took a little while to maybe pet the kitty and ride out all in front of the white water, but still, I mean, it wasn't an easy landing, and especially the first turn was as critical as it gets.
The always electric Zhao Qianca. Not having the year that we expected for Zhao. He had a 37th, a 49th, and a 37th. He did okay. He did win the layback pro in Rio just a while back, so hopefully he can lean on his winning ways from that event. Continue on through this round. 25 to go. Let's get some words from Joe Vaughn, standing by with Louisa Florence.
Yeah, and he's so stoked from 96 to 16. I know you're working with a local coach, and of course it's working well, but I wanted to hear from you what's like, you know, bringing you.
I don't know, it's just worked well to have Danny Nichols here helping me out alongside with my dad. My dad's really good to have around and makes me feel nice and comfortable at these events. And yeah, just having Danny to help me out with my lineups and just kind of where to sit and kind of the best ideas where to paddle out is just that little bit extra that helps out. And yeah, I'm stoked.
Yeah, and yesterday you were mentioning that you're having a hard time making heats, and now you're just here again on US Open second heat. So is that like helping your confidence to move forward now?
Yeah, definitely. To make the first round was probably the most that helped my confidence. Since then, it's just like, all right, I've got the ball moving and keep on going, take each heat as it comes, and yeah, I'm just stoked to make it to the round of 16 and the man-on-man.
Amazing. And Joe, I know you lost your mom not long ago, and moms are moms, you know, best supporter. How are you moving forward? Because I know I heard you saying something about this is for mom kind of thing. So I just wanted to hear from you what's in your heart right now.
Yeah, I lost my mum just before the event in South Africa, and she was my biggest supporter and did everything for me and my brothers, and it was really tough for me and my family, but I knew that she wanted me to keep on going and try my best, and yeah, it's been tough, but I knew that's what she wanted me to do.
Amazing. Congratulations. I'm sure she's proud and happy. We'll see you here again, hopefully.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Louisa.
Getting teary-eyed right
yeah,
there,
that's how you bounce back from tragedy right there. He's got 3 other brothers, and of course, they have a very strong family unit. Dad's down here, so all the brothers, no doubt, cheering for Joe Vaughn. He just had a convincing win there, 12.84 total. During that interview, we saw Caity Simmers straight up on his forehand, and that is a very difficult turn to do.
Yeah, explosive up into the lip too. I really enjoy the way he draws off the bottom and he actually releases when he meets the lip line. A lot of people just kind of place their turns. He's one person that actually gets up there and likes to release his tail at the end. Got a 5.17, and the Rocky Point local riding a DNA DHD has a round tail. Joao Chianca opted for the Fever. And I think he's riding a dark R. It's something that he's been riding all event long, too, which is a bit surprising knowing that those boards are so buoyant, Chris. On the bigger days, I would have thought that it would have been maybe too much flotation.
Yeah, he is. He's one of these surfers that, you know, I think he was probably one of the most surprising surfers to suffer that mid-year cut. You know, because he's so consistent. He's so good in any type of waves. Joao is, you know, he was sitting on a 37th, the 49th, and 37th. So again, decent, but by no means what he's capable of. And then you go to Taichi Wakita, who, you know, I would put Taichi with Edgard Grosjean as, you know, these are kind of like underground grinders. Taichi, of course, a standout on the North Shore, but he's showing us now that he is well-rounded. And I know that Joao Chianca knows full well how good Taichi and Edgard are, so it's not about who's got the bigger name when you hit the lineup, because as we've already seen, the biggest names in this event are out. Pretty much the entirety of the top 10 on the Challenger Series, and that includes a lot of Championship Tour surfers out of this contest already. It's only Wednesday, Mitch.
Yeah, and I think we're ahead of schedule in terms of how far advanced the actual surfing portion of it is. But, you know, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because I feel this is where superstars are really made of, especially at the scenery that we have here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. Who are you beating? How are you beating them? And when are you beating them? If you're beating them in the early rounds, it means that you've really done your homework. You've surfed out here plenty of times. You've actually worked with people that know the area. And that's one great thing about Joe Vaughn, too, is that he's working with Danny Nichols, who's a PSAA champion in the past year from Huntington Beach. This guy knows the lineup better than anybody else. So I encourage people, hey, at least give a phone call to somebody that surfs here every single day.
Yeah, well, this is such a famous, popular surf destination. It changes from day to day. You know, I think all the surfers have a newfound respect for Huntington Beach after what they went through over the past few days.
Oh, yeah.
Calling it a triathlon. I think today is a little bit more manageable, more, I would say, standard HB, as we see Grosjean now.
Wow.
Just two big slams there. That right there is just meat and potatoes, power surfing. The judges always react nicely when you put together combos like that. Power will never go out of style. Of course, we love the big airs, but this right here, solid surfing.
No, and a beautiful combo, too. Straight up into the lip right there. Elongated bottom turn in the second maneuver as well. Explosive. I really like the dynamic surfing that he kind of brings. It's very similar to one of his idols, Adriano de Souza.
Tube time?
If Joao Chianca's in the water, he'll find a barrel.
Wow, he's having a rough go right now. He does have plenty of time, 19:24. That was his fourth wave ridden, still nothing over a 1.5 for Joao Chianca. He is, I would say, you know, the results don't say it, but I would say he is the next coming of a Brazilian superstar.
Yeah.
You know, I put him with Mateus Hardy as two of the surfers that are really making a big push right now. You know, he did get the opportunity, or earned the opportunity, to compete on the Championship Tour. But again, he found himself up against the hardest guys in the world to surf against, and had so many heats that were, you know, those super high-scoring heats. Everyone's getting 8s, but he just kept falling short in some of those big star-studded heats. And, you know, I think he learned a lot of lessons. Right now, he's licking his wounds, getting back on the Challenger Series, and I would think most likely, I mean, he will be back on the Championship Tour within the next few years. But I give him a good percentage of climbing back on in 2023.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there were those two heats with John Florence at Pipeline and then at Bells Beach, which could easily be up there for heats of the year. And riding those CI boards, obviously under his feet, he's confident about his abilities. But that post-heat interview after Margaret River, when he was crying, it actually showed you how much he cared. You know, a lot of people just said, okay, this is going to be a free surfer. He's great and everything, but he's a competitor as well. He doesn't like to lose.
Yeah, and the competition within the competition, of course, has to do with the surfboards these surfers are riding. And one of the leading shapers on this planet, Britt Merrick, now is standing by with AJ McCord.
Like you mentioned, one of the lead shapers in the entire surf world, Britt Merrick, here with me, also the owner of Channel Islands. So, Britt, you and Joao have been working on something pretty special that he's riding right now. Can you describe it for us, or tell us what is special about it?
Yeah, there's a couple things going on. He and I, over the last year, have just kind of been designing boards around him. So he's been really particular about the outline and the rocker and the concave, so it's all pretty unique to him on that board. And then we're also experimenting with different glassing. So we're working with Varial on this particular board, and it's infused carbon glassing over a PU blank. And the PU blank has a very, very thin stringer, so it's very flexible, the blank, but then the glass stiffens it up, so he's got a unique flex pattern in that board, and a bit of a sort of unique combination with the PU foam and the epoxy glass. So his own design, unique glassing, and seems like he's liking it.
So there's so much nuance that goes into shaping a board and making all of these different parts of the process unique to him. How does that set him up to have a great U.S. Open like we're seeing him have?
Yeah, it comes down to confidence. So when he feels confident in his equipment, then he could surf without being in his own head and feel free. So my job is to take all the feedback that he gives and try the best that I can to incorporate it to make him happy. So if he's happy, he's surfing well. If he's confident, he's surfing free. So I just listen real closely and follow his lead, really.
So as his shaper, how much satisfaction does it have for you when you see him out here at the Vans US Open winning heats and moving on, knowing that you've sort of done your job in that way?
Yeah, it's the best feeling in the world. I mean, as a shaper, what I want to do is make people happy. It's about, creating happiness. So whether it's a normal surfer or a professional like Joao, when they're having an elevated experience, when they're ripping, they're surfing their best, they're happy, they're feeling good. The fact that I got to put that equipment under their feet feels really special. It's really satisfying for me. And you feel like you're doing a little bit of good in the world when you're making people happy with good surfboards. So
that's all we're all trying to do, right? Is bring a little bit of happiness, good surf into the world. So guys, there's some really good surf going on out in the water. We'll send it back to you to get to it.
Thank you, AJ. Yeah, Britt Merrick, literally shaping the future of surfing. And he comes from obviously a long line of illustrious shapers. His dad, Al Merrick, starting that brand, Britt carrying the torch. And Joao Chianca right now needs to tap into the full potential of that board if he wants to get back in this heat. He did drop a score during that interview, which I don't know, we could barely see through that glorious beard, but there was a little bit of a crack of a smile for Britt as Edgard throws everything he had at that wall but goes down. We're waiting for a score from Joao Chianca. Mitch, it seems like the best shapers in the world are also the best listeners.
Yeah. Well, and he's a great speaker, too. I mean, I don't think I've ever heard an interview with Britt where he's ever had that kind of calm demeanor about him. He actually likes to speak towards the public, and I want to say the kind of intimacy that Joao Chianca and Britt Merrick have just developing a board that's comfortable and suitable to his style, that's something that you wouldn't have seen 15, 20 years ago. It's much more common nowadays. You're texting these people every day. You're giving them feedback about the boards, and a lot of prototypes have been written of that board that Joao's obviously using right now, but this is kind of the one that they're thinking, okay, we're going to go into mass production and everybody else is going to enjoy it too.
Yeah, it's you can tell, when a team, shaper and surfer are on the verge of cracking the code. We've seen it time and time again. When that equation is solved, big things happen. So we'll see if Joao Chianca, who just dropped a score of note of 493 to get himself back into this heat, if he can get something of a better backup. He only needs a 375. Big waves coming through here. 13:48 to go. Edgard Grosjean still in the lead. Taichi Wakita in second, holding the priority position, and Joao Chianca is now in third, but he's in a better third place position than he has been for the first 10 minutes of this heat, as he is well within reach. And here we go. Edgard finds a little pit, gets the doggy door, straightens out. Not super deep, but very cool looking. And that, that felt good.
Yeah, oh yeah, it did. I mean, I'd take that any day of the week and twice on Sunday.
I'm with you. That'd be my barrel of the summer. Taichi Wakita now fading left. Big wall to work with. It's bowling out. It closes out, and he gets out. Wise decision there for Taichi Wakita with 13 minutes to go. You might not want to risk it all when you're in second place. So that was a smart call from Taichi. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action, more surfboard talk, and more big scores. You're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing. Stay tuned.
restoring some of the oysters here in the local area of California where I'm from. The more I can learn about the environment and how to help and what's going on, the better. So just for my own personal knowledge and growth and to be a helping hand.
Today we are going to be stringing Pacific oyster shells so that we can put them into our restoration site.
We're working on some oyster restoration. These will get placed over in Long Beach Harbor and help attract the oyster larvae to reproduce.
To come here and to have an organization that will give back to these oceans here locally, it's so important.
It really touches on our original lifestyle, particularly as Indigenous people, on what it took for us to sustain ourselves.
We are trying to restore our coastal ecosystems to make them clean, fishable, swimmable, drinkable, and enjoyable for everybody that comes to visit.
And fun fact, Oyster Larvae is Connor Coughlin's new band that he just started. That's a joke, Mitch. Sorry, you can laugh at that one later. 9:54 to go. We are back live from Huntington Beach. This is the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. As it stands now, Brazilian surfer Edgard Grosjean is in the lead. He's got a 5.83 and a 5.67. Taichi Wakita with a 5.17 and a 3.5. Zhao Chianca fighting back. He's got a 4.93 and a 1.33. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell, I'm looking at potentially the best conditions we've seen throughout the week.
I agree, and especially with the tide rising right now too, we're going to see an increase in those shore break connections. And I think the shore break today, with the decreasing swell coming from the south, that increasing wind swell coming up, as we're seeing Ryan Callen get the foo wax on the board.
Yeah, one of the perks of being a Challenger Series surfer here at the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing is Foo Wax, our official wax sponsor. And you know what they say, just a dusting will do. You don't use a whole bar. You just get that base coat and then it's just a duster right on top.
They've put on like a lot of it. I saw Eitan Osborne yesterday basically cover his entire board in foo wax. I was like, yo, you're not going to be able to move your feet.
Yeah, this is a wax that originated out of Brazil, and it was a little well-kept secret. One of the reasons that the Brazilian storm, I would say, came out in such full force. Everyone's going, what is this wax? And I remember for a few years, you could not get foo wax in America unless you had a Brazilian homie, and they weren't sharing it.
No.
They were keeping it to themselves, but now it is a global sensation. Thank you to Foo Wax for just helping make this show better, and because everyone is ripping and they are stuck to their board.
Not only that, they kind of kept it a secret for a while, too.
Yeah.
They didn't really tell anybody what they were using, and it's like, dude, why are you not following at all?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're like, okay, I kind of see something different. It's not like a Californian wax. And you're like, Foo Wax, what is this? And you know who introduced me to it was Kei Kobayashi. And I was like, no wonder Kei's never falling either.
It was such a quiet little uprising. Here we go, Zhao Chianca.
Ooh.
And nothing quiet about that turn. That was raw, radical surfing from this young Brazilian who is making a push on the Challenger Series, wants nothing more than earn his spot back on the championship tour. You know, definitely a favorite coming to this event. You know, he is right on the top of everyone's list of surfers to watch in any conditions, but especially in beach breaks like this, where he is just electrifying. You saw it right there in that first turn. And he is, he's kind of got that just rubber band body. He can put himself in any position and bounce right back. This was cool.
Love the projection that he got off of the bottom turn, and obviously the increase of speed that he got from that allowed him to capitalize with the top turn. So great maneuver on the outside, and he only needs a 3.95, so a solid finish on the shorey as well. 3.75, excuse me. That's going to get him the score he needs to at least move up into second place. And you know, we were talking about the different boards, and I was talking about how the tide's going to increase and it's going to get better throughout that shore break section. You're still seeing that it's a little bit gutless through that midsection right there, Chris, because the tide's still so low. But in the increase of the tide, we're going to see that shore break connection be a lot bigger in size when it actually hits the last part of the wave.
Well, with 6:24 to go, that last wave from Zhao Chianca on the strength of that really precise power hack right in the pocket. He gets himself a 5.27 and a second place spot, leapfrogging Taichi Wakita. So as our surfers make their way back into the lineup, let's check in with Shannon Hughes.
Well, I just wanted to touch on that conditions conversations that Mitch just hit on. As far as there really being some good sets rolling through right now, those low tide conditions kind of changing up what we saw yesterday afternoon. I had a chat yesterday with Edgard Grosjean after his heat, where it was kind of big. That wind was really pumping up the face. There was a lot of those kind of staircase kind of steps coming up the face of those lests to challenge with. And he was just frothing at the fact that where he was sitting in the draw, he was going to get to paddle out this morning with some of those barrels on offer, which we already saw him looking at this morning in this heat, and was just feeling really pumped, especially with this being his second debut really on a huge world stage. Last year at the US Open, it was his first time that so many of us got to know his name. Coming into the Challenger Series and the QS at 24, 25 years old, he's now really starting to set the stage for himself, and I'm stoked he's gotten to compete in some pretty good conditions this morning.
Yeah, he is really starting to rise through the ranks of a really strong Brazilian field. I mean, and that is an understatement. We are seeing a whole new Brazilian storm whipping up. The one thing that the rest of the world is taking note of is when you work together, you are better. And, you know, the Australian contingent we have here, they've been just stuck together like a big ball of energy throughout this event. And the results are telling that story. Stick together, work together as a team, support each other. And we'll be seeing storms from all different countries, I'm sure, in the next few years.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we haven't seen it from the U.S. so far lately. Obviously, you know, there's a lot of competitors in this event that are from California, from Florida, from all other parts of the United States too. But I don't think until right now we've really seen that camaraderie come together, and having so many surfers from the same region of San Clemente on the Challenger Series has maybe elevated that. You have Jet Schilling, you have Cole Hushman, you have Kate Matson, and obviously Crosby Colapinto. So they're slowly getting there.
The San Clemente Cyclone is making an effort.
I love it.
Here we go. A recap of what's transpired so far. Edgard Grosjean, power surfing, reigning supreme for now, but Tai Chi got involved early as well.
Yeah, 5.17 for just the one turn there. And then Grosjean got his best, the 5.83. Great two-turn combo on the outside. And then don't forget about young Joao Chianca, the 5.27 with an explosive maneuver on the outside section. It's steep and deep right now, Chris.
Yeah, it's a battle of the fives in this heat. Nothing over a 6. So for all these surfers, there's still a healthy shot at getting the win. Our top 2 surfers will move through. Third place surfer, your run is done here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. Round of 24 finish. It's decent, but we're going to start to see shakeups on the top of the Challenger Series, as most of the top 10 is already out of this contest. So if you're Joao Chianca, you know, if you're Edgard is, you know, again, up and down on the rankings or on his finishes. So for all 3 of these surfers in the lineup right now, they've already bettered what they've done so far. Taichi Wakita does have a 9th place finish from Bolito.
Yeah.
So that is a huge result there. That's why he's sitting at 31st on the Challenger Series for now. But already with this result, he's going to be working his way up a few spots.
Well, and if there's one thing that I took from, you know, being kind of mentored by former 2-time Open champion Brett Simpson, is that he always told me that you want to kind of have that calm demeanor, whether it's your wins or your losses. And Taichi has that. You see him in his post-heat interviews when he wins. He's not super eclectic. He's not really excited, but he's not, you know, sad or anything either. He's always kind of at that same emotional state. And you want to reach that peak once you've actually succeeded to the point where you're actually excited for those results, say a World Championship or qualifying for the World Championship Tour. So I think this kid has big things in the future, and he's one of those people that actually has to travel from Hawaii to Japan to compete and qualify for the Challenger Series as well.
Long road ahead for these surfers. We do have 3 more Challenger Series events after this: Portugal, Brazil, and then Hawaii. So 3 big events after this that will decide who will be on the 2023 Championship Tour. Will it be Taichi Wakita? Decent start there. Dug his nose a little bit, comes around this section. Again, not a super easy wave to surf. Maybe had opportunity on that opening snap, but I think the wave just went kind of weird. We'll see what he does here for the finish on the inside. The good news for Wakita is, as he was going left towards the pier, you know, he had the ability to kind of fade back right, which I think will help him positioning-wise, but he does only have a minute to go, so most likely he's just going to come in and see what happened on that last wave. Was that a 5.04, Mitch?
I would say there's going to be a positioning change here. You know, I was a little unconvinced with the second turn. He kind of struggled to come out of it, but he made up for it on the inside shore. He got the 2-for-1 combo. Let's look at it from the land angle. Great bottom turn. And he said maybe just mistimed that first section a little bit, but great release of the fins. And then got a little stuck when he was coming out of that one, though. But he's surfing to the criteria, up into the lip, hammering those big sections, the critical ones. And how's that carved to foam climb at the end, too? That wasn't easy to get that last foam climb in. You know, if he does get it, it's close, and if he doesn't get it, likewise. But they would have to really enjoy that outside section more than anything.
Yeah, that's when it's really tough to be a judge, because you look back at what Zhao Qianca did on his 5.27. That was one big turn. And here's Zhao again. Good section to work with out the back. Nice combo there. Mediocre wave made meaningful by Zhao Qianca. 2 big turns. We'll see if he can finish up with anything on the inside. His low score was a 4.93, and the score does drop for Taichi Wakita. You're spot on, Mitch, a 4.17, so just below the requirement, almost there. But another well-judged heat right there, and well surfed by Edgar Grosjean. Don't call him the underdog anymore. No. He is blasting his way through heats. He makes it through with Zhao Qianca, who survives a close call. Congrats to Taichi Wakita. A solid finish here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. But he'll have to regroup, pack it up, and head on over to Portugal for his next shot at a CS crown. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action coming up next. Ramsay Bookie and the crew take to the lineup here in Huntington Beach. Welcome back to the Vans US Open of Surfing. Zhao Qianca comes in triumphant after another solid finish. Edgard Grosjean in second. We lose Taichi Wakita, but now we're on to another superstar packed heat. 28:41 on the clock. Mitchell Salazar here with Chris Cote. You're looking at the round of 24 Heat 8. Ramsay Bookie from Morocco, Jacob Wilcox and Ryan Callen, both powerhouse surfers from Australia. They've been hanging out together through the whole week, so this is another fun example of roommates doing battle in an early round. Gotta have a chat. A really fun heat to watch.
Sorry, Chris, just gotta say, gotta have a chat with Travis Logan. Stop getting him to have all the goofy footers in the same heat. I know it's part of seeding. You know, they've already made their way. This is the third time they've competed, but come on.
This is why they scheduled 2 goofy footers in the booth.
True.
Because they knew this was a goofy battle. So Ramsay Bookie, household name. This guy's an Olympian, currently 13th on the Challenger Series, one of his highest placings of his career thus far. He needs to continue this role, and obviously Ramsay will fit in nicely if he wins and if he does make the championship tour. He is that good. Comes from Agadir, Morocco. Started surfing at age 9. And he likes to remind everybody that, yeah, Morocco, we know about those beautiful right-hand point breaks, but there is so much more to offer. 3,200 miles of coastline. Make friends with Ramsay, and maybe he'll show you 1 or 2 secret miles of that 3,200 mile coastline.
he's probably surfed a lot of waves around Senegal and other parts of Northern Africa as well. There's one wave in particular that I know is in Mozambique. It's where Jordy Smith and Mick Fanning have surfed over the years. It looks like a replica of southern Mexico. That part of Oaxaca, it almost seems like there's another part of that in Africa too.
I'm sure there's a lot going on behind the scenes
that
none of us know about. Here's Ramsay Bookie, and this was straight off the buzzer. He got himself a 5.83 on this wave.
Yeah, a little cover up, and then the one hit up into the lip line when that right was coming at him too. So it was a tough section to manage, but he did extremely well. Just under 27 minutes to go, and you look at this heat and you kind of look at the structure that Rhino usually has. I mean, he's the only person left in the top 10. He's usually a quick starter, but if you notice one thing about Ryan Callen is that he never has anything less than a 5 in his scoreline either. Always reaching that 10, 11-point heat totals. Jacob Wilcox, coming from Western Australia, this kid is no slouch. Great barrel rider, loves to charge big waves, but a lot of people underestimate his competitive surfing too. He's been noticeable in terms of his junior career in Australia, but I don't think he's really exceeded his own expectations so far on the qualifying series and the Challenger Series too.
You know, I feel like as we see Ryan Callen on screen here, his Challenger Series rankings, or his Challenger Series year, started with a whisper, 73rd. Things came back together for him at the Sydney Surf Pro, where he got second, 37th in Bolito. I see a lot of 37s in people's score lines. What does a 37th place do for you in the span of a year, Mitch?
It's a throwaway, and maybe you're counting it if you're Rio Waida and you already have the 2 big results. But I think in the long term, you know, running of things, that's something that you don't want to keep in your top 4 results. So it should really be a throwaway. I know more than a handful of people have at least 2 of those results. Nolan Repose is one of them, so he needs to get going as well.
Arcal on his backhand. There we go.
Oh.
And that's rare to see Ryan Callen fall on a back 3 like that. He is pretty much that prototypical new style of air surfer who started his surf career as a video guy, went out there, filmed some crazy parts, was doing airs and flips, I mean, all over the place. And then I think teaming up with Richard Dog Marsh early on, he was thinking, well, maybe if I do these airs and pair them with the power that I know I possess, I can be a CT surfer. That all came together for Ryan Callen, and he's had a stellar championship tour career.
So after the CT event in Megs last year, they canceled Tahiti. Dog Marsh, Andy King, Justin Burker, and Ryan Callen, we went home to my hometown of Mazatlan last year. We scored. I probably shouldn't be saying how good the waves were, but they were firing, Chris. You'd love it too. Mostly all lefts. I've never seen anybody surf those waves as well as I saw Ryan Callen. And Dog Marsh was sending him out there every single morning with kind of a mentality of, hey, I want to see you surf 4 30-minute heats every single time we paddled out for a free surf. And guess what? I saw some full rotations, I saw some corrupt flips, and I saw crazy combos of rail surfing with airs too.
Yeah, he is really among the elite in all conditions. As we saw Ramsay right there, just a quick kind of speed snap down the line. Almost looked like he was winding things up for a combo.
Cool turn, as you said, a lot of speed. Maybe didn't have the same kind of commitment as he did on the 5.83, but it's a decent backup as of right now. And I think the lefts are still going to be the best waves that we're going to see on offer as far as these 30-minute heats go by.
23:13 on the clock. It was all Edgard Grosjean for most of that last heat. As we see now, Ryan Callen, beautiful wall to work with here. Nice carving snap for Callen. Another snap in the pocket. Fades down to the bottom. This is the gift that just keeps on giving as he goes over the rib and into the whitewater. 3 big turns, and he's out. So the judges are going to be taking a close look at that one. As I said, Edgard Grosjean had that heat sealed up, but Zhao Qianca came through in the end with the biggest score of that heat. Got the win. He's standing by now with Louisa Florence.
That's right, guys. And Eddie just walked out, and they were like, oh my gosh, what happened? What happened? So what happened in the waters, Ron?
I don't know. I didn't have the start of the heat that like someone wants. I just followed my 4 first waves, and then like everything was coming so blurry. Like I just knew that like I had one good turn, but not even knew that I would get like rewarded. And then I knew that I had a 4. I was in third. I listened the Edgar scores all the time, so I knew he was in first, and then I told him, hey, like, you're in first, because he was like making signs to the to the judges all the time. But yeah, just a tough one.
We're all talking how comfortable you look surfing this board. Does that feel good to you?
Yeah, sure. It's a new material. I don't know. I just feel so happy to try like new stuff, you know. I just like, I don't know, it looks good. I have like such a magical quiver. I feel that like any board that I bring to the comp, like I could use in the heat and like make a good heat, make a good performance. So like that, I think that's all about. That's the most like interesting thing that I have like to like in the actual days, like my quiver. I have so much confidence in my equipment.
Amazing. E eu tava falando ali com a galera brasileira, com a Alejo, enfim, e eles estavam falando que uma das coisas que você faz e que você estava fazendo nesse hit era escolher bem as ondas. Era isso que estava mais ou menos acontecendo?
Sim, eu tive uma bateria meio que complicada ali no início. Eu tentei escolher umas ondas boas assim, mas eu acabei caindo nas primeiras 4. É um mar que você meio que tem que apostar, você nunca sabe se a onda realmente vai ser boa do jeito que ela parece, então só fiquei feliz de não ter desistido tão facilmente, de ter continuado persistindo ali até achar 2 ondas boas, e acabou que a melhor onda da bateria veio nos últimos segundos. Eu completei a minha segunda manobra e eu ouvi a buzina, então eu já não sabia o que estava acontecendo, eu não sabia se o camiseta branca tinha virado, mas sim, cara, como eu disse ontem, eu me sinto abençoado.
Mas deu você. Parabéns. A gente se vê aqui. I'm just going to translate really quick because I was hearing all the Brazilian crew talking about how he was surfing. It was like, you can tell that Eddie's trying more waves and João was like picking a little more. And then he was like, yeah, I tried to choose 4 waves, but I fell. You never know these waves if they're going to really deliver what you expect from them, you know. But he was like, and then I got lucky that the 2 best turns came on the 2 last waves and the last minutes. I didn't really know what was going on, but here he is moving forward. So back to you guys.
Thank you, Luisa, and parabéns to João Chianca. And you can tell that, you know, she turns it over to João in Portuguese. He lights up because he knows he's got so many fans watching back at home. And I would say he is definitely one of the fan favorites in Brazil, and quickly becoming a fan favorite of the entire surfing world.
He's definitely one of my favorites, and he mentioned persistencia, persistence. Never gave up, and this is the 7.5 of Ryan Callen. Great 2-turn combo, the carve into the layback snap in the pocket, and then another carve to finish. So great work on the outside there from Rye. Just backed it up with a 3.4 afterwards as well. So he's going to do the runaround, plenty of time on the clock. And if there's one thing that I generally like about surfing at Southside Huntington Beach Pier is that there's options. There's 3 different peaks where you can really choose from. I think today, essentially, you're looking more at the middle peak and Pier Bowl, but the paddle back out is so long that you do need to maintain kind of a sense of environment of where you are and know your surroundings, because if you're too far on the south and you haven't really caught a wave, there's a chance that you might need to move over to either the middle peak or your Pier Bowl to catch at least your first scoring ride.
Ryan Callen sprinting up the beach to get back into the takeoff spot. Less current today, more options. You just mentioned rights and lefts on available today, as Ramsay there uses his priority on a dud, and you saw Jacob Wilcox right next to him, so that priority will switch over to Wilcox. I would put this guy on the list of the all-time best wildcard surfers.
Yeah.
I mean, if he gets the call up onto the CT, he more often than not does big things, but he doesn't want to be a wild card anymore. He wants to be a full-timer. That wave right there, tough to surf. Kind of everything was just working against him, and it looked like he was trying to be patient and pick his spot. It just really never came to him. Meanwhile, Ramsay Bookie, one of the best backhands in the business. Give this guy a bowling right-hander, and he will smash it as he did right there. It was a smaller wave. He does have a 5.83 and a 5.33. I would put that wave right in the mix with those two scores. Man, vertical, fast, powerful, throwing tons of spray. Let's take a look at his last wave.
And reactive, too. Great first turn right there, very springy. And then the second one, even better in my opinion. So, I mean, spectacular for really the wave that he had. And the size of him, that's just sensational. And then mistimes the section right there is Jacob Wilcox. Makes up for it right there. Great vertical snap. A lot of frothy white water on the face of this wave, though. I think it's going to keep the score relatively down. But it's still his best wave, no doubt, 4.07. I think Ramsay's score is going to be his best, though.
I feel like that wave for Jacob Wilcox was frustrating because it looked really good when he took off, and it just kind of stretched out and then condensed, all weird cadence going down the line. And for Ramsay Bookie, I mean, he did all the work within a span of about 6 feet.
Yeah.
2 huge turns. And looking back at that wave, I'm going to take back what I said about that being around a 5. It's a 6.67, so, you know, sometimes your first reaction, you see the wave and you go, oh, that was cool. And then you watch the replay and you go, wow, he really did go to work on that wave. So with 15:58 to go, Ramsay Bookie now jumps into the lead with a 6.67 and a 5.83. Callen still sitting on the highest single wave score of this heat, that's 7.5. That wave in particular for Callen, and that was an easy call for the judges. I mean, it was just beautiful flow, down the line, power. You know, he picked all the spots on that wave perfectly. That was an easy score for the judges to throw out there. And I think a lot of times when, you know, surfers kind of go back and forth, well, I don't know, maybe I got a 4 and they needed a 3. You just got to make it obvious, you know, for the judges, make their job easy, and you will be rewarded like Ryan Callen was on that left.
There was great variation in it, too, and particularly on those scores that we've seen in the 5, maybe in the low 6 range, they've all been that one big turn up into the lip. That wave had 3 different kind of maneuvers on the outside section, too. Had the one carve, then the layback jam in the pocket, and then actually finished with another beautiful carve afterwards. So if you're finding those waves that are actually allowing you to do a good variation of distinct type of maneuvers and something that's original to maybe what you don't see every day at a beach break, it's going to be fun and interesting to these judges to throw out those scores too, because as a judge, you're thinking to yourself, okay, I want to throw out those big scores, but you need to impress me. I'm not going to give you a 7 or an 8 just because I want to. It's because you need to earn it.
Yeah, and the judges, they don't fall into the hype of what's happening in the heat or in the grand scheme of the rankings or anything like that. You know, they're really focused on what's happening in front of them at that time. They do have the ability to converse between each other and the head judge. They do have all the replays on offer as well. So, you know, the first reaction that we all have as surf fans, you know, for me, it starts with a 10. I get excited, see the wave, oh my gosh, that was amazing. And then you watch the replay and you can go up or down, but the judges have a different approach there. They let all the information come in, think about it. You know, that's why sometimes we have to wait a little bit for scores, because they're taking their time to decipher it. As we see Ramsay Bookie now with the heavy-footed layback slash. Goes down. Might be a pretty picture, but don't post it if you didn't make it.
Photos lie, video doesn't, Chris. And, wow, this has been a great heat so far. Wilcox, though, in third. Callen has the best wave of the heat, but Bukayam in the lead.
13:28 to go. You're watching the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. Ramsay Bookie in the lead for now, but stay tuned to find out what happens next. We'll be right back. Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing. We are live from Huntington Beach, California. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. We've got 11 minutes, 30 seconds to go here in round of 24, heat 8. It's an all goofy-footed battle. Ramsay Bookie, I'm representing Morocco, in the lead for now. Ryan Callen with the highest single wave score in second. Jacob Wilcox in third. So 2 Australians going up against a surfer from Agadir, Morocco. All 3 of these surfers with room to grow on the Challenger Series. Big result at the Vans US Open could be exactly what they need to make it up to the big show on the championship tour. 10:55 to go. Quick look there from Ramsay. It'll just come through at a .73. So back-to-back waves with bails for Ramsay, but he does have 2 solid numbers. Wilcox in a little bit of a tough spot. He needs a 6.84, but we all know how good Jacob Wilcox surfs under pressure. So I'm not giving him an inch if I'm Ramsay or Ryan.
Not at all, and I would love to see Jacob Wilcox compete in Tahiti eventually. I think he has the capability of winning an event there. But just want to mention, you know, the kind of impact that Ramsay has had on surfing in Morocco and Northern Africa. He's really the only exponent of that area right now, Chris.
Ooh, wow. That was scary. That was one of those uphill landings we've been seeing throughout the week. There's a kind of a weird little cup a lot of times on the inside of these waves, and then when these surfers come down off those floaters, it's not an easy ride out because they're literally landing in the flats or sometimes even like uphill, which we just saw right there. He got blasted right off his board.
Yeah, and if you notice, when he was coming off of it too, his board was landing at an angle where his body was going the other way too. So that forward momentum of your body moving without your board is also going to knock you off, I would say 90-95% of the time too. Much harder to control those kind of landings, especially when you're landing in the flats.
Yeah, for sure. 9:30 to go. Surfers making their way back in the lineup. Gives us a chance to catch up with AJ McCourt somewhere in the vicinity.
We are inside the athlete zone at the Vans US Open. It's kind of a sanctuary for the athletes. They got a great spot. They can watch the surf, keep an eye on their competitors and friends, but they also can get fueled up so when it's their time to hit the waves, they're ready. Fueled by Sambazon. Every single day they can come in here, get an acai bowl made to order with everything they could possibly want and need heading into the rest of the week at the Vans US Open. And look at, they'll make anybody an acai bowl. So I'm going to enjoy this one. I'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks, AJ. We'll take 2 of those with all the fixins.
Yeah.
Just another perk.
I like mine with peanut butter.
Part of the Vans US Open surfing.
Everybody's enjoying it. Titan Gilbald, Tristan, Leo. Dude, acai sounds great right now.
You can have one in about 8 minutes and 40 seconds. We've got some business to take care of. Ramsay Bookie defending his lead for now. And with the current slowing up a little bit, with our conditions cleaning up, now I feel really going to start to see priority and positioning become even more paramount. You see Ramsay out the back with the P next to his name. That means he has his choice of waves. And right now he's in a position on the left to drop in on Callen or Wilcox if they make an attempt to paddle for a wave. And that is a totally legal move you can do. And I'm not even going to say it's dirty. It's what you have to do it sometimes because, you know, the priority system we have in play just ensures that we get to see more surfing. We get to see better surfing, less paddle battling. We still get to see battles. Those are fun every once in a while.
They are.
We want to see good, clean surfing.
No, and it's made things a lot less complicated for everybody too, and I think especially the judges as well. You're not catching those unnecessary waves on the inside that aren't going to get you a good score anyways. So why not just have that effect of actually being gentlemen and gentlewomen out there in the water where you could actually see the kind of surfing that not only we want to see, but also our larger audience as well.
Yeah, 100%. And when things get wild in waves of consequence, we do have opportunities for jet ski assist. We don't need that here in Huntington Beach. Coming up next, Liam O'Brien. He had his best result ever on the Challenger Series here in Huntington. So we'll see if Liam can tap into some of the success he's had in the past. Meanwhile, Ryan Callen smashing his way down the line somehow gets that wave under priority from Ramsay. Maybe he snuck off the peak just a little bit and found a little chip shot in. As Ramsay now answering back. Good bull to work with in front of him. Big snap there.
Wow.
Somehow manages to fit in a clean turn on a messy section. So back-to-back solid waves from Ramsay and Callen. And I think they're going to be putting even more distance between themselves and Jacob Wilcox, who's still toiling in third place. The good news for Wilcox is now he has priority, but he needs a 7-point ride nearly to get himself into one of those advancing spots. Will he get it right here? Oh, this is a replay of Callen.
Yeah, and that was before Rye's last wave. So a little setup right there and a great finish under the lip as well. Made sure to ride out of it cleanly as well. And then, dude, Ramsay is just on fire. 3 waves, which I think are going to be at least in the low 6s, high 5s. So great 2-turn combo right there. Kind of slid the fins at the beginning, and then the second turn more of a poke up into the lip. So with 6 minutes to go, Wilcox was needing almost a 7. He's going to need something at least in the low 8s to move up into the top 2 now.
We're getting down to the wire, 5.5 to go. Third place surfer is out. They do get some points, some prize money, but still not the keeper that you want if you want to get yourself up into those top spots on the Challenger Series. As it stands right now, most of the top 10 are out of this contest. So the door is wide open for surfers from 10 and down. If you're in 30th, in one of those double-digit areas, you've got to be just chomping at the bit when you see all those names out of this contest.
Yeah, no, and especially the next heat too. Imai Devald 17th, Liam O'Brien 29th. So already moving into the round of 16, that secures you at least a 9th place finish. And those are really the kind of keeper results that you need, at least in your top 4 results. So both Bukaim and Callen, who's the only top 10 surfer left, by the way, in the event. This is huge for him to maybe gain some distance on both Rio Waida and Leo Fioravanti, who are 1 and 2 respectively.
Yeah, and for Ramsay, he's sitting on 13th right now in the Challenger Series. This win right here will definitely propel him potentially into that top 10. Callen sitting at 7th on this Challenger Series right now. Jacob Wilcox at 23rd. So all of these surfers within striking distance. If you're in the top 10 after the next event in Portugal, you're in a really good position. But as we all know, as we've seen time and time again, Hawaii is really the end boss. That's when you start to see exactly what is going to be the faces that we'll see on the championship tour for 2023. Don't lock anything in until after Haleiwa.
Dude, and Jacob Wilcox now needing something close to perfection, a 9.8. I mean, the scores came through. Bukaim got a 7.2, Callen a 6.77, so that moves Rye up into first. But Jake just never had that quick start that both Ramsay and Ryan had. The 5.83 from Ramsay just put him in a real good spot to have that commanding lead, add up another 5 after that, and then the 7.5 from Rhino. He wasn't playing catch-up at any single point of this heat. He was always in the top 2, and knowing that he just needed to back that up, and he got a wave right at the end too that, as of right now, has put him way up into first. So I just see it way too difficult right now for Jake. A 9.8 would almost have to be a barrel and a huge air or something like that, but I don't see the wave coming through in the next 3 minutes for that, Chris.
Yeah, we haven't seen any scores in the 9.8 range yet. I'm sure we will by the end of this event. But for now, Jacob Wilcox has to be feeling frustrated. He does have 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go, so don't count him out just yet. He has priority. He's way up the beach, putting himself in a position to potentially grab one of these left-handers and blast that thing and hope that he does something spectacular to really shake up the judging panel. I'm not saying it's impossible.
No.
But it's going to be very tough.
Yeah, and it's improbable. I would still say that his result, the quarterfinal finish he had at Bells Beach in 2019, the year that John won, that it was massive. Still one of the best wildcard performances I've ever seen. It was big. He's not from that area. He's from Western Australia. Has spent time in Victoria, though. But he has that kind of surfing that you would like to see for the championship tour. I think he would do very well at Pipeline and at Sunset Beach. He has the kind of style for Tahiti. I think he struggled at beach breaks, and obviously you're seeing it here right now. Manly didn't do as well as he wanted to. He didn't do as well as he wanted to in Bolito, and now another early loss for him at the Vans US Open.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, the Challenger Series takes no prisoners. It's definitely got to be one of the more, you know, frustrating up and down wild rides that you can have in sports. Just knowing that, you know, you got to rely on luck sometimes. You got to rely, of course, on consistency and skill. We know Jacob has that. He just has not been in the best position. And this was one of those heats where the momentum was all Ramsay and Ryan throughout this entire heat.
Yep.
Both these guys trading off, getting great left-handers, and Jacob Wilcox probably just sitting there going, where's my opportunity? His best wave, that 4.07, was just kind of a weird, stretched out, you know, awkward kind of wave here that, you know, didn't give them the chance to unleash and do the surfing that we know he's capable of. So with 48 seconds to go, set coming through. Don't count him out just yet. Jacob Wilcox does have priority. One of the bigger waves we've seen in the morning. Pulsing through towards the pier. This one looks like it's going to just be a big stretched out closeout. But we'll see what happens. Here we go. Jacob Wilcox looking for a 9.8. That's not going to be it. Nothing he could do there.
No, and you got to take the good with the bad. This is a result that he's going to, you know, take as a throwaway as of right now. You still have another 3 events after this too, Chris, and, you know, plays right up into his alley. I think Ediseda and Ribera de Elish, good right-hander with a lot of strength. Saquarema, which is new on tour, and then obviously Haleiwa is something that he could do really well at as well.
All right, the round of 24 is done. We're going to move forward into the round of 16 with man-on-man heats coming up next. Congrats to Callen and Bookie making their way through. You got a lot more surfing to come. You're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I'd definitely like to be on the championship tour. I never got to surf a heat last time I qualified, so that's definitely where I want to get back to, and why I want to be there. I guess it's the ultimate in surfing. It's like the pinnacle of competitive surfing, and that's where all the best guys are, and you get to surf the best way. So yeah, it's pretty obvious why you want to be there. I think it takes a lot of resilience and a little bit of luck. You kind of just got to have the ability to just keep getting knocked back, and not really change your approach.
And we're back for the Vans US Open of Surfing. A big day of competition ahead of us, and we're finally into those man-on-man rounds where we just have 2 surfers in the lineup getting to pick the best of the conditions that we have available today. Shannon Hughes in the booth here alongside the great Pete Mallon. Pete, it's always a pleasure to call some heats today with you, especially with a little shift we've had in the conditions.
Yeah, that's true. You know, we're starting to see that southern hemi, a little straighter line, still very difficult in regards to the current and finding open face. But with this tide kind of moving up, we've seen a little bit more open face. I saw some great waves in that last heat. But now head-to-head, a little different strategy when you start surfing head-to-head. You know, you got to surf with your competitor a lot of the times, you know, during a heat. Also, use of priority becomes a factor a little bit more so than you have in a 3- or 4-man heat. So it'll be exciting to see how these head-to-head matchups iron out.
I'm excited to hear your perspective on it because one of your first head-to-head matchups that you've ever had was out here against Sonny Garcia.
Yeah, psychologically, I lost that heat before I even paddled out. I mean, back in the day, you know, as a competitive surfer in the QS, we didn't have the opportunity to surf head-to-head. It was always 4-man heats all the way to the final. So we never really got that ability to kind of train and learn how to surf head-to-head matchups. So nowadays, different story. You know, I think with the advent of, you know, amateur organizations doing that and getting some head-to-head matchups, but also all the QS using that format at times. You get to learn that format even in the junior, you know. So I think that, you know, again, trying to train these surfers to get better and better in the head-to-head matchups because it is a different style of surfing.
It's very different. Out in the lineup right now, we've got Imai Kalani DeVault out of Maui, Hawaii. He's in the water against Liam O'Brien, who's from New South Wales, northern New South Wales in Australia. And it'll be great to see these two once they kind of get things kicked off and underway. Imai and Liam, part of the same rookie class, though of course we didn't get to see Liam O'Brien paddle out for his first heat or for any heats on the CT this season.
Yeah, what a bummer. Yeah, I mean, we did get to see him. He got some starts because in the COVID year because of the fact that there were some people that weren't able to get there. So Liam was actually had some great success in Rottnest Island. He was able to get through a bunch of heats. So he's had that experience and had that taste. He wants to be back here again. Just unfortunate that he had that injury sustained before Pipeline at the beginning of the season, not able to compete. And at that point, you got to start all over again. And here he is trying to find some points. This is a big heat for both these surfers, being that Imai sitting at number 17th in the rankings. This is a great opportunity for him to move up because if you look above him, a lot of surfers are out of the draw.
Yeah, he has so many points available to him right now to really try and jump up a few places to get himself a pretty solid result here. He had a quarterfinal finish at the Sydney Surf Pro, 5th place, which is what's got him sitting in that sort of top pack, at least within the top 20. But outside of that, nothing that's been too much that he wants to hold on to. In that last heat, as we wait for waves to roll through here, we'll go down to catch up with Ryan Callen with a big win.
Yeah, he's just like can't take his eyes off the waves like both of us here. Ryan, you were just telling me how tired you are. So just like let us know, how was this heat for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard work out there. The sweep's really strong and stuff. And yesterday afternoon, I had quite a few runarounds. So, yeah, it's definitely testing the fitness. But, yeah, I'll go recover, get some water into me and some good food. And hopefully I'll be good for the next one.
Yeah, you have some hard work to do. And, like, the word in the athlete zone is that people really miss you on the CT. Is that how hard you're working is to get back there? Yeah, definitely. I mean, the mid-year cut was pretty brutal, so, you know, doing my best to try and get back there for next year. But, yeah, I'm just enjoying myself and really trying to, you know, use these events as just to put in some good performances and feel really good on my surfboard, which I'm starting to feel amazing. So, yeah, hopefully I can keep it going. And besides just taking a breath and going back, what is the strategy to keep moving forward, to go back to the CT?
Yeah, I think I just want to keep surfing as well as I can and surfing maybe like I do in free surfs a bit more in the heats, and I feel like I'm trying to bring that a lot more and it's feeling really good. So hopefully if I can keep doing that, it'll translate into good results.
Always amazing to see the Austin style in the water. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Great to see Ryan Callen, RCal, making it through the heats. Currently in real time, he's sitting at number 3 on the rankings.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, he had that second at the GW and Sydney Surf Pro, and that's a huge result. Other than that, though, he's had some throwaway results. So this is another one that's going to be a pretty good run for him, but he obviously wants to make it more. But how crisp was this surfing by Liam O'Brien? Transitions from rail to rail, very nice, good acceleration, especially that final maneuver. Liam has done very well here. Matter of fact, the first time I really actually got to notice Liam was at this event a few years back when he was able to get through a bunch of heats. And Liam just has that ability. He has that CT style of surfing where he keeps the speed and he keeps his rails clean. And that was a prime example of that. And look at the judges, just loved it.
6.83 in for first of Liam O'Brien. That first event that he would have caught your eye at was in 2019. He finished runner-up to Yago Dora. It was his first trip to California ever. Walked away with a final finish here at the US Open. He backed it up with a quarterfinal finish last year, 2021. So in his 3 appearances, this is not his best result, but he's on his way to maybe making it into another final.
Yeah, you know, again, you need 4 results out of the 7 events we have on the Challenger Series. So he understands that. I mean, there is going to be that back 8 to 10, you know, those guys are going to, or it's going to be, you know, there's going to be ones with a result that's not quite there. And it's always nice to be able to capitalize on those one events where you actually get really deep in the draw. Example being with Ryan Callen with that runner-up finish. I mean, that's 7,800 points. It's almost like it's 2 results in one result. So especially for Ryan, he wants to use this event right now. He looks in form, and Liam looks that way as well. But Imai is another one of those surfers who's sitting just outside of that cut line at 17. That is, you know, an important round for him to get through. You get through here into those quarterfinals. That's kind of a straight up result. This is almost there if you get, you know, this 9th place, but ultimately you want to be 5th or better.
Especially on the men's side of the draw, because we're going to be taking 10 of those surfers out of the Challenger Series into the championship tour versus the 5 from the women's side. And so it really is going to be surfers with those quarterfinals that can keep them in the draw. They maybe don't necessarily need a win.
I mean, look at how consistent Imai's been. You know, he's been into that round of, you know, the second round pretty much all through this event, finishing those 25ths. Those aren't necessarily keeper results, but it's had him you know, steady up the rankings. That 5th, though, is definitely a result. In this event here, already a 9th, you know, is another solid result. So that's going to keep him there knocking at the door. Also finishing at that last event at hallowed, always that home turf advantage for someone like Imai.
And a strong paddle now from Liam O'Brien. So under priority, freed up, looking for his 2nd score, and he's going to boost above the lip, goes for the grab, and just misses the landing. That
was a sick air. I love that he got the big straight grab, and then actually it was a late rotation on it. Too bad he didn't pull it off, because that would have been a big number for Liam. We saw it coming. You know, he had all that speed and acceleration into the lip, and great pop. I'd love to see it again to see exactly what happened, but you know, he didn't quite do this, like a slob grab, I believe, with this front arm. There it is. Look at that, just shifty late. Oh, he had it too. He was on top of his board. I think he was a bit surprised that all of a sudden it came so clean for him, but oh man, that was an opportunity lost.
Opportunity to get himself into that conversation around the Flying Embers Air of the Day. Of course, you have to be able to land them.
Yeah, you got to ride out of it in order to be, you know, inducted into that nice little Hall of Fame of airs of this event.
Nice little tweak out from him, though, and I think for him sitting with a 6.83 for his opening wave, it just instantly speaks to me of that freedom from him now to go looking for something.
A little bit. I feel like you'd almost, in a strategically, you'd want to have at least a completed maneuver, but the thing about it was going to be one solid move, and there was a great ramp there. I mean, you don't always get those opportunities for a big ramp, and I love that Liam went for it. I mean, he was very close to pulling that off. He gets that, he lands that one out. We're seeing excellent numbers for sure, and all of a sudden Imai gets put in a very tough situation.
It's also pretty intense. We'll get back to that conversation in a moment about the injury that he sustained earlier this year, because he's going to have another look here. He's going for a huge air once again.
That one, just another quick rotation. I mean, everything he does, it just looks so crisp and so quick. So he's been working hard. I think that he didn't rush coming back from the injury. You know, you feel like sometimes you forced yourself. I mean, an example being Ryan Callen. He came back a little bit early because he felt like he had to. It ended up somewhat working out for him, but he knew he came back a little bit early. And sometimes you're just forced to do that by the situation that you get put in. You're not going to get, you know, the way it's set up. You know, injuries don't just guarantee you an injury wild card, because a lot of people can get injured.
I mean, that's exactly what happened. So it was first morning of the first championship tour event he'd ever qualified at Pipeline. As we take a look at live action quickly now, an event where Imai Kalani-DeVault got his start, and he goes big off the backhand. He'll have a score to come through for his opening ride.
That was solid. That's going to match the 6.83 of Liam O'Brien. Just so extended with the tail upside down on a nice size set wave in a very critical section.
Liam now having another look here, looking to just get that 2nd score on the board. He's going to negotiate his way around Imai, gets that first connection together, finds a 2nd turn.
Good answer for Liam right there. You know, had 2 throwaway scores, and then now made sure that he solidified the 2nd number. But Imai, like I said, that was a good long wait for him to do it, and a bit of nerves start to creep in, but didn't look like it in his surfing. He just attacked the lip there. I expect a good number.
Scores to come through for Imai Kalani-DeVault and for Liam O'Brien. 17 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. And nice to see some fun consistent conditions out there.
Again, attacking the lip and then getting free, drifting the fins. I mean, literally only a portion of the board stayed on the wave. Such great control. That's what Imai brings, that raw approach. Again, the quickness here of Liam. Had to get around Imai a little bit. It affected his bottom turn. He wasn't really able to press until he got around Imai. Won't say it'll be any interference at all, but definitely a little hesitation off the bottom because of it.
Yeah, he definitely had to take it into consideration.
Well, and Imai, at that point, you get in that situation, you got to sit there and sink that board and just disappear and become a submarine, because you do not want to have an interference out here in this lineup, because it makes things very challenging to make a heat advancement. If you're either, if it's a priority interference, it's an actual full wave penalty, whereas if it's that paddling interference like that, it can only be a half a wave. So you don't be, it makes things a little bit less difficult, but either way, you don't want to have that handicap.
A solid left in front of Imai, and looks for a similar maneuver to his opening ride that we're still waiting for the score on. This wave possibly a bit more size to it.
More size, but the quality of the maneuver not quite as good as the other one in my eyes. It is a little bit bigger wave, and it was a critical move, and it's going to be a number for him, and he's going to be right in this heat. But it didn't feel like it had quite the dynamics that we saw from the very first one, where he was able to punch the fins out the back of the wave. That one more just a lip line. It was a challenging wave, and it was a bigger wave, so I still feel like it's going to be a pretty good number for him. You check it out as he goes up and over. He did attack the lip there, but didn't quite have that tail whip that he had on the one earlier.
Yeah, unable to get those fins released the way he did on that first wave. So scores to come through. He's going to go for the runaround, where Liam O'Brien's just been able to sneak his way straight back out without getting hit by those sets or really caught in the current.
It's interesting because you can just see right next to the piers where it makes it a little bit challenging, and surfers have been doing that after they ride their waves right next to the pier. Rather than try and force themselves out next to the pier, there's been options of the runaround. I mean, I feel like the current is, not as strong, but still, it just gives you a little opportunity to be able to talk to the coach and get a little word, get some water. And how much time does it take off the clock? Probably a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes, depending on how hard it is on your paddle back out.
Not as much time as what we've seen off the clock from our first couple days of broadcast, where it was literally, at least minimum 5 minutes, but up to 10 minutes off.
Yeah, no, that's true. It definitely was harder, and that's just the virtue of the swell that we had on tap from Frank. Just very consistent. Today, a little less of that, so more opportunity to be able to paddle out through it. Numbers are in there for those last ones, though, Shannon.
All right, so 6.27 for first of Imai. And for last of Liam O'Brien, a 6.43. So Liam's now sitting in the lead with that heat total in the 13-point range. Imai would need a near 7, a 6.99 to take the lead, and we do have his second score coming through.
So needing that 6.99, I don't expect it to go quite that high, but I've been wrong quite a bit in this event so far, so I'm trying to figure out. I mean, because generally speaking, we usually like to see a bit more maneuvers done on the outside section and get it rewarded. But if they're done on a flatter face, the judges have been cruel. They sure have. So now the surfers have been making that adjustment, though. They're attacking those set waves and those critical sections because they've been getting rewarded for it.
14 minutes on the clock. Liam O'Brien sitting in the lead with a couple of 6s. Imai looking for a big score, but Liam could be increasing the line with this one. Solid size section. He attacks it, and he's going to get swept into the pier. Goes incomplete on the finish. And we can see it popping up there. He's going to be just fine, and he'll put himself to the north side of the pier and possibly come in. We got 13.5 minutes on the clock. Still waiting for scores for last of Imai, Kalani, DeVault. More to come, and situation update right after this.
Vans US Open of Surfing. We're over in the Van Doren Village where we have so many things going on, from games you can play to things you can learn. Right now we're in the Shapers Bay where Golden State Glass Company is actually shaping surfboards right behind me. So we talked with Britt Merrick earlier about how every surfer's confidence starts with their confidence in his or her equipment. So they're making the magic happen right behind me to bring these surfboards to life. And then when we come out here, we have another really cool part of this process: sustainability, a message that Vans is trying to bring home each and every day in every way they can here at the Vans US Open. So we are going to talk with someone from Shred Manufacturing who's going to tell us how you guys take trash and turn it into a skateboard.
Right, so yeah, I'm Jeff. I'm with Shred Manufacturing, and we're working with Golden State to reuse all of the waste from the surfboard production process, which you see here. It's quite a lot of it, and we basically turn it into shred, and through a process we mix it with EPS foam dust and create cores like this. They get laid up like surfboards and then infused with resin to create skateboards. So we have basically recycled skateboards, and we make other lifestyle products from the shred, like we're doing some Vans wax combs and the table and other things like that, just to try to keep trash out of a landfill.
That's the goal, right? Is make sure we keep the trash, reuse, recycle as much as possible. So head on over here to Shapers Bay because you can see a whole bunch of this process, how it comes to life. Something really cool, you guys.
Thanks so much, AJ. I absolutely love that, and I highly recommend around the world to invest in products like this, where we're reusing trash, we're recycling it, and if you can put it as a skateboard under your feet,
why not, right? Yeah, and just learning the whole process, and you know, this is the first time I think that we've actually been glassing boards here on site, which is amazing. You know, we've been a few shaping bays we've had over the years, but this is the first time we're actually seeing all of these processes, and I love it. Vans has been at the forefront of sustainability actions, as well as most companies in the surf world, because you know, a lot of our products aren't necessarily, you know, something that we can reuse, and so ultimately finding ways to, you know, wetsuits all made out of neoprene, which is oil, so we got to figure out ways. We make yoga mats out of those, you know, why not? You know, surfboard manufacturing, same thing. You've got all this stuff, and I love that they're able to just grind it all up into some poly foam, smash it into a skateboard, and then all of a sudden we get to reuse it again.
Incredible. We've got one world, we better take care of it. That's all that we have. And here we go, taking a look at the heat recap. Liam O'Brien got off to that early start on his backhand.
Yeah, 6.83, very crisp in and out of those lip. And then also saw this one, big hooking snap for 6.27. They actually liked the bigger set wave for Imai a little bit better. Again, a more critical section. This was the backup score, the 6.43, barely in front, just by 0.06, 600ths of a point. Bigger set wave. That's a little better angle of that maneuver. I like that. That came in at a 6.93. It's actually the biggest number of the heat, but Imai still has a little bit of work to do. He's got to find that 0.06, which is literally just a bottom turn.
8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and Imai chasing a 6.33. Just needing to do slightly better than what he currently has on the board for that backup score, as you said, Pete. And good little battle here. Very similar as far as scores go. Liam getting those combinations as opposed to Imai just getting those single turns. Good little comparison. Coming up in our next heat, we're going to have Chris Zaffis and Zeke Lau. It'll be an exciting one to watch because Chris Zaffis is on kind of the streak of a lifetime at the moment. He's got some really good momentum coming into this and finding himself in some of his best heats ever, where Zeke Lau is that surfer that we just expect to be on the championship tour. He just was right off of the cut line for making it past into the second half of the season. So for him, that hunger to be making it through and really increasing that rankings to be super important.
He's number 27 in the rankings right now on the Challenger Series. You know, he's been fairly consistent. He doesn't have a huge result, so he's got a pair of 25ths that he's carrying and also a 9th. You know, so in his situation, this is a golden opportunity. If he gets through this one, it's going to be his best result. And I feel like that, you know, he gets quarterfinals or semis in this event, all of a sudden he's really knocking at that top 10. And also heading into an event that was big for him last year, you know, going to Ericeira for the EDP Mayo Portugal Pro. I feel like I got the right title there.
Nice
I
work.
had to dig for it, but you know, that event's coming up, and that's a major event in Ericeira, which is again a pet event for Zeke.
Yeah, he's had a few wins there in Portugal at that QS 10,000 level, so it'll be exciting to see how he goes. he can continue making it through some heats here at the U.S. Open, though. That'll be a good result.
Ooh, look at this wave.
Beautiful corner standing up on it. We'll see what Imai is able to find in front of him. He's going to pull out.
Wow, Liam saw something there. He had priority, and he said, oh, yeah, go ahead, Imai, go for it. Imai was doing the selling tactic there, going, oh, this looks good to me, but Liam did not bite.
Surprisingly, it's the very first head-to-head matchup for these two surfers. Although they were part of that rookie pack together, Liam unable to compete on the CT this year meant that they didn't even have the chance to meet each other in the draw. So cool to see them finally getting to kind of go wave for wave.
Kind of have
equal at the moment.
Similar demeanors in the way they carry themselves, you know, around the event site. Very quiet, keep to themselves, kind of, you know, very analytical. But in the water, even very similar styles, you know, in their approach in the lineup. You know, very quick in transition. Very precise. You know, their equipment looks very tuned to what their style of surfing is. So I like this matchup. And obviously very evenly matched. And here they are, very evenly matched in their scoreline.
Down to 5.5 minutes on the clock. See them hunting out something else coming through the lineup. And just putting themselves into position. Liam sitting in the lead. What will it take for him to get himself into something maybe in those 7s? It'll actually put some pressure on.
Maybe a couple moves, you know, find that wave that's going to have stand up. I mean, with this tide filling in, we're going to see more of those opportunities start to arise. I mean, we are seeing a new swell too, right? And this is you can see even just by looking at what we saw yesterday in those sets, that there's a bit more space between these waves. I mean, this new swell's got 17-second intervals, right? Which means that the time between each wave is spread out. And when a new swell comes up, we usually see it anywhere from 20 seconds to 17 seconds. This new swell showing up on the buoy south of us at 17 seconds. So again, it's just a new read. It's a little straighter line comparatively to that shorter interval stuff we saw from Frank, which is still in the lineup as well. So it's making it a little bit challenging because you've got swells intermixed in between the swell lines of this new storm.
Yeah, it's a little bit convoluted, a little complicated today. It's been cool to see some of the surfers coming from other parts of the world who have tapped into local knowledge here. We saw that this morning with Joe Vaughn getting Danny Nichols behind him, and I feel like that was a smart decision, just being that we've got those couple swells coming together, and because it's the first day of that, it's always a little bit more complicated. Got a good looking line rolling through here. So remember, our surfer in blue has first priority, red under second priority. You're going to take a pass at that.
You know, Danny Nichols, you know, a local great surfer from this area, but just very good at articulating how to surf this wave. You know, there's a certain way you ride Huntington Beach, you know, especially in certain types of conditions. This is pretty straightforward type of stuff. When you have the lower tide like that, it's like, hey, you got one big move. You just know what you got to do. You just got to find a little piece of a corner. But chasing that good, clean water is something that I think is an art in surfing beach breaks. You know, sometimes you'll see an area of the ocean that's nice and smooth and kind of want to sit on either edge of those things and surf into that cleaner water. So you have that clean face and you're not surfing into rip or into whitewatery bubbled water. You know, you want to have that nice clean face so you can really engage the rails.
We've seen so many sections over the last couple of days that haven't been clean, whether it be due to those rips, those big sets rolling through, or some of that wind that we've had in the afternoon. So it's been nice to see it.
Today's forecast a little lighter, and as you can see, we had the wind on it at this time the last 2 days. It was blowing pretty good. Today, nice and glassy so far. It is forecast to have a light west-southwest show up in the afternoon, but right now, I don't see that threat, which is great news.
Situation remains the same with 3 minutes on the clock. Liam O'Brien sitting with priority and sitting in the lead. Imai Kalani DeVault chasing a 6.33 to take the advancing position into the quarterfinals. And for both of these surfers, they're needing better results. We've got a quarterfinal finish at the Sydney Surf Pro for Imai DeVault. Has him sitting at number 17 on the rankings right now. For Liam, his best result so far, though, that 9th place finish at Bolito just a couple of weeks ago was his best result for the Challenger Series so far. We do know that he's been coming off of that injury. He's about 6 months into it and had said in a STAB report that he was going to need roughly 4 months for full recovery. So he's a little bit off of that and starting to feel really strong. He's been boosting into the air, which we saw at the start of this heat as well, which is just exciting to see that he can clearly trust that leg again after breaking it at Pipe earlier this season in January. And so for him, it's been really good to see him kind of start to come back into true form. And I feel like he's going to be one of those that maybe wasn't quite a threat at the Australian leg of the Challenger Series because it was still pretty close. it wasn't quite out of that full recovery space, so he was maybe pushing a little bit early, where now coming into this back half of the season, he's looking like he's in good form.
Yeah, it's so true. You know, hinges are a big part of surfing, especially the ones that are steering the surfboard.
Liam going to have a look here with priority, and he'll duck out.
Big block right there. That was Liam utilizing that priority. He knows that one big section could turn the heat for sure. You know, taking away that opportunity with a set wave was smart for Liam. And now at this point, he did pull the trigger and didn't improve his own situation. So now Imai is going to get a chance with 1:15 to go, though. But it's going to happen. It has to happen pretty quick.
And look at how quickly then we saw Liam get space from Imai on the paddle back out. Starts to hug back towards that little pier bowl section.
That's one of the things I think that Liam brings to the table more than anything, is how quick he is a learner in regards to one-on-one competition and understanding priority and creating space like you just mentioned. I mean, he instantly gave himself 10 to 15 yards, which means that now he can kind of be free knowing that he's second priority. He may get an opportunity away from Imai.
As look there, he's not going to get that wave standing up just enough for him to even get into. Down to 40 seconds on the clock.
What a close heat. I mean, just 0.06. I mean, it's one judge making a change of, you know, a 1/10 of a point, and all of a sudden it's a different score line, and that's how close this heat was.
Crazy. Down to 20 seconds. Will Imai have one more opportunity with priority? He's going to have to pull the trigger on this one.
Yeah, and it looks like it has a little corner on it, so maybe an opportunity for Imai. He knows it too.
Have a good looking right opening up in front of him. He's going to take off with speed, drive hard off the bottom into that first snap. Throws a bit of spray, goes in for that second and ditches the fins, but loses control.
What a bummer.
Do you think he could have had the score?
Yeah, he had to go big on that turn. He knew that that was the opportunity. I mean, we saw the 6-4-3 of Liam O'Brien. That was a great example of a two-turn combo that it's similar style of wave, and just unfortunate Imai had that one just a little pressing too hard, you know, and that's that moment, you know, where you want to just actually get that extra acceleration, that little extra push, and it just pushed too hard.
Well, Liam O'Brien into his best result of this year's Challenger Series, advancing to the quarterfinals here for the U.S. Open. We've seen him do it before. We'll see if he can make it to the finals again. More to come with Chris Zaffis and Zeke Lau right after this.
The Vans U.S. Open of Surfing is brought to you by Vans, off the wall since '66. By Pacifico, official beer of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. Live life anchors up. By Youth Theory, official vitamin and supplement of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. By BF Goodrich, official tire of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. And by Stillhouse, the unbreakable spirit.
The Vans U.S. Open of Surfing has arrived in Huntington Beach, California. We've got the Vans off-the-wall umbrellas, which is a great call because it's been sunny always, every day in the mid-70s, as we would expect for July, August in California. Never really a change to the weather. And lots of spectators here to see Chris Zaffis of Ngari, New South Wales, Australia, up against Zeke Lau out of Honolulu, Hawaii, in our second head-to-head matchup of the round. Shannon Hughes and Pete Mel in the booth. And we're going to track now with live action from Chris Zaffis. Goes into that first turn, snap quick under that section on the second. Has a smile on his face because it's his first time competing at the U.S. Open, and he's into the round of 16.
And he chose a good person to have on his team. He is the APAC seed number 8, you know, from Asia Pacific. The Australians are good, and also the region around there, which includes New Zealand and, you know, a bit of Asia, but yeah, Indonesia in that group. You know, he was number 8 seed in there, so he's like the 64th seed number here in comparison to Ezekiel Lau, his competitor, sitting at the number 9 seed. And, you know, in the beginning of this event, you end up, you know, your seeding helps you to, you know, quote unquote, have easier heats, although there is really no easier heats. So this is a, you know, basically a lopsided battle between Ezekiel Lau being this highest seed. So you'd have to say that all the experience of surfing this event specifically, but also one-on-one, head-to-head heats would definitely be advantage to Zeke Lau. But Zaffis is on a special little run, so let's see what he can do.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see Zaffis find some momentum here. He's currently equaled to his best result at this level. So back in 2019, he finished 9th place at the EDP Billabong Pro Irasira, the QS 10,000. Outside of that, he's never advanced past the rounds of an event of this size. But for Zeke Lau, he's got multiple wins for QS 10,000s or Challenger Series events. And he goes big for that first maneuver.
Yeah, up and over. And that was a little unexpected in my eyes, how he was able to get all the way up and over. And then just the way he was able to, just at the very last moment, just put a little press on his board, and he was able to jump over the top of that explosion and made it nice and clean.
Zaff now up and riding. Nice attack on his backhand. Oh. And will he stick the landing? That was a little bit out of control. That sort of
convergence of whitewater, very difficult to keep your board under your feet, especially when you get a little off balance. So 2 little errors for Zaffis early.
That was a great interpretation of my arms moving back and forth during convergence of whitewater.
Well, and that's the thing, you know, there's an example of, you know, Zeke Lau on that closeout. You can see that little subtle movement as he goes up and over. Watch this here. So he goes up and over, and then rather than landing with the explosion, right there, he kind of pushes away from it, so he lands just in front of it. And it gives him the ability to not land with the whitewater at the same exact time. Whereas there, you see the convergence, it grabs a hold of your board and makes it difficult to ride out of it. Whereas Zeke was able to get out in front of it and rides out clean. So a big difference there. And obviously the score will change that as well. 5-1-7 for Zeke.
There we go, solid start. We've seen quite a few surfers holding on to something like that as their second score if they're winning heats today. Winning heats throughout competition, really. 5's a great backup score. We'll see if he can build on it. Zaffis now chasing a 3.01 to get the advancing position as Zeke is out with priority. And for Zeke Lau, the ultimate surfer, championship tour surfer as well. He's just got so much credibility behind him coming into this year's Challenger Series. Took out some great results last year. And I always think he's from the North Shore because solid waves, everyone.
He parked it there for, you know, during the year, during the season. You know, he ends up, you know, either staying at one of the buddies' houses or one of his sponsors' houses, you know, at the Quicksilver House there. So, yeah, ultimately he is right in the zone during the winter months. But, yeah, he's from town, from that region over there. And, you know, so the summertime, it's been a good season over there in Hawaii.
They've had so many waves. I've been so jealous of that Waikiki crew just getting to surf some really solid swell coming through the south side.
That's true, you know, and a lot of it, that's those storms that have been happening, just happening in the region that really focuses up through the gap, you know, west of Tahiti and straight up. And those ones, those big swells in Tahiti, generally, if they come from that zone and they hit a gap in the islands that runs right in between Tahiti or Fiji and Tahiti and up through that gap, and it goes straight to the islands. And that's what we've been seeing there. I mean, think about that. Elias swell is just mental. I mean, and that doesn't break, and that's just a perfect angle. It has to go through not only the gap that creates the you know, the swells to Hawaii, but actually even angled in between Lanai and all of that to get into the window into Maui. And wow, what a season there.
What a season. Zeke hasn't been able to spend too much time there though, because he's been busy on the road. Bolito, Australia before that. There's been a few things going on for our surfers on the Challenger Series. And he is currently sitting in the lead with that 5.17. We got 22 minutes on the clock, and in that last heat, we saw the very first matchup between Liam O'Brien and Imai Kalani-Devault, and Liam O'Brien took the win.
It was so interesting to be in the athlete zone between two crowds, between Hawaii and Australia. You have a big group here, and I'm wondering, does the pressure on you to face Imai for the first time in the water, a guy who's been on the CT, does that land heavy on you or no?
Yeah, for sure. Imai is an incredible surfer, and yeah, I really like his surfing. So I knew it was going to be a pretty tough heat, and he's been ripping this event too. But I just tried to stick to what I usually do and had a little bit of a plan. So yeah, luckily it went my way at the start, and then yeah, he got a couple of good ones back and nearly got the score at the end. So I was kind of lucky to scrape through.
Amazing. And you've mentioned to us that you're coming out of an injury. There you're testing your surfing, kind of going light on it. How is it feeling, and how did you sustain that injury throughout this heat?
Yeah, the injury's feeling good. Been doing a lot of work on it, so it's nice that it's starting to feel normal again. And yeah, I didn't have any issues with it in the heat. So yeah, pretty happy with it.
Amazing, congratulations.
Thanks
So I
very
hope
much.
to see you back here.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
Cheers.
Stoked for Liam, recovering from that foot injury. Snapped his tibia as his foot actually bent backwards, hit the whitewater.
You don't need to describe that.
height.
You can imagine how painful. I mean, and just to have it to happen the morning of, you know, on your warm up, just shattering, knowing that.
Crushed.
Yeah, it's you know, your maiden CT qualification. Yeah, it's one thing to be a wild card, but it's a whole different, you know, mindset being into qualification, because you're given the opportunity to now achieve the ultimate goal of a world title, you know, and that's where it has to happen. It has to happen off that championship tour. And when you get that invite and then just not able to compete, it just means shattering. So, you know, it's a great growth and maturity process for Liam O'Brien, and to have him now back at 100%, and he's now performing at a high level. So it looks to me like he could see him in that top 10 at the end of the season.
It would be very exciting to see him get back at the top of the world. Zeke Lau sitting in the lead with that 5.17. We've got another score to come through for Chris Zaffis with that 2.17 and that 1.00. Hasn't really been able to find any rhythm in the lineup so far. He's going to have another look here. Strong paddle, taking off really at that angle to make sure he can execute with some speed as he pops into the air. Looks really comfortable. Smaller size wave, and he's going to do a couple S-turns here to connect through for that inside section. Looking for that little bonus. He can get that stand up and find a critical section to connect with. It'll be well worth the effort. And there we go. Clean on the inside.
Well, he worked it. You know, that was, he's got great technique. We saw him use that same air to success in his earlier rounds to get a buzzer beater. So against Chloe and Dino. And this to see again, watch the technique as he goes. He's got the rotation with his arms. He lifts his arms and it allows him to spin quicker right there at the end. Keeps his head on the landing. And so that forehand air, he's got that one pretty locked in. Works the inside here. We'll see if there's any payoff for it. I mean, generally, when you think about Huntington Beach, the Huntington Hop, it's all part of surfing this wave. But the meat of the score will come off the air. It's not going to be a big number, being that just the size of the wave factored in. The air landing backwards, you didn't get the full rotation completely all the way around. That's where you start to see those aerials really get lifted in the score line.
Scores in. It's just a 4.17 for Chris Zaffis, but it does bump him into the lead over Zeke Lau. Got a nice looking set starting to roll through as well. So we'll track with Zeke on the outside section. Straight into the lip for that first turn. And he may stick with it, possibly looking for the reform, maybe even just to reposition himself in the lineup again.
I think milking it here is smart, because he's got the outside turn, but it wasn't just a hammering turn. So any way he could solidify just another half point on the inside, it is well worth it.
And there we go.
Also the positioning.
Easily.
Yeah, so he'll get the positioning also and he'll do a bit of a runaround, but he's going to get the lead back.
Scores to come through for Zeke as he heads to the sand for the runaround. One of the most fit men on the Challenger Series. It will be no problem for him to head around and to get back into the lineup quickly. And of course, we've got plenty of van celebrities walking around the contest site today. Chris Cote's found another one in Troy Elmore.
That's right, one of my favorite surfer shapers, Troy Elmore. Good morning. and good to see you. So, Troy, you're not only, well, you've been shaping for 10 years, so you're not one of these newcomers to the game, but you did shape 2 beautiful boards for the Duct Tape Festival, and we love surfboards around here, of course. So let's talk about this board you shaped and the other board you shaped that the public can all come and ride, by the way.
Yeah. So this is a Carl Hayward replica-ish with some of my own things on it. Just felt like it was fitting. Carl Hayward was a Huntington Beach surfer, shaper, Southside goofy footer, and one of the first twin fins I rode was a Carl Hayward, so I just thought it would be fun to do. And the other board's Nueva Nose Rider. He kind of was a Huntington, early US Open type of thing, goofy footer also, so I just thought it would be fun boards to do.
Troy, your boards look amazing. This one in particular looks super fun. So you shaped alongside skaters, BMXers, Holly Wan, Zion Wright, and Dakota Roach. The 2 boards you have in the crowd look amazing. And again, the public can ride one of Troy Elmore's shape. But I also wanted to compliment you on your hat and these. Boom. Okay, so we can all go Elmore head to toe. Troy, you got a whole new collection coming out for Vans. We got the matching hats. These are the trunks. I know you got shoes, shirts, and the whole shebang. So what's up with the new Elmore collection from Vans?
Yeah, it's all just blue, I don't know, some red, just fun board shorts, some floral print shoes, but just some like nostalgic Vans surf stuff. Yeah, it was super fun to see it all come to life, and I'm stoked to see it on your head.
Yeah.
So, and my head.
Troy, you're actually an OG duct taper. You were in the first heat of the first ever duct tape, and you will be competing this year. What's it going to take? Not competing this year. Okay, well, you'll be watching this year.
I'm too old.
You're aged out of the bracket.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I know you'll be cheering on the beach for the duct tape.
For sure. It's a fun event, and I don't know, it's like crazy to see how far it's come, and everyone's really good now. I could barely get to my feet in all of them, and everyone's just ripping, so it's awesome.
Well, if you want to look like Troy, you can get the collection. If you want to surf like him, that's going to take a lot of practice. But you can surf one of his boards down here, and the boards that Troy shaped, along with all of our other Duct Tape Festival boards, will be going straight to stoked.org after the Vans US Open of Surfing. So thank you so much, Troy, for shaping these boards, giving back to the community, and for making these cool clothes. I'm going head to toe Troy after the US Open when this thing wraps up.
Great call, Cote. You'll be looking good, and always good to hear from Troy Elmore. I love knowing that someone with such good style and variety within his surfing, excellent longboarder, looks so good riding anything shorter as well as hitting the shaping bay. Of course, for those of you walking around the contest site today for the Vans US Open of Surfing, be sure to check out so many things on the schedule. Specifically, though, that Vans Duct Tape Festival, the board demo. So you can actually drop off your license, no cash required. Drop your license there. You can then grab a board, go out, get some waves, test out some of these shapes, and then go back to collect your license and return that board.
One of the cool things about those boards is they're all very unique. I mean, obviously the Carl Hayward twin fin there. Carl Hayward, a longtime native, and I remember coming here early days, and Hayward was the one who had all those great looking twin fins. So I love that there's that. That Troy was able to kind of pay homage to some of the big shapers from this region, and Dave Nueva as well. It's awesome stuff, man. That's what this U.S. Open is about, is celebrating history, right? Because this is a historic event that has been one of the first ever competitions in ever, is right here at Huntington Beach.
Zaffis now up and riding on his forehand. Big hit to start off with. Compresses well out of the exit. He'll put himself into backline really easily.
Looks very comfortable on the forehand, I must say. You know, he uses his body to get up and over and create speed, and especially in the lip here. So this is an opportunity straight up into it. Hit it really hard too, and then came out clean. So in comparison to what we have as Zeke Lau, you know, Zeke was able to kind of whip in the top, but you see there was a little bit of a stall. He flattened the board out. He wasn't able to progress down the face and keep that speed. So the judge is taking notice of that, only offering the 4.03. Did give him the lead, but I think Zaffis could conceivably take it back after this last wave, because there's a great comparison, you know, whereas Zaffis was able to go up and over and use that speed through the maneuver, whereas you saw the little bit of hitch in Zeke Lau, and that's the points of difference that the judges are looking at. We'll see what the score comes in for Zaffis, but it feels to me like it's going to be one of his better numbers.
He's only chasing a 5.04 to take the lead away from Zeke. He's now going to have one more lap, starting with that high line, drives out under the lip, And with that last score of Zeke, it does set him in the lead, but we're now still waiting for that previous of Zaffis. And scores in. It was a 5-point ride, so it's not enough to take him into the lead, but it does chip away at the requirement, now chasing just a 4.21 for Chris Zaffis, the Australian, to take the lead away from the Hawaiian in Zeke-Lau. And Zaffis staying super busy. You can see how active he is, just looking for every bit of opportunity that's coming through at the south side of the pier here. Digs it in for that first turn. Really like that style coming through. Decides to kick out and disconnect from the wave before trying to chase it through to the inside section. And with 12 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, it's Zeke-Lau still in the lead. A score to come through for Chris Zaffis. We've got more action right after this.
Gon' shock the world, gon' shock the world, gon' shock the world, gon' shock the world. I'm yo dope, I'm yo speed, super fast and go. Got your knees, 20 G's to roll, my big roll on slow. Every single step, nothing less than original. Yeah, gon' shock the world. Yeah. Gon' shock the world, 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 gon' shock the world.
A solid hit from Zeke-Lau, comes flying over the lip but disappears in the whitewater. He's looking to build on that scoreline. He's only taken off on 2 waves. We've got 10 minutes left on the clock, so 20 minutes in. He's been pretty patient throughout. The complete opposite of what we're seeing from the young Australian and Chris Zaffis.
Yeah, 9 waves already ridden here. He's been definitely pulling the trigger quite often, and looks, he's got another opportunity here. Big corner, but nope, not a corner. It's a big straight-hander, so he decides to stay away from it. Opportunity lost there for Zeke. I mean, he had priority. He'd been holding it on for a while, but not able to complete the move, so just a 1.13. And this is another really close heat. I mean, separated by 0.03. This is a look at that priority utilization by Zeke, and just hammers the section, but this time didn't get that little quick jump off the lip to be able to get out in front of the explosion. Tries to ride through it. Always difficult. And he goes down. But yeah, just 0.03 separated between these two, 9.20 to 9.17. So just the slightest of margins.
Super tight, same as that last heat with Liam and Imai. Just such a close heat with those heat totals. Zaffis now with priority, smart move from him now to be able to kind of take control back within this heat. He's traveling here to California, first time at the US Open alongside of his new wife, Charlotte. It's been really fun for them to be able to get a little taste of California.
So talk about culture shock. It's a heck of a lot different than Australia, especially Angary.
Definitely different than
right?
Angary.
It's a whole different ball game. You know, traffic at a new and utterly crazy level, which I think is non-existent in Yamba in that zone.
Yeah, literally about 3 cars driving around.
Right. Slightly
different than the 3 million here.
Yeah, and I mean, you hit a theme park. You know, you always come to Southern California. You want to go do some things. First of all, hit this Vans US Open of Surfing and everything that happens here. Biggest action sports festival in the world.
Basically,
but you've also
a theme park.
Yeah, and I mean, but you think about it, you got Disneyland, you've got Knott's Berry Farm. You got all these places, Legoland, you know, all within this region. You got all the stadiums. You can go watch sport. Yeah, you can go just, I mean, literally it's sport driving down the 405. You can go do that. I mean, you think about it, if you come from a region and you grow up in a region such as Yamba and Angaria zone, you know, there's no such thing as 6-lane highways in anywhere in Australia, let alone you could put yourself in a very video game just driving on the freeways in 405.
So funny.
And we just take it as like, I'm like standard. Oh yeah, cool. I remember, yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of theme parks, I remember Carissa Moore when she won her 5th world title last year. Next day, finished out at Trestles, went straight to Disneyland. As we see, Zeke Lau goes for a huge floater.
Can you get another move in too?
Beautiful. Finds that turn, connects it through, a couple more just to weave his way through the pier, and he's still up and riding on his feet is my guess. There we go, just sneaks through on the north side.
Well, there you go. Best wave of the heat, feels like to me. You know, floaters don't necessarily always, but that one was pretty exceptional. Carried a ton of speed, and all of the yardage he carried on the lip. Jumped off and actually got another maneuver done. So this feels really good for Zeke Lau. It's exactly what he needed. He got to do that without priority too, so that wave slid over to the side for him.
Those are just feel-good moments. Being able to see a long, stretched out floater like that. Like you said, you don't see it too often.
Well, I think, you know, if you're going to get big numbers from it, you got to make it a bit dramatic, and you got to carry a lot of yardage up on the lip, and that's what he does. You see right here, he's looking to maybe do an air, but then the float just, it couldn't, you know, he just rode along there for a good 10, 15 yards and gets another maneuver right before he heads into the pier. So this is a solid number for Ezekiel Lau. Definitely going to improve on the 4. Won't be gigantic, but it'll extend his lead for sure.
And just put a little bit more pressure onto Zaffis. Score starting to come through now. A couple judges going to the 6-point range. The average comes through as a 5.83, which means Chris Zaffis is now chasing a 6.
So he's still in it for sure.
Now for Zeke, surprisingly, he's never made it past the round of 16 here at the US Open. His best result was the last time we ran this in 2021, making it through to the round of 16, but knocking out without advancing through to the quarterfinals. On the pro junior level, he made it to the semifinals once, but also never had great results there. So he's looking for his best. Zaffis now with an answer back for the 2-turn combination.
Well, looking for the 6-point ride. I don't feel like it's quite enough. Again, missing that first maneuver there. Just the wave disappeared. He wasn't able to really lay into that backhand snap. I have seen a little tentativeness on those first maneuvers on the backhand from Zaffis throughout this heat. Nice finish though, but I just didn't feel like the impact of that maneuver was enough to get himself the 6-point ride needed. So it'll be an interesting paddle here. Zeke already gets the priority. So now Zeke with this 5-minute warning, he'll be probably keeping a pretty close eye on Chris and not let him get too far away. You know, he can protect the set waves with that priority.
Scores through a 4.27 for this one.
Again, you see how the wave just bent away from him, so he wasn't really able to lay into that maneuver, and with that he lost a bunch of speed. So then the closeout maneuver didn't quite have the impact because of the lack of speed.
I remember seeing Chris Zaffis on the road in Taiwan years ago for some of those lower ranked QSs throughout that APAC region. As we take a look at some live action here, he goes into the air, goes for the grab, and he's gonna land it. Is he gonna be able to pull through?
Oh, so close.
That is so sad.
Good amplitude from Zaffis there. Just, you know, when you go a little bit bigger like that, you gotta, it basically delays you. So then your landing gets put back in the wave, not able to ride out in front of it at all. It's that balance of, you know, how high do you go? How much projection towards the beach do you have? You want to land on the transition. I mean, it looked to me like everything was good. I mean, what a perfect ramp though. Look at that, coming at you, bending at you, gets the grab. Lands backwards, but he's like in the back of the wave, and just so hard to keep your speed through that white water. He was working very hard to try and make it happen, but incomplete, throwaway score, and missed opportunity.
I love that he's looking for that though, and it was just seamless from that takeoff. Didn't have to even try and build his own speed in any way, just straight off the bottom, off the lip.
Yeah, I was calling for it, right? It was pretty self-explanatory. You know, okay, now you need a 6. You've got this ramp, a perfect section to hit. Yeah, and an opportunity that he would love to have again here.
Nice looking set rolling through. He's already out at backline. Zeke does have priority over him coming down to 3 minutes. That's where it'll really start to come into play.
Yeah, Zeke's one of the best at this point in the heat. He knows how to close it out. Ton of experience in head-to-head competition.
We have seen him in some tough moments,
Yeah,
really shutting down his
got into John's
competitors.
mind at one point. You know, there was actually a rule made, I think, after that in regards to Zeke.
Some little adjustments made to the WSL rulebook.
Well, it was at a point that it was like, hey, he was literally paddling circles around him. I don't know if any of you folks had watched that, but it was a pretty
No,
entertaining.
I have it in my mind now.
Yeah, he literally paddled circles around John as John was just sitting there going, what the heck is going on? And it mentally, it changed the aspect of the heat. And at that point, they're like, hey, no excessive hassling. Sorry, that's not good.
It's good.
But
I like
now there's
that.
an excessive hassling rule.
Yeah.
But again, just, Zeke, playing by the rules, it wasn't illegal to do. It's just a way to, John's so gnarly. Why, how are you going to show a way to beat him? And psychology is one way to do it, right? Especially against a guy that talented.
Oh, that's exactly it. I mean, Zeke did what he needed to in that moment to figure out how to shut down one of the greatest of all time. Down to 2 minutes on the clock. Zeke currently sitting with priority.
And again, see where he's not going to let Zaffis get away. You can get it psychologically. You can throw a couple grunts, and that's the way you can do it. I mean, he is an intimidating character. He's big, strong.
Is that what you were doing back in your first head-to-head
I never
matchups?
quite, hey, you got to do what you got to do, right? I didn't actually growl. I don't think.
With Sonny Garcia?
I don't think he is either, but, why not?
All right, a chance here for Zaffis. Couple nice turns on his backhand, slow pier wave, throws a lot of spray, now connects for the finish. Gets those 4 turns linked together. You can feel it. I can hear the cheers too from the Australian contingency, which has been glued to that athlete zone.
That Zeke let him have that wave. I mean, he looked at it. It wasn't again, if you're thinking about how the scoring has been happening all event long, those smaller waves really have been fetching the numbers. They're doing everything they can to let everybody know, but now Zeke's up.
Zeke looking to do something explosive here. Goes above the lip as well. Is he going to pull it off down to his stomach, back to his feet?
Well, it'll be an interesting last 40 seconds here. They're going to call this one at the end of the heat. It's going to be decided on the sand. The fact that he did pull that move off, it's not going to go into his top 2, though. You have to pull that maneuver off clean. Look at this. Zaffis not giving up. 20 seconds to go. He is going to keep moving, hoping that maybe that was enough for him.
Chasing a 6.
There was definitely some quantity of maneuvers there. Especially the quality was missed again in the very beginning of it.
So we're going to take a look at some replays here. Last of Zeke.
Gets the grab, the rotation, but the back foot goes off, and he's not able to pull it off. I mean, yeah, he did end up getting to his feet, but this isn't going to factor in because you need to pull that one off clean in order for it to go into your top 2 probably. But he decides to let him go here. Like, he sees this one going up, no, but this wave actually built up pretty nicely. But the first turn there, just a positioning turn. That one a little better. And then again, so these turns just didn't quite have the punch in my eyes, but that last move was pretty good. He definitely is trying to sell it here. We'll see what the judges think. There was definitely, like I said, the quantity of maneuvers. We haven't seen a lot of multi-maneuver waves. So that's definitely something to think about. It has to be the best wave of the heat. Was there enough impact in those turns to be the best wave of the heat?
Yeah, that's such a good note to it because our highest score at the moment, a 5.83 for Zeke. Zeke's second highest wave, a 5.17. For Zaffis, his highest was a 5.
They're taking their time.
Scores coming through as incomplete for Zeke Lau. So that won't matter.
Yeah, and he's just like waiting. There is a big screen on the pier, so it's always good. You can look up there to see what's going on, to see if the scores will be popped up there. Inclinations now starting.
Ooh.
It's close.
It's very close for Zaffis. Chasing that 6.00. You can see the judges filtering through. One goes above the 6, but the rest are below. So the average comes through shy as a 5.67.
Another buzzer beater. He's been having a couple of those heats on the sand, waiting for those scores to pop, and they've gone his way both times so far. And he loves it.
The first time for Zeke Lau to advance past the round of 16 and into the quarterfinals here at the U.S. Open of Surfing. And he is feeling pumped. into the next round. We've got Luca Messinas and Cole Hauschman paddling out right after this.
We are back at the Vans US Open of Surfing, the world's largest action sports festival, and we're enjoying the day. We are in the round of 16 for the men's Challenger Series, heat number 3 in the water, and on the set we have Mitchell Salazar and aerial pioneer, big wave charger, father, husband, and a Fletcher, Nathan Fletcher.
Thank you, Kaipo.
So good to have you here, Nate.
All right, and you too.
Well, what have you been up to?
Well, I've been cruising around the U.S. Open for the last few days. I've brought my kids. We did a trip to Mexico with Grandpa. And just been checking out all the entertaining things to do. We've been in the Van Doren, the little festival area over there, watching people shape, watching the music. The highlight really was watching the BMX. The BMX was crazy. Guys were slamming and then going big, and the girls absolutely killed it as well. And so just been taking the whole experience in and showing my kids what the U.S. Open's like.
It's a fun week. I mean, it's probably the best week in Huntington Beach the entire year. Got live action over here with Cole Hauschman and the youngster from San Clemente, California. Finished that one off, Mitch.
Yeah, loves to surf the lowers left, just like you, Nathan, and no stranger to competing out here at Southside Huntington Beach Pier. But this is a great heat. Luca Messinas and Cole Hauschman have actually matched up a few times before. I remember one final in Acapulco, I want to say 2017, 2018. Luca Messinas actually comboed Cole in the final, and Cole came in, actually had back-to-back finals at that same specific location, so he's looking to do one better in this one here at the Vans US Open.
Yeah, out in the water with Cole is Luca Messinas representing Peru, the first male to represent Peru on the championship tour. Unfortunately, Mitchell, it was an abbreviated season for Luca Messinas as he was a victim of that mid-season cut.
Yeah, him and Imai Kalani-Devault, who actually lost out in the first heat of this round too. And, you know, it's kind of a shocker when you see the results that they had on the Challenger Series and the QS before qualifying for the championship tour. And Luca actually started off with the quarterfinal result at Pipeline too. I thought he was going to re-qualify for the back end of the year. Unfortunately, he's back here on the Challengers.
It was a great start at the beginning of the season for Luca, but then it was a traffic jam of 17ths for the rest of the season, and that's why he's back on the Challenger Series. Again, we're going to take the top 10 at the end of the year from this Challenger Series to join the cast and crew of the 2023 Championship Tour. So that's the goal. This is all the road to the Championship Tour, Nate.
So for me, the biggest thing that I'm excited about is there's actually some really good surf to compete in, and it'll really show who can really perform under these conditions, where it's not just what they've been talking about is between the hop and the S-turn at Huntington. This is actually real surf where you can be doing airs, combos, and surfing at your highest level. So that's pretty exciting for me to watch.
Yeah, it is. And you know what, Nathan? It takes kind of the luck factor away from it, right? So it really is performance-based because you have all these waves.
Yeah, and I think too, definitely the performance and, you know, whoever's in sync with the ocean. And here we go on a nice left. But yeah, see, you know, everything's pretty much at a highest level. It's gnarly, you know, it's not just like tic-tacky. And so that, for me, I really like to see that. I'm not so much of a competitive surfer, but I really like to see people be able to perform at a high level. And I really feel like these conditions are leaning towards that.
Yeah, and I agree. As we see Macinas on a solid wave, Mitch, it's going to take the wave to the beach, do the run around, out the back, pier bowl right, looking at Cole. And Cole's going to pull the trigger a little bit behind on this one, gets caught on the heels, and he has to kick out. What can you tell us about Cole, Mitchell? I mean, that's of your generation, or
yeah,
a little bit
younger, maybe
yeah.
a few years, but no, this kid is a workhorse, and you see him all the time in San Clemente, Nathan, but loves to surf the lowers left, surfs a T-streak quite a ton too, and he's kind of the most underrated out of that little scrap pack, or as Chris called it, the San Clemente Cyclone. Kate Madsen, Jet Schilling, I think Crosby Colapinto is kind of the undeemed leader out of that pack, but he's definitely one of those surfers that has the power surfing, and I think the competitive capability to eventually make it onto the championship tour, but he does need his best result of the year so far here at the Vans US Open.
Yeah, well, poor Zeke. He went win the last heat, and we're going to hear from him right now because he's with Louisa on the step and repeat.
Ziki, with this win, you just broke your own record, passing move the round of 16 here at US Open. You must be feeling good.
Yeah, I'm super stoked. This is the best I've ever done here. And, you know, there's been, you know, I've come here a lot and it's been really small. So it was like really nice to see a lot of waves and some size and a lot of water moving. Every heat was just like testing your cardio, you know, you're just moving the whole time, doing beach runs and then having to surf as hard as you can. So yeah, I've been just fighting through heats basically, and then that last heat I broke my board, I had to come in. Felt like I was just scrapping the whole time.
And right now with Grosjean is just like being such a surprise element, you know. Did you have a special strategy or a plan to surf against him? And then that last wave, I just saw you standing there forever, not knowing what was going to happen. So just walk me through, you know, all those feelings.
Yeah, you know, Chris Zappis, you know, he can do it when it comes down to it. I mean, we had a heat previously, like yesterday, and he got the score right at the end. So it was, you know, I knew I was always on edge, but, you know, I just tried to focus on my game plan, and I knew which ways I wanted, and I, you know, had a good feeling of which ways I was going to get the highest scores on, and I just stuck to that. And, you know, I didn't see it in that last wave, so I just didn't go. And, you know, to see him get 3 or 4 turns off, I was just like, oh no, did I make a mistake? And, you know, he got the last wave at the last second again. It's just like so much emotion, but, you know, I'm stoked. Things are just going my way. Sometimes you just got to take it and roll with it.
Amazing. So keep rolling. Let's see where you're going to go.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, well, Zeke Lau on into the quarterfinals. And speaking of numbers, 8-point ride for Luca Macinas checked in during that interview. That's an excellent score, Mitchell.
Yeah, I think the only one we've seen so far today, too. So great combo on the outside for Macinas. Spends a lot of time here in the Huntington Beach area. His uncle Renzo actually lives in Costa Mesa, so it's actually been grateful for him to be able to spend a lot of time here. Great first turn, and the second one to me is the most difficult out of the two. Under the lip, and to be able to sustain the amount of water and the pressure that was coming down on him from that section, just incredible. Does a lot of training at Surf Ready Fitness right here in Costa Mesa too with Paul Norris, so you know this kid's fit.
Yeah, and now Cole's really going to have to answer back, the young man from San Clemente. We got the more established guy from San Clemente over here, but now on the North Shore, Nathan. Growing up in San Clemente, what were some of your influences?
Well, I would have to just say, you know, my influence were a broad spectrum of people from all over the world, and my dad doing wave warriors, I was always influenced by guys like Dane Kealoha and Johnny Boy and Michael Ho. And then there was always the town favorites like Archie and also my brother, who was, you know, Christian Fletcher and aerial master, really the first person to consistently stick airs, I want to say. But, you know, then guys would come to town, and, you know, like Martin Potter would come stay at Jim Hogan's house and different people. So the fact is I wasn't just into San Clemente, but there was definitely hometown heroes, people that I looked up to and people that I would surf with as well. I was always a lot younger than most of the people. And so I don't know if it wore off on me, but definitely there was more attitude in those years, like in the late 80s and early 90s. And I feel like there was a lot more in surfing where there was a broader spectrum of surfers that were all getting a little bit to make it, where now it's like if you're not in the WSL or on the Challenger Series, you know, you even see guys in these contests without logos on their board, where it's just such a tight knit now to make it in surfing and to make money from surfing. it's interesting. I'm really happy that I got to grow up when I did and where I did, because I just feel like a lot more people were in the scene, and it was more about the attitude, and like new maneuvers were being invented. It wasn't like everybody was doing all the crazy tricks that they do now, where I feel really lucky to not have to grow up in this era, to be honest, because if you can't do like a 720 or whatever it is that they're doing and stick it perfectly, you're not really gonna make it. And so it's been a great run for me as well.
Yeah, I'm grateful. I mean, I'm of a similar generation of you, and just that we were able to grow up around basically legends and not realize it maybe at kids at the time that we had legends that we were able to hang out with and get towed along through.
Right, and that's another thing too. Like in those times, it wasn't every country surfed. It was maybe 5 countries, and so it was like Hawaii, California, East Coast, Brazil, South Africa, and now you got guys on tour from Italy and different things like that. And now the guys from Mexico, they get to travel. There's more money in the international scope of things, and so that's really cool for everybody around the world. But I feel like it's going to the Olympics, and all the people that are influenced by surf culture is so big, and then the amount of money that goes into the professional surfing. It's an interesting battle for the surfers right now. It's really hard to make it as a surfer if you're not just like an A-cut surfer.
Yeah, but also I feel there's maybe a shortage of like really different personalities, as there were kind of back in the day. We saw Cole Hauschman run up the beach. He just got a 5.33 to get back into the game with that 3.5. We're waiting for a score for Luca Macinas. That's going to be his backup to his 8. Macinas likely going to go back into the lead, Mitchell.
Yeah, it was a gnarly turn on the forehand right there, the big layback on a right, and you normally don't see him on the right-handers here in Huntington relying a lot on the lefts, but I mean, I thought you described it perfectly as we're seeing the replay here. Great bottom turn. Love the way he was able to use that back foot and kind of push forward towards the beach with the entirety of his board. So I see this as being a great backup for him. There's his crew, partner Bailey Naj, and everybody else. But actually, Nathan, I thought you were spot on. The era that I grew up into, graduated high school 2012, pursued the QS for a few years afterwards. But it seemed like if you weren't doing the competitive scene anymore, you weren't going to make it as a free surfer unless you were one of the highest paid people that was going to be able to travel the world.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, the level of surfing too. For me, it's like people used to do flyaways and make it onto the cover of the magazine and stuff like that. And now everybody's just, so particular about the maneuvers and, did they complete the ride? Did they come out of the barrel? Did they make, and so it's funny when you're kind of multi-generational. It's really cool to see like the level of surfing for me, I feel like.
Yeah. Well, you've been hanging in there, Nathan. You're still part of the Vans family and the Vans crew. And really, Vans has a broad spectrum of athletes. Like, you got everyone from Imai, Kalani DeVault, all the way up to guys like Christian Hosoi, Tony Alva and stuff. You're hanging out with Vans. It's a broad spectrum, and it's multiple generations represented.
They've definitely been doing a good job at keeping it multi-generational, and I think that's what they talk about, being authentic, and as well as like they're really into the culture of the whole sports. That's why they're doing the US Open the way they do, where they have BMX, they have skateboarding, they have wetsuit repair, shaping, is to give people an experience, because I feel like it's more than just the highest level. It's really an experience now that people want to see, so it's friendly, family friendly, and also really cool for the people who are real surf enthusiasts. It's not fake, but it's it's on a trade show level, but it's giving everybody this experience. And it's been really nice to be able to be a part of something where it seems real, and it crosses over into all the different action sports as well. Here we go.
Luca on the backhand now, stabs it up in the lip, pokes the nose, goes down, but no problem for Luca Macinas, because 5.97, he's got the backup, and he's got a big lead over Cole Hauschman. Cole needing an 8.64 at this point, Mitchell.
Yeah, it would have to be the highest single wave of the heat so far. And as of right now, I just think that Luca's been in control. Only 2 falls so far, but the 8 and the 5.97, great score so far.
Well, with 15 minutes and 35 seconds, we're going to take a break. We'll be back with the back half of heat number 3, round of 16 here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. Vans US Open of Surfing. Cole Hoshman on the left. Nice snap for the kid from San Clemente. Make it 2. Combos that maneuvers up. He's trailing Luca Macinas right now, looking for 8.64 to take the lead off of the Peruvian. I'm Kaipo, joined by Mitchell Salazar and the legendary Nathan Fletcher, all on the set here. It's our pleasure to have you. Thanks for watching us. Got a big day today. Lots going on. We're going to get through this round of 16 and then set ourselves up for quarterfinals and then women's later on today.
Yeah.
Got a lot going on.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day. And I mean, Hoshman could maybe improve on the 533 here on the last 2-turn combo on the left. But I mean, Nathan, it's great having you here because first of all, I feel like you could write a book with everything you just said. But I wanted to ask you, you used to spend a lot of time in Pascuales with Bruce Irons and Brian Connolly doing tow-ins down there. What kind of value do you think you put into those experiences that you've had of just chasing the perfect waves worldwide?
Well, I also don't want to miss out on Greg Russ and Al Cleland Sr. You know, those are two of my, those were heroes, and rest in peace, Greg. But what kind of value I've put into that, I feel like, is that it's just following your dreams and living your passion, and going for that adrenaline that it gives you. And I know that there's other people that do it in different ways, that you got the guys like Al Nose who chase waves that are, perfect waves for his style of surfing. And, I just feel like that was an extension of, say, like the air shows and then big waves and the big wave contests and all these different things. It's like down there you have a mix of everything and you can do it all. So it's like you're going for the biggest sections you can find, like when it blows out and turns on shore in the afternoon. In the mornings, you're getting the biggest barrels that you could ever find, like basically second reef off the wall rights and lefts. And so I just feel like that's who I am. I'm always searching for things to do that really give you the rush. And not so much anymore, but at that time, and I feel like, it's not that I paved the way in any way, but I feel like, that's just where I was at in my life, and that's what I would live and die for. And so I like to see people go big. I like to go big myself, and really, I just hope to influence some of the kids to really be able to follow their dreams, travel to the nicest places in the world, and be able to surf and get paid to surf. And if I did that for one person, that's truly, a blessing.
Nathan, you recommend doing acid drops off of large cliffs or helicopters?
Well, I don't know. That was a dream I had for a long time, and then to be able to do that, to do a movie, Heavy Water, that was how we got the budget, was because of it was such an extreme idea. But when it actually came down to the day, it was really interesting because I wasn't thinking about like 72 angles, having the pilot, having all the insurance. I mean, it was a $250,000 day, and it had to be done that day. And so it wasn't even to the level that I really wanted to do it. But I know to do something like that, you have to be moving with the inertia of the wave and be going forward. That's why Steamer Lane is a really nice place, because you can run with the wave. But in my sense, I was just like Danny Way doing the mega ramp. The way he first did it was he jumped out of a helicopter at the Hard Rock and landed in the mega wall. And so that was really the beginning of the mega ramp. And my idea was really just from him, but also, you really want to see what's possible, what a human's capable of. And I feel like that's the way you find out how to go big. And now people do it like on Stab High. Oh, here's Eitan.
That guy gave a couple acid drops a try.
He did. You know what? Eitan's one of my favorite people to watch surf, and it's just from his approach. He's really a nice guy, but when he goes in the water, he just has that X factor where, he turns it on. He'll pull under the barrels. He'll do the craziest airs. When we were at Stab High in Costa Rica, he broke his toe and still surfed like you wouldn't even know, And so people like that, he's giving it his all, and I really love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the next generation of guys that you basically influence, that you and your family.
Just want to say that, Kaipo, that he was one of the people that influenced me too.
Oh.
Because I remember going to Pascuales and seeing Nathan, Bruce, Brian Connolly, Todd Morcom used to go a lot too.
Yep.
And, being 14, 15 years old and barely affording a bus ride, to Guadalajara and then to Tecoman, it was cool just seeing them pursue that kind of dream in those big waves. We didn't even surf because it was so big, we didn't have the boards, and we just watched the tow-ins of these guys do their thing, and it was so influential that it actually it inspired me to want to pursue those bigger barrels, eventually going to Puerto Escondido too, and I don't think without that kind of generation, a lot of people like Eitan Osborne wouldn't even be here either.
Yeah, Eitan, is going to be exciting because he's going to have to switch it on because he's going to be up against this big guy, the Panda, William Cardoso. Talk about a contrast in approaches and builds. It's going to be a great heat. That's going to be the heat coming up, heat 4 of the round of 16.
You know, just seeing William, I feel like this could be conditions that really favor his style, you know? So it's going to be exciting to see as well. And one thing you notice, too, when you're watching the screen here is that current whipping north the whole time where it's really some really enduring conditions.
Well, here goes Cole. Finds a nice tapered left with some opportunity. Long bottom turn, little boggy section there, and he realizes that body English looked like a little defeated there, Mitch.
Good sail, though, from Luca. He kind of pushed him into it, and he committed an unforced error right there as Cole. And Luca Messinas, being the experienced and veteran competitor that he is, he's going to go over there and add some pressure with higher priority. 7 minutes to go. I mean, an 8's not impossible, but you also have to add in the possibility of Messinas bettering his low score of the 5.97 the whole time as well. And with this kind of peak high tide that we're going to see in a few hours, it will slow down just a tiny bit too, Kai, but we're not going to see the same amount of consistent waves as far as those sets go.
Yeah, 11 o'clock right now, local time here in California. We're going to a high tide right about before 2 o'clock, and it's about a 4.5 high tide, so it's going to get pretty full over here. A lot more water on the sandbar, and we'll see how that affects conditions.
Yeah, it should be good, though. I think the inside shore break is going to be a lot better than it is right now. And as you see right there, Luca's just not giving him a single inch to where to work, and this is smart because you know what Hushman's capable of, Kaipo.
It's funny, too, because in every other sport, if you're in second place, you can, like, follow the leader and then just wait and pass them, like in racing, you know. But I feel like in surfing, when you're in second place, you start scrambling to make it count and make bad decisions on occasion, just like we saw. Or maybe you're just doing whatever you can because you're at nature's will. And so, I don't know, I just feel like a lot of thoughts go through your mind. In first place as well, but like really in second place, you're just really trying your hardest because you might not get another opportunity.
Yeah, it's a mind game, isn't it? I mean, some people put the jersey on and can handle it, you know, and other people you put the jersey on and weird things go through your brain.
And most guys from San Clemente, I feel like when you put the jersey on, except for Griffin Calapento, you know, a lot of thoughts go through their brain, and I feel like, you know, they could be the best in the world, but not in a contest just because, I don't know, for some reason San Clemente is like that. But, you know, the person we do see be able to do that is Kelly Slater, where it's like you see him put on a jersey and he just comes into form. And it's funny how people just buckle under that pressure of just, you know, even maybe, you know, seeing him serve, and he might not be serving as good, but his mind game is so good that it's really the competitive edge, I feel like.
Well, look at that right there.
We just had something interesting just happen with the paddle there, with Messinas with priority. Paddled, and
Cole thought it was a block, but
yeah,
well, he kept paddling though, and that's an issue when you're a priority judge. You don't want to reward priority to somebody else when they had an opportunity to keep going and the other person didn't actually commit to a block. So I think it's the right call right here, Kipes.
Well, let's take a look at this again, okay? Here's the paddle for this wave. Was there intent?
No, see how he just gets the angle real quick though, but he actually never commits to either going on the wave or blocking Cole. So
well, it switched. It took a while for our priority judge to say something, and now Luca's a little upset, waving at the tower, going now splashing the water. Now you know what? You're in the lead. We talked about mind games, Nathan. Like Luca can't let this get between his ears.
He should be upset for making a bad decision, I feel like, and trying to comp the guy out instead of letting surfing do the talking. And that's just my opinion, but you know, he didn't think he was going to lose priority right there, I feel like. And
neither did I.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know if I 100% agree with that decision. I thought that it was clean. But either way, you know, 4 minutes to go. This is really where it's going to decide who's advancing out of this heat right now.
I love the commentary, comp the guy out. That's like good. That's bringing memories back when there was really, like, Nathan, kind of two schools of surfers. There were the surfers, and then there were like the super like on
in priority surfers.
Paddling around you, I'm giving you an interference, you know, surfers.
Yes.
Who was one of those?
Oh, you don't want me to name names, dude. I had to get out of pro surfing in my mid-20s because it broke me mentally, dude.
I could give you a name, though.
Go ahead.
Know, Sonny Garcia.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's just a classic example of
But he had talent too. You know, I mean, he wasn't all calm.
He was both.
No, he had it all, but he was definitely a bull,
Yeah.
and we've been going over this for the ages of like who are those guys, and it's so nice that they do have priority now.
Yeah.
And it really makes it more of a gentleman's sport because now if it was that way now you would see a lot more I would say beach battles, as you might say, but you know what I mean. Not instead of just leaving the competition in the water and coming in for a friendly handshake.
Yeah, no. You truly, without priority, you truly disliked the guys you were competing against.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You might have even been nervous of the guys you were competing against. So it's much more of a gentleman's sport, I feel like now, which it really should be.
Yeah, I mean, and welcome. As surf competition kind of evolves, it just gets better and better, more dialed in.
Yeah, and it changes too when you're surfing a 4, 3-person, or even a 2-person heat now. So not only strategically, but I also think the kind of approach they're going to have in terms of using that priority according to certain situations. You know who's the best in the world with priority or under is Gabe Medina, 3-time world champion. That guy knows how to do every single thing out there, whether it's with it or under it.
Yeah,
I mean, you just can't say enough good things about Gabriel and his surfing, really, because he's just, he's at the top level. I mean, best in the world right now. I feel like there's a handful of them, but when you see him go out, you always want to watch, or at least I do.
Yeah, he's a surfer that inspires, and he's also one of those special characters that actually surfs better with a jersey on. Most times you put a jersey on, there's weight to it and mental weight to it, but Gabe Medina, one of those special human beings that you put a jersey on him and he actually ups his performance.
Yeah, he thrives on it, that's for sure. And I think the only other person that I could think of is Kelly Slater, but besides those two people, I don't know who love competing more. And this heat's coming down to the wire, 1:40, and Cole with priority needing the excellent score in 8:14, and it would have to be the best wave of the heat. You have to compare it to Lucas's 8-point ride.
Well, the opportunity is with Cole due to Luca's slip-up. That was a strategic slip-up, paddling for that wave, losing priority. Now it's just the Pacific Ocean that has to come through for Cole. Do you have any way to summon waves, Nathan?
Oh, man, I just feel like it's nature's order. Whatever comes, and it's just, the luck of the draw, really. I feel like some people are just in the rhythm with the ocean, and, I mean, that plays a huge part in heats. And then, you could, even like we saw Al Cleland lose in the last 5 seconds or something yesterday, and I just feel like it's up to the ocean at that point, and that's where, the mental game comes in.
Yeah, it is. It's the X factor of competition, and Cole really trying to channel something out there. He's down to 45 seconds. A couple of lines, though, appearing there, Mitchell.
Yeah, maybe a shot right here. He has a great backhand, too. Earlier this year in Barbados, at one of the qualifying series events for North America, actually made it all the way to the final, lost to Michael Dunphy, but he was in rhythm, and that backhand was not only lethal, it was getting him those excellent scores that were just posting every single heat. So, 20 seconds to go, it would have to be a good-sized wave for him to get that excellent score, or maybe even one radical air. Let's see if it happens right here.
The opportunity, Luca taking a look at it too to keep him honest. Oh, just has to scratch into that, and it's just a closeout. Throws the tail, buries the rail, goes down, and Cole Hausman is going to be out of competition. Luca Messina's moving on into the quarterfinal. Thank you so much, Nathan Fletcher. Maybe you can join us again sometime.
I hope to, if they let me.
All right, well, door's open for you, my man. We're going to go take a break. When we come back, William Cardoso and Eitan Osborne will be in the water.
The Vans U.S. Open of Surfing is brought to you by Vans, off the wall since '66. By Flying Embers, official hard kombucha of the World Surf League. By Hydro Flask, every adventure starts with 2 simple words, let's go. And by 805 Beer, proud partners of Connor Coffin and the WSL, properly chill.
Thanks for joining us for the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing, stop number 4 on the World Surf League Challenger Series, and the Peruvian Luca Macinas exiting the water and entering our quarterfinals. I'm Kaipo. I'm with Mitchell Salazar. Got another great heat out in the water, Mitchell. William Cardoso, the Panda, against Eitan Osborne.
Yeah, huge heat for both of these gentlemen. The former runner-up of the event, Cardoso, in 2014, and former World Pro Junior runner-up, Eitan Osborne from the U.S. Has surfed many competitive heats here in the amateur level, has Eitan Osborne. Also been a member of the Pro Junior finals before at the same location, but looking to get his personal best result in Huntington Beach with at least a quarterfinal finish here at the Vans U.S. Open.
Yeah, Eitan, took a little break of competitive surfing, was exploring free surfing, part of that Chapter 11 crew, but it's good to see him back in the jersey, and he still has that high heat IQ, so he finds himself into the round of 16 right
Absolutely, he does, and you talk about that kind of crowd from Ventura, Mickey Clark, Dane Reynolds, the McKay brothers. They've got some excellent talent up there right north of LA, and the beach breaks too turn on in the wintertime. It's just cold, Kaipo. You get those Santa Ana winds, those breezes that are coming down from the mountains. It's not easy to surf, but these people, such as Eitan, they relish those kind of opportunities to get those best waves in the wintertime. And you look at Cardoso, the former Championship Tour surfer, this is a big opportunity for him to gain some ground at a location that he knows extremely well. He's finaled here before, and the conditions are suiting him too.
Yeah, it sure is. And the thing with William Cardoso, even though he's a big guy, even if it was small, he's really light-footed for, such a big guy. But because the year that he runnered up to Felipe Toledo, it was 1 foot, and he was tap dancing all the way to the shore every single time.
You wouldn't think that it would work that way, right?
Yeah.
Like, you see the dynamics of it, and you're like,
Well, and then, William Cardoso, 2 years on the championship tour, took out a victory in Bali in 2018, another venue that you wouldn't actually put him on your favorites list to win that event.
Yeah, especially because that event started at Margaret River, too, and finished in Uluwatu. So, this kid definitely knows how to compete. He's been here, he's done that before, but he's got a tough task in Eitan in front of him.
Well, let's hear from Luca. He is with Luisa.
Yeah, Luca, you're here again, which means it's a good thing.
Yes.
But you all got us on our toes here, with that priority shift. What happened? Give us your, point of view.
Well, in the end, I don't know. It's the scores has been really hard to understand. Like, not to understand, just like sometimes you can do one big turn and it can be a big score. So in the end, I saw like a big wave, and Cole was going for it. He's a really good surfer, power surfer too. So I saw the wave and I was like, should I go? Should I not go? Should I go? And then I did like a little paddle, so I lost priority over there. But yeah, it was alright. It's hard out there, but sometimes if you find those open ones with one big turn, it can be a good score. So I was a little scared about that. So anyways, the wave thing came to go, so I was stuck to make it.
Y ahora cuarto de finales, ¿no? Sí. ¿Va a mantener toda la misma estrategia, la plancha, todo mismo?
No sé, porque creo que corremos el viernes, o sea, no corremos mañana, así que tal vez el mar baje mucho más todavía, entonces vamos a tal vez cambiar de tablas o estrategias, porque hay que ver cómo está el mar, ¿no? El suelo está bajando un poco, así que yo creo que va a estar diferente.
Okay,
¿Sí?
Congratulations, we'll see you. I just asked him in Spanish if he was going to keep his own strategy, the same board, and he was like, I'm not sure, I have to see, maybe the ocean is it's going down, and you got to see. So let's see what's going to happen, and he's going to adapt to the plan. So back to you guys. Congratulations again.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, well, congratulations to Luca Macinas. We'll see him in the quarterfinals. And who's he going to meet up against? Well, he's going to meet up against either William Cardoso or Eitan Osborne on the water right now.
How cool would it be to see William and Luca battle it out, the battle of the backhands? They'd be going left all heat.
Well, here we go, Osborne, and no open face for the opener for the surfer from Ventura, California.
Seems like that rip has maybe just intensified a little bit, Kaipo. The wind definitely backed off for a little bit in the last heat. It kind of glassed off. But the one thing that I will say with a little bit of a higher tide with this kind of swell right now, whoa, those are close fan picks.
Our Pacifico fan picks split pretty much right up the middle. 49% for William Cardoso and 51% for Eitan Osborne. I think that's the closest Pacifico fan pick we have seen so far in this event.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And I was just going to say with the kind of higher tide, you tend to have that little midday glass off here at Huntington too. It's happening right now.
Osborne going right this time and does a nice little, what was that, grab rail, just spin club sandwich?
It was
like not even with the nose pick, it was just something cool.
Like a grab rail reverse that was almost forced.
Yeah.
Like he was pulling it towards the beach.
That was cool.
Yeah, it was sick.
It was different for sure.
And that's the kind of point of view that you want to present on these kind of waves. You want to present something original and unique. And look at this, drops in, good size wave too. And almost just forces that board around. How's the spin too? The amount of speed that he had during that turn. Wow.
That was a quick spin, and it wasn't one of those inverted kind of nose picks that you flip over. It was real flat, just forcing the fins out of the water. I'm interested to see what the number is going to be.
It's like a throw tail, but grabbing your rail like that. It's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Yeah. I mean, that's what happens when you surf with Dane Reynolds almost every day.
There you go. That crew, very creative in their lines and maneuvers.
Yeah. Matt McCabe. You have Tanner Vodroska, who's coming up in the junior rankings too. There's one guy that I always thought that was really underestimated. He's actually one of our judges, Mike McCabe. His brother Matt, a great aerialist too. Here goes Eitan again.
Eitan looking right again and just kicks out not a lot in front of him. Score comes in for the previous wave, a 5.33 for Eitan Osborne.
It's a good score. I mean, it's right there in the mid-range. You could easily have it within your top two right now, but I think with 21 minutes to go and the amount of experience that Cardoso has, Kaipo, you got to be looking at least 12 points to make it out of this heat.
Yeah, I like that. And that's really been the trend, right? Not just today, but just in general. If you get, you get a two-wave total of 12 or so, you're likely to come out of the heat. Here we go. Let's take a look at, again, unique maneuver from Eitan Osborne.
Yeah, so he drops in, and I think the real key to this kind of maneuver right here is that with the amount of speed that he had, the only way that he was actually going to complete the rotation was actually by grabbing the rail. If he would have thrown it forward, that forward momentum without him actually grabbing his board, he would have catapulted himself in front of the wave instead of still on his board.
Eitan again, this time going left, gets one completion, and then a little late to the lip, goes down, but he will improve his position and back up that 5.33.
I was just going to say, he's got to watch out with the amount of waves that he's catching, though. He doesn't want to exhaust himself. I know he's in great shape, but you have somebody with the veteran experience of Cardoso who's been there and done that. He hasn't even caught a wave before, or excuse me, in this heat so far. And we saw him yesterday do the runaround a few times. He was so calm, and he knew what he was doing out there.
I don't know what Eitan's doing. He just paddled through the pier to the north. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. And maybe he's just going to try to take that current on the north side of the pier out through the pilings and then cross over, right after the tee.
Can't even see him right there either.
Just kind of disappeared. So we'll wait for Eitan to reappear, and we're waiting for first wave for William Cardoso. Last wave for Eitan, a 3.67. And there he is, sneaking under the shadows of the pier.
So you couldn't really do that in previous days because it was so big and the rip was really running through those pilings. At least now it's dropped to the point where you can actually do it.
The Panda's up, and the Panda bangs it on the backhand like we expected. That's some power and timing.
The Dragon Warrior, Poe, he knows what he's doing, and that's one of my all-time favorite movies. And guess what? Cardoso's one of my all-time favorite surfers too. It's all about that power surfing, Kipes.
Yeah, that was a lot. That was leverage leaning into that. And Cardoso may use the escalator out through the pilings as well.
That's interesting. It seemed like he was coming in for sure. He went to his belly. All of a sudden you're thinking, okay, run around for sure. And now he's decided to actually go through the pilings and through the pier. He's going to paddle out on the north side and then maybe come up to that pier right before where the Ruiz was and move across.
Well, so similar tactics by both Willian Cardoso and Eitan Osborne, negating on that beach run and paddling for the pier. Another look at Cardoso.
Should be a great score, Kaipo. The one big turn right there. Intense, strong, and quick, too. A lot of precision right there for the Brazilian surfer from Santa Catarina.
Yeah, and really, really good timing. And you could tell the timing because he just got right under the lip and was able to throw a ton of spray. And judges taking their time before assigning a number.
Well, you got to think about the efficiency that this guy has in terms of getting those scores, and look at it right now.
A 5.57. Willian Cardoso right back in the mix, a 3.43, and he'll take the lead off of Eitan Osborne, who's currently in the lead. Eitan in the blue jersey with priority, and we got more waves coming through. Looks like in this wide shot, we got some lines.
So that's what Luca was talking about. He hasn't completely seen the consistency in those kind of scorings. Obviously, they're still loving that power surfing up into the lip line. And despite that progressive surfing from Eitan Osborne on the 5.33 with the one reverse, they still like that power surfing just a tad better because they want to see people actually risk their boards and their physique going up into that lip, especially with the size of the waves that we still have on offer right here at Southside.
Well, it has been a trend through the last 2 days when we've seen surfers kind of snake together multiple maneuvers and get a mid-range score, but then one big maneuver on a closeout get a higher score. And it's been a trend that the judges have been pointed out. So the surfers know what the judges are looking for. Osborne looking right, looking for a ramp, not going to find anything on that one.
So that's his fifth wave already too, and just under 14 minutes. So definitely not being patient at all as Osborne. He'd rather catch as many waves as he can and maybe get those combinations going either on the forehand and on the backhand. But so far he's been one of the few surfers that have actually completed airs on both the right and the left. Had the buzzer beater yesterday to move on through with that one right-hander at the end. But this is a different kind of heat, Kaipo. You have those four-person heats, the three-person heats, and now going man-to-man with a surfer like Willian Cardoso, who has a great amount of experience at this location. You need to be very careful with the kind of waves you're selecting out here.
This is true. And we're only halfway through the heat right now, so it seems like there's been a lot of surfing getting done, but there's still another 15.5 minutes in this heat, so it's anyone's heat. This one's way even, just like the Pacifico fan picks.
Yeah, 49-51. Isn't that
and it's an even heat as well.
Yeah.
So thanks to the fans watching and keeping a keen eye on this. We got some really educated surf fans.
We do, and it's good. Thanks to everybody watching. I know that my uncle texted me earlier. He was like, hey, it's been pumping all week, but I'm ready to see some one-on-one action where they're actually going to town on these waves that allow them to maybe express themselves a little bit better. It's hard to kind of watch those heats where everybody's doing the same thing and you just have to pick little nit pieces where it's those subtle differences that kind of make those big scores. And as of right now, I've enjoyed the heats that we've had in this round. Imai and Liam O'Brien was, to me, the best heat of the event so far. Razor tight, could have seen either or. And then Luca Macinas and Cole Hushman just went to town right now, too.
Yeah, we've seen a number of buzzer beaters. Will the same happen here? We'll stick around and you'll find out. We're going to take a break, but we'll be back just in a moment at the Vans US Open of Surfing. Welcome back to the Vans US Open of Surfing. We are in the Men's Challenger Series, round of 16, heat number 4, Eitan Osborne up against Willian Cardoso. I'm Kaipo, joined by Mitch Salazar to talk you through this action. It's a beautiful day of competition, and we are winding through the draw, starting to get to that pointy end, Mitchell.
Yeah, and you know what? Speaking of the weather, it has been beautiful each and every day down here at Southside of Huntington Beach Pier. Not only have the conditions delivered, but I also think that the surfing's been on point so far. And as you were mentioning, this is a very close heat right now. Eitan Osborne did recover priority. He has that P next to his name, but with 12 minutes to go, do not underestimate the one-turn power of Willian Cardoso. Got the 5.57. Look for him to catch another set wave in these next 12 minutes.
Yeah, plenty of time on the clock for multiple exchanges. We've been graced with a lot of hurricane swell from Hurricane Frank. We have a backup southern hemisphere swell starting to fill in underneath that. So we've been very lucky this year at the US Open to have consistent surf in the head-high to overhead range.
Yeah, Frank the Tank, he's definitely delivered. And so far, I think another great thing about this hurricane swell, too, was the amount of warm water that we had for the competitors, too. It was definitely something that is not very common during this time of the year. You know, you usually have those late July swells that all of a sudden it does warm up, you know, maybe the upper 60s, low 70s, but it was close to the upper 70s in the water temps this summer. It did drip down quite a bit this morning, though, Kaipo, with that wind swell that elevated. And especially with this northwest wind swell that we're getting later this week, too, I think it's going to get even a little colder.
Well, good thing I brought my full suit, huh?
If you're Willian Cardoso, though, he paddles out in trunks in Scotland and New Zealand back when they had the Coldwater Classic Series.
Right.
He made a final in New Zealand wearing trunks the whole time.
Really?
Yeah.
This is something I did not know. That's pretty cool. 10 minutes and 30 seconds, and let's check in with Shannon Hughes. What do you got for us, Shannon?
Well, I'm standing here in the athlete zone, but I've got to touch on the fact that there are so many spectators up on the pier right now. It's such a unique vantage point here that we have in Huntington Beach with the pier just above the break, that so many of those spectators get to have that bird's eye view. They get to really check out the action and see what else is happening around the Vans US Open of Surfing this week. There's so many packed today, but it's only Wednesday, so by the time we even make it to finals day, which seems forever away at Sunday, it's going to be hardly even walking room up there. There's going to be so many people down here.
Yeah, it is. The iconic Huntington Beach Pier, built in 1902, 1,856 feet long. It's been rebuilt a couple of times, but it's still an iconic image and breaks up, you know, the coastline and makes for these wonderful, consistent waves all year long.
Yeah, without the pier, these kind of waves wouldn't be here. And both north side and south side benefit from them. And I actually got a question for you, Kaipo.
Okay, I hope I can answer it.
Do you have a favorite memory from the Vans US Open of Surfing, any kind of year, back when it was the OP Pro 2 or anything like that?
Oh, I mean, yeah. I've been around this for a long time, Mitch. And my favorite memory actually is just Tom Curran surfing out here. And he did a re-entry, forehand re-entry one year, and it had never been seen before, but he did the off the top into the explosion, disappeared in the whitewater. Nobody saw him, and then it seemed like seconds later, many seconds later, he popped out of the whitewater to the surprise of the crowd, and we had, I don't know, 50,000 people here. It was packed. There was no sand to view.
Yeah.
And everyone, it just erupted. It was one of those just beautiful chicken skin moments.
Iconic moments that you remember in your mind like if it was yesterday.
Yeah. It was. I mean, we got big crowds here, big crowds. So the legacy of the Vans US Open of Surfing is spans many surf generations. Cardoso on the paddle, no harm, no foul. He's under priority, so that situation will not change in the water.
Speaking of generations of surfing, how about the Brazilian legacy that Cardoso and many others of his generation are going to leave? I mean, I think he's definitely the oldest out of the pack that he qualified with, but Alejo Muniz from the same part of Santa Catarina. You have that whole Teixeira family too, Pato, and then you can't forget about the Patarats brothers, either Teco and Neko.
Yeah, that's looking back to my generation right there. But yeah, Willian Cardoso, 36 years old, He did, in a post-heat interview earlier in this competition, say, hey, this is going to be my last year on the Challenger. This is going to be it. If I do qualify for the championship tour, you'll see me on the championship tour. If I don't make the cut, I'm going to hang up the jersey. So we'll see if he sticks to that, but that was his feelings at that time.
It's a big decision to make, and as a professional surfer, you don't want to go out without having a win. What memorable of a win would it be if he actually takes out the victory here on Sunday afternoon?
Let's see what happens. Hey, and let's see what's happening with AJ. Where are you, AJ?
We're inside the Van store at the U.S. Open of Surfing. You got to come down, check it out. Open 9 to 5 every single day between now and Sunday. We've got all sorts of swag. You have the Duct Tape Invitational starting tomorrow. You can get that collection. They got, of course, the U.S. Open of Surfing collection. But right now, we want to highlight the Kicks, the Ultra Range VR3, Van's most sustainably built shoe ever. It comes in 2 colors in the store. So we got the black, and then, of course, we got the green, and I can confirm they are as comfortable as they are sustainable.
Oh, thank you, AJ, and actually thank you, Eitan Osborne, as well. Cutting to that, he's already, been one of the highlights when we talk about the Flying Embers Air of the Day, and put Eitan Osborne on the list again. Big spin on the backhand, and that's what we were expecting. And I am crawling out of my seat right now, Mitchell.
I'm pumped up too. This to me is going to be, without a doubt, one of the best waves we've seen all event long, maybe even the best one. We haven't seen a score into the 9 so far at the Vans US Open, but guess what? Eitan Osborne might have just delivered right here. Great rotation. And how about the balance and the way he was able to stay on his board the whole time? Look at his foot positioning. One foot always on the back tail pad and the other one right up in front. Wow.
I can watch that 1,000 times.
And look at this angle. Look at the amount of height that he got to and the amount of distance that he covered. And here's the score, Kaipo.
9.67, a well-deserved 9.67 for Eitan Osborne. And I'm going to tell you, likely the Flying Embers Air of the Day. I don't know if anyone can do it better than that.
No.
And now Eitan has put the Panda, Willian Cardoso, in the corner. Willian now needing a 9.44.
And I would say that's a little mini combo right there, too. For him to get a 9.44, just compared to the 9.67, as you see there. A couple of judges up into the 9.8s, too. I'm right there with him. Just a beautiful air. The amount of speed that he carried and how big the wave was, too.
And the landing was absolutely stomped, stomped. There was no revert out of it. There was no flinching. There was no recovery. It was just a solid air.
And you mentioned that this guy was thinking about actually quitting competitive surfing or at least taking a break. Good thing he didn't, because he's moving on to the quarterfinals if he can keep it up for 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Wow. We'll see how Willian Cardoso is going to be able to answer back to that incredible air. That's the highlight of the event so far for me.
And that's really what surfing in Ventura during, those big northwest wind swells does to you. That pier right at Ventura, the left that comes off of it, you see Dane Reynolds, Mickey Clark, the Kern brothers surf there a ton, and Eitan Osborne has spent that time over there and knows that it just paid off right now. The biggest and most important score of his young career just delivered on that last one. I mean, you're talking about the highest single wave score based off of one single maneuver. Incredible.
Yeah, we are absolutely gushing over Eitan, and rightfully so. That's the kind of surfing that progresses and expands competition surfing. That's the stuff we want to see in a jersey. That was high risk, incredible progression, and tremendous athleticism.
Yeah, and
just to stomp that,
Absolutely, and excellent use of priority, too. He had a priority there. He was looking to better his low score, and then at that point of the heat, Cardoso was only needing something in the mid-3s. Now he's needing something in the mid-9s, so it's not only a huge score, but if Eitan is able to better that 5.33 in the next few minutes, this heat's over.
3 minutes and 10 seconds on the countdown, and out to sea is a Willian Cardoso. Now, the Brazilian really needs to keep his wits about him, because there's 3 minutes. He still has an opportunity. This is not beyond the realm of possibilities, because he does have priority, and there's been a ton of waves, but the clock's ticking.
Yeah, and it would have to be a great wave too. I would think at least 2 huge turns on a large set wave. But if you're Osborne, under priority, you don't want to make an unforced error, Kaipo. We've seen many people do that before. And even if he does get a priority interference, he would still be leading over Cardoso.
Isn't that crazy math?
That would mean, though, that Cardoso would only need something in the low 4s to move up into first, though. So just be very aware of that. Be on top of him, but also know that you're under priority right now.
Yeah, you can see the two surfers pretty close together. And to your point, Mitchell, it would be nice for Eitan at this point. Just let Willian Cardoso drift away. Let's check out our heat recap. It's been a good one. Start off here with Eitan Osborne.
Yeah, the 5.33 for the one grab rail reverse there. Love the amount of speed. And then Cardoso with the second best wave of the heat. The big banger on the backhand right there. His only wave so far, Kaipo, in almost 30 minutes. And then the best wave of the event so far. The huge backside rotation, the full rotation on the backhand for young Eitan. And a 9.67 for his comfort.
He looked like he was just parachuting from the pier there when in mid-shot there. So squared up, you know, halfway through that rotation. Just incredible surfing. And Eitan looks pretty excited. Here's the full heat. As you can see, Eitan riding 6 waves, including one excellent one, and only 1 wave to Willian Cardoso's credit. Here we go again with Osborne. And just a kick out.
Smart. Don't break your board. Don't hurt yourself.
True.
Just make sure that you're doing the right thing by keeping away from Cardoso and giving him the chance that he needs. Here he goes.
Here we go, the big Brazilian. Lining up down the line, hammers the lip there once. Sets it up again and unable to get back up there to combo. So likely, well, I'm going to guarantee you that's not going to be enough for Willian Cardoso.
This heat's over. What a performance. The youngster from Ventura, only in his early 20s. This is a huge win. And what it does for his confidence, too, beating a former runner-up here, massive.
Yeah, 9.67. Eitan Osborne is heading into the quarterfinals in a big way. And he may as well just head to shore right now. Keep that board in one piece because that thing looks like a magic piece of equipment.
It does, riding that Channel Islands. And you know, Brent Power, Britt Merrick have been down here all day long supporting their team riders. And guess what? They just got another one moving on into the quarterfinals right now. What a win for him, Kaipo.
Exciting surfing here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. Eitan Osborne brought electricity and progression, and I can't wait to see more of Eitan in this competition. And we are going to see more of Eitan because he's on to the quarterfinals. We're going to be on and be back with more exciting surfing from the Huntington Beach Pier right after this.
Things are escalating here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. Eitan Osborne just went airborne. The air of the event so far, a huge win, a 15-point heat total in the round of 16, heat 4. So lots to talk about, lots to celebrate. Surfing has been going off all week long. I am Chris Cote with Hall of Famer Pete Mel. Pete, that's exactly the type of surfing that we come to expect from the Vans US Open, and that's what we just got. Are we going to see more of that?
I certainly hope so. I mean, it's now a little bit more conducive to that type of surfing. You know, before we've been seeing it very chunky, very hard to find that big ramp. But man, what an opportunity for Eitan Osborne, and he did not disappoint whatsoever. I felt to me like it could have gone 10s. I mean, I know it's a little early in the event, but man, that was impressive.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I gave it a 10 personally, so
it's okay to throw out a 10 here and there, man. It's I mean, I get it. I understand that it's like, you know, the perfect 10, but I don't know if we'll see a higher air, you know, because today we're going to see that, you know, there's enough juice in the water still. You know, we're going to see it kind of taper off through the week. Fingers crossed we do get to see more, because it's enjoyable to watch. Replay here of Evan Geisman's first wave. We have yet to see anything in a scoreline, but 3 quick turns in transition towards the pier with the regular footer, or sorry, goofy footer, up against the regular footer, Ian Gentile. So a bit of contrast in which foot is forward, but a great start for Evan Geisman there. Just right off the hooter, getting himself a nice solid number.
Quick combo there for Geisman. Now this is probably a matchup these two surfers have had before. I would say in that last heat, you had William Cardoso, veteran, going up against Eitan Osborne, relative rookie on the Challenger Series. That right there was kind of a David versus Goliath kind of match, but David came through in the end. Eitan Osborne, again, was one of the highest heat totals, the highest single wave score of the day. And we will see more from Eitan. Scores coming through for Evan Geisman, a 5.67. So a great start. I mean, if you can start with anything above a 4, as we've seen throughout the morning, you're going to be putting yourself in a good position. Only a handful of, you know, priority mix-ups out in the lineup right now, so nice and clean throughout the day. And we go Ian Gentile using his priority, finds a little pier ball right and hammers it. A beautiful, savage frontside snap right in the perfect position, utilizing that pocket, coming out of that perfect bottom turn. That right there was all Ian Gentile. We've seen him do that a lot of times, and it never gets old.
It doesn't, does it? You know, very similar build between Evan and Ian. The only major difference is one's a right foot forward, one's left foot forward. But very evenly, you know, again, kind of almost in the similar in the rankings on the Challenger Series. So this is a good matchup for these two, and obviously a very important heat. This round of 16, you get through this, that's a serious result. You know, losing in this one, you know, it could add into your scoreline, but ultimately you want to get through this round. This is one of the most important rounds of the Challenger Series.
Yeah, this is just getting towards that mountaintop. 25 to go. Evan Geisman in the lead for now. We'll wait for that last score from Ian Gentile. While we wait, let's go down to the glass. AJ is with Eitan.
You can feel the stoke coming off of you as you exited the water. That heat had to be everything that you wanted to be. We're going to get to that one wave in a minute, but first I want to hear, what's the strategy that you had coming into the heat, the first 2-man one of the event?
Well, I knew William could just do like 2 giant turns and get a solid score, so I kind of thought if I switch it up a little bit, then they'll reward it. So yeah, I mean, the 5 off the bat was good. I mean, it's not like huge scores will make it through, so if you have 2 solid scores, then that was the plan.
The plan, but then we deviated a little bit with a massive score, the highest single wave score of the entire event. Walk me through what you saw on that wave, how it developed that you knew you could pull off that maneuver.
Well, the wave was kind of a closeout, but I did one yesterday, but I tried a big one, and it like kind of got everyone all freaked out. So I figured if I land one, then, you know, I definitely get in the 9+, and it was just on my mind all morning since yesterday.
And what's even more wild is you did this on a board that you creased yesterday. They fixed it on the beach, got it ready for today. What did it take for you, both mentally and your board, to be ready for today?
Well, yeah, I broke it on the big air I tried yesterday, but we have the CI team with Britt and Brent, and they're the best, and Mike Walters shapes my boards, and yeah, they fixed it overnight. I think shout out to Brian for staying overnight and getting it fixed. You can't even tell. It's beautiful.
Show us that. So right here.
Yeah, it was, I mean, cracked rails, everything, and had it ready 8 a.m. this morning. So, Brian, thank you, and I'll try not to do that again.
But it's go big or go home. You go big. Move on to the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Eitan Osborne, right there, full faith in his surfboard, as he should. That board looks like the perfect option for today. Of course, you know, the best air we've seen in the entire event yet, and I'm sure there will be more to come. Eitan is underrated for how good he surfs.
Flying embers all day long. I mean, he's been elected pretty much for every single day.
Yeah,
as
why
one
not?
of the,
Make it a clean sweep.
Yeah, and oh man, he's getting it today unless someone else can perform something like that. But Eitan, he's known for those innovation and progressive type of moves. I mean, again, you're touching on it upstairs on the beach commentary, a disciple of Dane Reynolds who has that similar approach in his style of surfing, right? And so it kind of comes within your community what kind of surfing you're going to go out there and produce. It's all or nothing from Eitan, you know. Sometimes it'll go out there and he'll stomp it just like he did, or yesterday he'll break his board. So I mean, that's the idea of you know, when you go all out like that, there's those risks that happen occasionally. But man, this is great to see, because that's what the U.S. Open is all about. As we watch the replay here of Ian Gentile, 5.37. This one here, just a quick one. He's going for the air move, and that's what I think that what it does is inspires everyone, right, in the draw. All of a sudden you're like, whoa, wait, a 9.67, and I can do a big, huge air. Here's some live action, Chris.
All you got to do is go upside down on an 8-foot air. No problem. Big snap there for Gentile. He goes way out into the flats, and if he can make that, it would be a miracle. That was close, but that shows you, I mean, Ian Gentile, wait, 6 foot plus, but has this uncanny ability to just throw his board around at will. We saw a big attempt on the wave before that. So this heat right now, nice and even, 5.37 versus a 5.67. You got Evan Geiselman with the edge with that single highest scoring wave. Gentile's probably gonna put up something around a 1.5 or a 2. He will have the lead, but not by much. So with 21 minutes to go, we're loving this matchup. Goofy versus regular. You know, you got East Coast versus Hawaii. Again, both of these surfers touted as super Groms when they were youngsters, and they've both been grinding it out on the QS and now the Challenger Series.
Looking for that break, really, Chris, you know, because both these are, like you had mentioned, touted as youngsters to be, you know, onto that world tour level, have not quite gotten there. You know, Evan's been close, knocking at the door. Ian, as well as a youngster, he took some time off, kind of refocused now back into surfing, and it's paying off for him as he's in the Challenger Series, qualified through his region. So he's got a full attempt at the entire season, and it's been pretty good for him. You know, he's gotten a results. He's right there kind of knocking at the door. This result here is going to be very helpful, especially if he gets through this round. But both Evan and Ian, golden opportunity to pick up a result on the Challenger Series and put themselves right in position for that top 10.
Here are your results thus far for Ian Gentile on the Gold Coast. He did well, got himself a 9th place finish. Things started to slip a little bit in Australia, got a 37th, and then he flew all the way to South Africa, surfed one heat, lost 73rd place. That one right there stings. That is the reality of the Challenger Series. And if you're a surfer from South Africa, you fly all the way to Huntington Beach, you lose in the first round, and then that's really, I mean, you can imagine the mind scramble that you go through when you go to all that trouble to get around the world, and you've got 35 minutes and it just does not pay off.
Yeah, no, the waves weren't great over there for Bolito, unfortunately. It's one of the better venues, really. It's a great time of year to be there, but just unfortunately there was waves before that event, and then there was waves after. It was actually a 3-week long, I think, surfing expedition, but in the junior stuff, they got great waves, but unfortunately for the Challenger Series event, it just didn't quite have the swell and the conditions. But hey, you know what? There was a winner there, and they got 10,000 points, and Rio Waida was that guy. So, I mean, you know, it was a good event for him.
Yeah, it just shows you that you have to have the ability to adapt, right? You wouldn't think, well, Rio's coming from a place where you got to grovel. No, he's coming from perfect waves, so he's a very well-rounded surfer.
Kuda can be, you know, he can train there. It's pretty good.
Geiselman now blowing the tail under the pier. That is classic goofy-footed approach. He had a nice section to work with. By no means an easy section to work with, but he muscled through it. And when you add that flare, right, when you throw those fins out, the judges know full well that that is a hard turn to do. So he will be rewarded. Only had the option for one turn, but it was pretty impactful.
Yeah, it was high risk, that's for sure. Paddle there from Ian, but Evan's now going to get, he had a little advantage by 0.3 of a point from the first exchange. This is going to definitely add to that.
Let me ask you a basic question regarding priority. So we saw Ian Gentile right there have a look and have a little bit of a paddle for that wave, while Evan Geiselman's on the other side of the pier making his way back out. What would you say priority-wise right there? I mean, if the surfer's in the white water making his way back out, you can paddle for as many waves as you want until they're in the takeoff zone? Until you see second priority actually go to Evan Geiselman. So that's when he has actually made his way out to the zone. They'll allocate second priority. Until that point, you can paddle with priority all you want. So you're not going to lose. Yeah, you're not going to lose it until they actually give second priority to your competitor. So, as a professional surfer on the Challenger Series, you've really got to have a grasp on the rules of priority, of positioning out there, timing, and all that. Do these surfers do a lot of research? Do they kind of know the history and know the rule book back and forth? I would hope so. It's definitely available for everybody to find. You just go to the WSL website, you go down to competitor services, which is at the very bottom of the page, you click on that. You actually get a basic set of rules, which is kind of more for the public, but there's actually a WSL rule book. Click on that. You literally have a digital rule book that is there for every single rule that is applied for the Championship Tour, the qualifying series, the Challenger Series, men's, women's, big wave. All of those rules are all there to be seen in this rule book. It's a pretty hefty, big book. Digital, of course, but you can have it right on your phone. So yeah, those rules are available. Do they actually read it from cover to cover? Depends on the surfer, right? I think there's enough. Gabriel Medina, Kelly Slater. I mean, these are people that use those rules to their advantage. Yes, they do. I mean, but the thing is, there's subtle changes that happen throughout the year, and those things are announced, through an email. I think they're like, hey, we've made some changes to the rule book. Go check it out. I was actually part of a lot of the big wave rule book when I had a stint in the tours and competitions office myself. I had to basically build out a rule book, and it came from Gary Linden and what he did on the Big Wave Tour, but is then, acquired by the World Surf League. And it is a lot of stuff you have to think about, and priority is a big part of it. And it's always refining. And, I think that's something that comes from the surfers group and their voice. You've also got, obviously, everyone involved in the tours and competitions. The fans, for that matter, they can always put out there, and you see hashtags going around, right? We've seen the rule changes. Gabriel Medina has, some of the things he had done in competition, playing by the rules. All of a sudden, they're like, well, maybe we should change this rule a little bit. Bending the edge of the rules? But that's part of the refinement and getting it better and better and better. I mean, no one likes a lot of rules, but hey, you're in a competitive format. You got to have some sort of rules. I think we're in the best place we've ever been in competitive professional surfing. 15:18 to go. Geiselman now in the lead. His last wave comes through. The judges loved it, and I agree with them. 717 on the strength of that one big bash. So what was it about that turn that EG did that got the judges so hyped? Well, that was the looseness of the maneuver. Also, he was able to drift the fins and able to control it really nicely, but he actually did have a turn before it where he punched the lip. It was more of a transition move, but he did get connection with the lip that actually projected him out into the flats and was able to get that. So it was two turns, really. So that combination of major moves plays into the criteria. You've got commitment and drift, the speed, power, and flow, innovation and progression. Come on, help me out, one more. There's these elements that basically all scores are based on. Certain parts of that criteria are emphasized depending on the venue you're at. This is a spot where I think innovation progression plays a higher element than most other spots. Just being it's a beach break, you get a lot of these opportunities to showcase kind of that looseness of it. That was some innovation progression by Evan by punching the fins and drifting over the top of the lip. So that type of surfing, that higher risk surfing, is going to get rewarded. Yeah, surfing on the edge of control and making it will most likely get you a good score. 14 minutes to go. Evan Geiselman in the lead for now. Can Ian Gentile catch up? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. You're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing. It's high noon here at the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. You're watching round of 16, heat 5. Evan Geiselman versus Ian Gentile. Chris Cote here with Pete Mel. So far, Geiselman, combination of major maneuvers, has got him the lead. 5.67 and a 7.17. Gentile by no means out of it. He's still got 11 minutes and 50 seconds. He's got himself a 5.37. Right now, he's hanging on to a 2 as his backup score. So as we progress deeper into these rounds for men and women here on the Challenger Series, we're starting to see these scores increase a little bit. It used to be that a 10 would most likely get you through one of these 4 surfer heats. Then we cut it to 3 surfers. Now with 2 surfers, I'm thinking we're looking more into the teens if you want a guaranteed pass through your heat.
Yeah, and I think another part of it too is that we've actually seen an improvement in the conditions too. I mean, right now we've got this light little west-southwest breeze. It's that perfect little Southern California little chip wind, which is a great, it adds a little ruffle on the lip, but the tide's filled in, the size of the surf still, you know, overhead, but not death-defying and rip current everywhere. I mean, it was really hard to get good scores yesterday and the day before. So today, way more conducive to higher numbers, and we'll see that as an increase. Plus, you're getting more opportunity in 30-minute heats. You don't have to, you know, share waves with other competitors. Now we're just having head-to-head competition, so a lot more opportunity.
And if it's this glassy at noon in Huntington Beach, we're in for a good afternoon of surfing. Here's your schedule for the rest of the 2022 Challenger Series. We're 4 events in. We started on the Gold Coast, then we went to Sydney, Bolido. Here we are at the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. After this, coming up in October, we take a little break from the Challenger Series, then right back into it. We're going to be in Ericeira. Then it is the Corona Saquarema Pro, and then the last chance for surfers to get those much-needed points if they want to get themselves up onto the championship tour, the Haleiwa Challenger. I love that the Challenger Series always passes through the ultimate end boss, that is the North Shore of Oahu.
So cool. You know, Ericeira, big right-hand point break, very consistent. We're moving into the fall season there in Portugal. It's best time of year for heading to that country. And then Saquarema, another great venue, being that it's going to be pretty much guaranteed to have surf. We are moving into the more of a different time of year, the southern hemisphere there, but moving into the springtime, you know, moments. But you know, Saquarema is year-round is quality surf in that zone. We've been there already this season with some pretty good waves, so we're hoping that we see very similar conditions. Then, of course, Haleiwa, big right-hand rip bowl, just amazing place to finish out the year. But I love your correlation to the end boss. It is one of those places that, yes, it's rippable, yes, it's one of the funnest waves to surf, but also if it's big and gnarly, you pay some price.
Oh yeah, you're not just going against surfers at that point, you're going against nature, and more often than not, nature's going to win. 9.5 to go here. Evan Geiselman in the lead. Surfers resetting themselves in the takeoff zone. Luckily, that gives us a moment to catch up and find Kaipo Guerrero, who is somewhere in the beach scene.
That's right, Chris. I'm down on the beach, and we are gathering right now with WSL Pure, We Are One Ocean, the Shiseido Blue Project, and Wild Coast. We're going to do a massive beach cleanup down here on the beach. We're just starting to get everybody together, but it's going to be a great beach cleanup. Again, our goal is to leave every single place that we come as the World Surf League better than how we found it. We're going to clean up this beach, Chris.
Thank you so much, Kaipo, and thank you, Shiseido Blue Project, making these beaches cleaner and better than we found them when we got here. So after the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing leaves, you will have no idea that we've been here, other than the fact that this beach is going to be spotless, Pete.
Gotta love it. You know, again, you know, we come down here, there's tents and everything, and it's a big sprawl. It's a gigantic beach festival, biggest in the world. And with that, you know, you want to leave it much cleaner than when you came. So that's what's going to happen there, and Shiseido is a big part of that project.
That's wonderful news. 8 minutes to go. Time's starting to move a little bit faster for these surfers in the lineup. They are in probably the best conditions we've seen of the day. Nice and glassy with that air wind. And that right there is the perfect combination. The last couple days at this time of day, you know, this looked like the Colorado River. I mean, the southern push into the pier was really gnarly throughout the day. Now we're seeing surfers kind of with the ability to sit and wait and put themselves and stay in the perfect takeoff zone. I would say positioning was probably the biggest challenge in the last few days. What do you think, Pete, is going to be the biggest challenge for these surfers today?
Just finding that high quality moment. You know, you got a half an hour, you want to beat your competitor, you want to get the best waves that come in for that half an hour period. So positioning and finding yourself in the best part of the beach when those sets come, you know, because it can be anywhere on this beach, especially considering how big of a takeoff zone or competitive zone that we have. I mean, again, all the way down to that south buoy, all the way against the pier, it's 500 yards of zone that all will have quality waves. There is, you know, during certain tides, there's portions of the beach that are probably more consistent, and that's where these surfers are sitting, kind of just off the pier. You get those lefts and rights opportunities. You start moving up to the Machado Peak, you're not going to see as many higher quality waves. It's a little steeper on the face next to the pier. That's what, I mean, the pier is really the reason why this portion of the beach is so solid, is because that pier creates that current action that pulls out underneath it, and it moves sand and swirls it and sends it, you know, to shallow portions right off the pier. And so at different times of the year, you get different sides of the pier doing their thing.
Yeah, if the, you know, without a jetty, without a pier, this would pretty much be a straight closeout on a day like today. Down where I live in Encinitas, we don't have many jetties, we don't have many piers at all, and it's pretty closed out on a big south soil like this. So, you know, luckily
you find a corner here and there, but not consistently, right? Whereas this pier definitely helps create a bit more opportunity.
You know, Pete, this place breaks what, 365 days a year? That's why we've been competing here since the 50s.
Yeah, it does a lot. You know, and it's got this huge beach, so everyone can chill on it and watch it. The pier is another place, a great vantage point to check out the action.
Gentile now needs a pretty big score, a 7.47. You know, that was kind of a slow burn in this. He looked like Gentile on his first wave had the momentum going, and then you saw him kind of do a couple of fin-free attempts. And I liked what he was going for, but unfortunately he just couldn't come down with either one of his big air attempts. So he's looking at a .77, a .70, throw those away, and then sitting on a 2 as your backup is not the number that you want to see in your scoreline with only 5 minutes to go.
That .7 actually was a really good opportunity. It was during the break. I was happy to catch it momentarily, but it was a nice long left, and he started it out, and it looked like it was going to be a great opportunity. He dug a nose and went down. So that's one opportunity I feel like he missed because he wasn't able to execute on that wave.
But we'll see if he can battle back into this heat. Quick snap to start. The wave comes crumbling around him.
Hold on.
Tries to ride out. Engulfed. Disappeared. He's underwater. Ian Gentile. You saw Evan Geiselman didn't even really motion towards that wave. It kind of snuck around him, and I think he identified that that was not going to be a 7.47. So a wise priority play for Evan Geiselman.
And you got to do it. That's the one thing about having priority is you know, those decision-making moments are so important. You know, do you give the competitor the opportunity on a wave, or do you take it and give priority back to the other surfer? In that moment, he decided, nope, didn't look like the quality of wave to be able to turn that wave into a 7.47. Let him go. And you know what, it would have been a pretty good opportunity had he pulled off those 2 moves. He probably could have improved on the 5.37. That's what he needs to do right now. If he's not going to get the actual score, you got to build on the highest number, which will actually help you to get that next number dropped a little bit.
Now we're looking at 3.45. Geiselman still holding on priority. I think he's had priority for the better part of the last 10, 15 minutes. Gentile just having to shark around Evan and either try to sell him something, sell him a wave that he thinks is not going to pan out, or sneak away from him and get something that will give him the opportunity. I mean, he needs a pretty solid wave, I would say. We know how good Ian is. We know he's got all the airs. We know he's got big power turns. But if you don't have the wave to work with, you're not going to get the score.
Yeah, but I mean, that also leaves that opportunity all the way till the very last second. You know, if you get to your feet before, and you can, you know, pull off one of those big airs that we saw, just like Eitan in that last heat, you can make it happen. Those last-minute heroics, buzzer beaters have been happening all event long, actually.
Yeah, this really is a buzzer beater event. I mean, we see it.
It's been the theme.
Yeah, with you know, with any timed sporting events, this last-second heroics, always popular, always fun to watch. But man, it's stressful when every single heat seems to have a buzzer beater finish.
Or you're on the sand and you're listening and waiting for the scores. I mean, Ezekiel Lau's had that a couple times this event already, but both of them have gone his way. He's into the quarterfinals already, so great result for him. Aton's into the quarterfinals. We've got North American region represented.
And still a lot of nations involved. This heat right here, you've got USA versus Hawaii. Gentile representing Team Hawaii needs a 747. Coming up next, Joe Vaughn. He'll be going up against Alejo Muniz. So you've got number 93 in the world going up against number 11 in the world. Always a fun matchup when you've got that underdog scenario. But these two surfers in the lineup right now, pretty even. You know, I'd say the tail of the tape. You know, size-wise, history, veteran knowledge, competitive know-how. These guys are very evenly matched. And only a minute and a half to go. They're going to tighten up a little bit. Here's where Evan Geisman really has to play defense.
Well, it's interesting to me as you look at Evan, you know, he's really not actually playing really any defense. I mean, considering he's got priority, he's actually just kind of paddling, looking for another high quality wave. You know, with a minute to go, if he sees one there, he's just going to go for it.
So you see Ian right here trying to create some distance. But we've mostly seen lefts, obviously a lot more rights.
Ooh, here's maybe
today.
Something.
But Evan's not going to give him an inch. I mean, he's basically paddling up on top of his feet. 40 seconds left. Here we go. And they let this first wave go by.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there is a second here, Chris. Well. Evan Geisman, 2 waves. That's all he needed.
Patience pays off. 20 seconds left. There you see a sprint from Ian Gentile. He does get some space now. Could make it interesting with 13 seconds left.
That was a little sneaky move. He's like, oh, he's not paying attention. There's the countdown.
Potentially an option, and the buzzer blows. That's going to be it for Ian Gentile. Evan Geisman, representing New Smyrna Beach, Florida, gets the win and surfs his way into the quarterfinals. Can't believe we're already fielding our quarterfinalists. This is getting awesome. You're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing, and we'll be right back with more action. Don't go anywhere.
I came out today to honestly learn more about restoring some of the oysters here in the local area of California where I'm from. The more I can learn about the environment and how to help and what's going on, the better. So just for my own personal knowledge and growth and to be a helping hand.
Today we are going to be stringing Pacific oyster shells so that we can put them into our restoration site.
We're working on some oyster restoration. These will get placed over in Long Beach Harbor and help attract the oyster larvae to reproduce.
To come here and to have an organization that will give back to these oceans here locally, it's so important.
It really touches on our original lifestyle, particularly as Indigenous people, on what it took for us to sustain ourselves.
We are trying to restore our coastal ecosystems to make them clean, fishable, swimmable, drinkable, and enjoyable for everybody that comes to visit.
Welcome back to the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. We're live from Huntington Beach, and this is live action Alejo Muniz. Big backside snap to start this matchup. He's going up against hard-charging rookie from Australia, Joe Vaughn. We don't have a lot of scouting on Joe Vaughn other than the last few events that he has. He did go to South Africa to compete there, but for Alejo Muniz, we've got past big victories. We've got gold medals in the ice. I mean, Alejo Muniz is kind of that prototypical QS grinder that has had a lot of success, but has really yet to really crack through that glass ceiling and get himself on the CT for good. What do you think his chances are of making that CT campaign push for 2023?
This is a big result. Number 11 on the rankings as of right now. He'll be moving up. A matter of fact, I think in live rankings, he's already well within that top 10 because of all the losses that have happened above him. Past champion here at Huntington Beach, so I would say that he can bring a lot of confidence. It's been a little while, but I will say that he has been fighting injury for a bit of a long time. I mean, he just came back, he got injured again, and so he's just been psychologically battered. And now finally is back at 100%, and it's showing in his performances. So hopefully he can keep himself out of the injury camp and keep it together, because that will be beneficial for him, especially if he's able to hold on to that top 10 and get himself into the championship tour once again.
It looked like a smooth start for Joe Vaughn in that last wave, but it collapses around him. He jumps off. Alejo's out the back. His first score comes through a 5.50. So a good start for our 2013 Vans US Open of Surfing winner Alejo Muniz.
It's exactly how he started his heat this morning. Was able to just go up into the backhand, way lower tide. And you see he did the turn, and this time he waited to see if there was a reform, because it is at that fuller tide. It's not a real high tide, but with the fuller tide, there may be those inside opportunities. So he made sure he rode that wave just to check it out, make sure that there was, if there was an opportunity, he was going to take advantage of it. But a good number to start the heat, early momentum with Alejo.
Little tidal shift from this morning. It was low tide at 7:15. It's been coming up ever since. We got about an hour and a half more of tidal push. What is that 4.5 high tide going to do for us this afternoon, Pete?
Well, again, it's not a super high tide for this thing. It's kind of a mid tide, which is really good for actually Huntington Beach. It kind of likes that mid tide. It keeps the faces vertical on the outside section. If you get too much water, all of a sudden that water outside is too deep and the wave becomes flat. Yeah, still everyone's in the same park, but I mean, if you want to watch high quality surfing and not just cutbacks, you want a little bit of that mid tide, which is exactly what that is. There's enough swell in the water that the energy is going to be enough to lift those waves up. So it should be probably part of the best conditions that we've seen throughout this Vans US Open coming up the next hour or so.
Loving it. 24-23 to go. Alejo in the lead with a 5.5. First score comes through for Joe Vaughn. That's just a 2-point ride. Expect big things from this young surfer from Australia. A couple of the video parts that he has just dropped are stellar. I think he has one called Zinger that is fantastic. You should watch it after the event closes for the day. We need all of you doing your research throughout the day. So Joe Vaughn comes from a ripping family. He's got 3 other brothers. They all surf amazingly well. Dad surfs great, and you know they are a pack. They're like a wolf pack coming from Australia. So it's great to see new names deep in the rankings. Alejo, as we had mentioned, our 2013 Vans US Open of Surfing champion, among other accolades. He's got a ripping brother as well, Santiago Muniz.
He's actually in the Challenger Series as well. Didn't do well enough in this event, unfortunately. But yeah, he's a very accomplished surfer, and the siblings are always helpful, you know, especially if you got 3 of them and a dad who surfs. You're going to end up making a lot of your vacations are going to be around surfing, right? They're not going to take you to Arizona or Montana. It's going to be, Hawaii or the next surfing destination. That's how my dad was. He surfed his whole life, so all of our vacations were around carrying a board bag.
Yeah, and if you grew up with a brother who also surfs, you know they'll keep you honest.
Yeah,
and they will humble you when
taking
needed.
the food off your plate.
22:58. Joe Vaughn with a quick look there, nothing doing. So that gives us a chance to catch up with the winner of that last heat, Evan Geiselman, standing by with AJ McCord.
Evan making every single wave count for this entire competition pretty much. You're landing right around 2 waves every heat.
Yeah.
How are you making sure that the waves you are on really count?
Yeah, it's just tough. Yeah, this is my first heat win. I've been scraping by in seconds, but those first 3 rounds, you just got to get through however you need to, really. And then the man-on-man kind of becomes more of a chess game. And I got those 2 good scores, and I was really just kind of like, and Ian didn't really have anything. I was less like, I wanted to catch way more than 2 waves. Aton got me super psyched. I wanted to do airs. I wanted to kind of put on a little bit of a show. But I lost to Seth Moniz about 4 years ago when I had first priority and I had a good heat. I had like almost 2 sevens, and then he did that backflip pretty much on me. And I went on a wave that I didn't need to go on, and I would have had his wave. So I just wasn't making sure I was making that mistake again. So yeah, happy to get through.
Because you kept priority for the vast majority of that heat. So were you thinking about that heat a long time ago, about how important it is to keep priority when you have it?
I was, because I've gotten a handful of 9ths. I feel like every time I enter this event, I get 9th almost, and then I've never made the quarters. So I was just trying to do everything I could. You know, you can only do so much, but when you have priority, I knew I needed to better my 5, and it would have made a tougher job for him. And luckily, we got kind of stuck together, and it was what it was. It played out well for me.
So how are you going to take this, learn from it, going into the next round?
Yeah, we're in the quarters. I don't know when they're going to run that, but might run it just Sunday or Saturday and Sunday. I'm just excited to be there and kind of see. I think the conditions will be a little bit smaller, so maybe probably catch definitely some more waves, and hopefully, yeah, put on a better show, do some airs, and start kind of opening up a little more.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
One of the best to ever come out of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, and that's saying a lot because that is a talented zone on the East Coast. 21 minutes to go. Joe Vaughn in the lead. And during that interview, something wild happened. As you see the numbers up on your screen, a 7-point ride paired with his opener, which was just a 2. So now he's in the position to really make this a heat. Muniz is still standing with a 5.5. He's alone out the back with priority as we see Vaughn paddling through the pier. Here's how he got that big number, Pete.
See how the rip's in the middle of the wave? What that did is it opened it up for him in 2 quick turns and somehow comes out the bottom. That was tough with all that conversion of whitewater. Judges liking it, opening up the scale a little bit with those 2 turns, you know, in comparison to Alejo's 5.5, you know, adding another 1.5 with that extra maneuver there for Joe Vaughn. Important, you know, especially when you're starting to see the way the conditions are kind of wrapping up, is that you're now having, with the fuller tide, the opportunity to get 2 or 3 maneuvers done. So Joel getting it done, and an advantage to him now with the highest single wave of this heat.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big score right there. So the judge is giving full credit to surfers that are putting their turns in dangerous spots on the waves in the critical part of the wave, right? Making it harder for themselves equals bigger scores.
Yes, that's exactly it. And it was up, you know, underneath the lip in that first maneuver, and then got quickly back into that final quick section.
There's Alejo, Muniz with priority. Joel Vaughn most likely about 20, 30 feet away from him. They will converge for sure. They do have a lot of time on the clock. There you see Joel Vaughn making his way back into the takeoff zone. Got to be feeling good about that big number that just dropped. Ooh, and he could have identified a little mid-ranger here. It's not going to be a big score, but that just made his job a little bit easier. Got him closer to Alejo.
Well, it looked like it had a little right opportunity, and just a tinge behind it. You know, that's that pier bowl right. You know, when they come, you know, and as a forehander like Joel is, you look at those as a great opportunity because there is going to be a little more crease and bend on the right-handers. Yeah, you're not going to get down the line, but it's a little easier to get like a ramp section or an air section or maybe a 2-turn combo on those rights. Just not as often, and we haven't seen a lot of right-handers throughout this event thus far. But I think we'll start to see more of it now as conditions change throughout the rest of this week.
You know, the forecast is in our favor. In years past, you know, we used to talk a lot about gravel boards and small wave technology, boards that make our jobs easier as surfers when there's no punch in the lineup. Well, all that's out the window because it's been overhead plus since we started the broadcast. On the opening weekend, it was pretty small, you know, fun size, about waist high, but since then it's been all hard work to get you through heat, so it's nice to see things glassing off as Joel Vaughn drives down the line into a nice little layback, but the wave kind of dissipates under his feet. either way. Now he's on the other side of Alejo, so just kind of keeping busy. 4 waves ridden, or 5 waves ridden now. Joe Vaughn. Alejo still on that first wave, 5.5, so seems to be playing the patience game, even though he still has 17 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Well, there's definitely the patience of Alejo Muniz. A lot of experience surfing not only here, but on head-to-head competition. So he knows how to surf a man-on-man heat. And it's about getting the 2 best waves in those 30 minutes. And so you psychologically are always thinking that. You'll sit around for a bit. Of course, when you don't have priority, there's always the option of just taking off on anything and everything and hopefully finding a little opportunity that maybe your competitor missed.
Sitting on a 7 must feel good with this much time to go. You know, that gives you the luxury of not only being able to be selective and patient, but also being able to blow up. If the section comes at you, you're not really risking a lot because you still are holding on to that big number. And this is where we see scorers reach up into that 15, 16, 17 point range. Joe Vaughn not only super stylish, but also explosive if given the chance.
Yeah, right there.
I like that he's riding kind of a longer, narrower looking board. And I think that, of course, comes with the style that all the Vaughn brothers have. The ability to make one of those kind of longer, narrower boards look so smooth and fit into the pocket.
And it's not traditionally the type of equipment you'd see at Huntington Beach, right? I mean, back in the 90s, yes, that was everything was elf chute and long and narrow. But nowadays, yeah, again, you see a lot of boards that are a lot shorter. I mean, it started with Kelly Slater going all the way I mean, he was riding at some point with 5.6s in heats. Now he's kind of figured out that 5.8, 5.9 kind of zone, which is still a lot shorter than a lot of these competitors. Most of these guys are probably riding anywhere from 5.11 to 6.0, 6.1 as their normal short boards. But here at Huntington Beach, you know, that shorter, wider style of board has been traditionally what most of the surfers are riding, because you can carry that glide through the flat spots.
Here's Joel again, 6th wave ridden.
Well, and I think that little longer rail line allows you to kind of have that more carving style and approach. Again, you're trying to always figure out a way to have a little point of difference, you know, compared to everyone else in the draw. You know, what you're comfortable with, that's a way to be able to kind of get those. I mean, you got to showcase something, right, that the judges go, well, whoa, you know, what is that? You know, like, you know, you throw a little different style of, you know, that's why fin configurations come into play. We pretty much, I think everyone here is riding thrusters solely, but it doesn't mean that there hasn't been other types of designs. We've seen quads here in the past. We've seen twin fins here in the past. Basically, the design of the 3-fin, the most consistent design. You know, and I always like to see a surfer experiment slightly, but you know, as far as like a traditional thrusters type design board here, we talked about how the technology of using, you know, epoxies, which you know, a different type of glue and layup, carbon, so you get different flex patterns of styrofoam cores. Those are all things that happen in this event, because sometimes you're surfing it when it's 1 to 2 foot, so you want to try to just mix it up and get that point of difference.
100%. Quick look there for Vaughn. No takers. 14-14 to go. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action. Ken Young, Joel Vaughn, hold off Alejo Muniz. Stay tuned to find out. so far. The nominee for our Flying Embers Air of the Day, undoubtedly Eitan Osborne. Big backside blaster for a 9.67, near perfection. Either way, that was the air of the event so far, and I can confidently say that because the rest of the field saw that. Even Evan Geiselman said, when I saw Eitan's air, that made me want to do air. So just, it can take one moment, one big maneuver like that to get the field hyped. And we need some hype right now. Joe Vaughn and Alejo Muniz have quieted down. They started strong. Joe Vaughn with a 2 and a 7. So a big heat total there for Joe Vaughn so far. But for Alejo, a 5.5, and since then, it's been sleepy season. 11:43 to go. These surfers right now, they haven't really had a lot of those consistent big sets come through like we saw in the previous heat. Has been opportunity, but they're really having to search for it right now.
They are, and again, there's those quiet moments. The tide, kind of helps, give that kind of inconsistent feel to it. There is still some sets though. Right as we went to break, there was a major big set. The surfers were kind of in position. As you take a look at the replay here, this was the first part of just early for Alejo Muniz. Quick snap and then kicks out, so he only get a 2.07. But here was that set, and that first wave, no one rode it, but then that one bent out to sea, foam on the face, so no way to dig in for Joel. No real scoring opportunity for both surfers in that bigger set.
It's funny, I watch a lot of footage of the Vaughn brothers, Joel and his brother Huey. They ride longer Pizel boards, and I'm going, I want to surf like that, so I want to get a longer board. That is not easy to ride a longer board like that and make it look so good in waves like this. So full credit to the Vaughn brothers and to John Pizel shaping a board that looks so magical under Joel Vaughn's feet. And the flip side of that, Alejo Muniz, his boards have been looking really good. He always has so much energy on his boards, like that frenetic down the line pace that we see from Alejo. He's used that energy to full effect for a long time. He's a veteran in surfing.
He's not shy to ride a couple different shapers too, right? I mean, I've seen Sharp Eyes under his feet. You've seen a bunch of different designs from him, even Mayhems at times, local Brazilian shapers. So he's not shy to try out new stuff.
Big snap there for Joel Vaughn. It'll be his 8th wave ridden. He's going for it. Why
and
not?
That's Alejo sitting on the priority is what it is, So Joel's able to just kind of roam around a bit. And you'll see that occasionally in these head-to-head matchups, especially against guys that are more experienced. They tend to sit around and wait for those high-quality waves, utilize that priority. I mean, Alejo really got that quick start. I mean, literally didn't wait at all for time, gets the 5.5. This is going to better Joel's situation slightly, being that he's carrying a 2 in his score line to add to that 7-point ride. So finally, after wave number 8, although it's not going to be much higher than the 2, it's going to be right in the 2 range, just slightly higher.
Just keep throwing it against the wall and see what sticks. So Joel Vaughn does improve, albeit slight, 2.3. His heat total now 9.30. That last heat, Evan Geiselman had a 12.84 total to get the win over Ian Gentile, who had a 7.40. So the scores are kind of all over the place. We saw a 15-point heat win before with Eitan. And in this heat, we still have 8 minutes and 47 seconds to go. So don't start doing math just yet. Surfers finding their positions in the lineup, and that gives us a moment to catch up with Kaipo Guerrero.
All right, thanks for catching up with me, Chris. I'm over here at Shiseido with Kanoa Garashi. Kanoa, Shiseido's a supporter of you, but you also support something that Shiseido's doing, the Shiseido Blue Project. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I'm so thankful for what Shiseido's doing with the Shiseido Blue Project. It's, it's kind of the unsung hero. I feel like doing activations like this today at the beach, not only spreading the message, but also physically taking part of, protecting our ocean. Without the ocean, none of this is possible. There'd be no surf competitions, there'd be no surfing, there'd be no surf therapy. So, yeah, we're very thankful, and we're here now at Huntington Beach, cleaning up my local beach. Very thankful for that, and thank you guys.
Doesn't that give you pride coming back? You're the hometown hero over here, but giving back to your community and helping clean up the beach.
Yeah, it means a lot, obviously seeing so many people that care, seeing so many people come here for the U.S. Open. It's this event's so special for me. I grew up watching this event, and it's so cool just seeing every single person that comes here and with a smile on their face and just enjoying it. Just you know, it feels like we're able to kind of, in a way, share our little you know, our little town here with everybody else. And you know, seeing people come here and have you know, just put the shirts on and grab the plastic bags and put trash in it, and you know, those little things mean a lot to me. And it's really cool to see you know, the festival goes away in about 5 days, but I'll still be here and I'll be able to see a clean beach, so that means a lot, and really thankful for Shiseido.
Thank you for your time, Kanoa. Thank you for your service through the community here in Huntington Beach.
Thanks, guys.
Back to you guys.
Thanks to both of you guys. That was Kanoa Igarashi, two-time Vans US Open of Surfing champion, and unfortunately for local Igarashi fans, they're not going to see any more of him in this event, a testament to how deep this field is. Kanoa Igarashi is out of contention in Huntington Beach, but the good news is we will see Kanoa Igarashi fight for his spot in the WSL Final 5. The next event, it's the big dog. We're going to Tahiti. The outer known Tahiti Pro is just around the corner, starting literally days after the Vans US Open of Surfing. Can't wait to see what happens at the end of the road. We see Joe Vaughn now just still staying busy. Nothing too crazy on the outside, but looks like he's trying to connect, find open face. It's not going to happen for him. He's got 6 minutes left. We haven't seen a lot of runarounds today, so we'll see if Joel looks like he's going to go under the pier. And Pete, when the current calms down, that pier kind of acts as a conveyor belt, correct? It pulls you straight out to the lineup?
Yeah, it does help for sure, more so than anywhere else on the beach, unless you go back all the way down to the south end. So yeah, you can use that. The current will run out underneath the pier, especially now with the current on the other side. So those pilings will actually slow that current down, right? So it's not sweeping you down the beach. And it does move out right there. They call that kiddie bowl. And there's a little rip that'll pull you out along that side of the pier. It's of course going through again and getting back outside is where it's a little bit more of a chore. You got to turn the burners on, but that was a nice wave for Joe Vaughn. It wasn't like you said, high impact moves with really great flow. You know, he went straight up in that first maneuver, and when you do that, sometimes you know you'll lose speed, but he didn't. And I like the way that he was able to ride that wave. Didn't have super high scoring potential, but he surfed it as good as it could have been. And you know, he probably looked at that wave and said, "Oh yeah, it's like a 4.45." And sure enough, he surfed it to the potential, and he's added points to his total and made things a lot more challenging for Alejo. Being that he has that high number of a 7, adds the 4.5, and now Alejo needs a 6, right? So it went from, you know, just that mid 4 or 5 to now needing a 6.
This is probably one of the smoothest manufactured scores I've seen here in this event so far. Just
great technique.
So nice.
Yeah, he went straight up in the first move and he kept his speed going, and then nice glide over that second section. You know, again, consistent speed through the maneuver. You know, generally you have a maneuver, it's going to, you know, slow you down, you know, or, you know, it's going to disrupt the flow, but it didn't disrupt the flow for Joel.
Well, Alejo's still out the back. He's got 4 minutes. He does have priority, so do not count him out. He is a wily vet. And right now he is riding an SRS surfboard shape made by Rodrigo Silva in Florianopolis, Brazil.
There you go.
I believe he is on the Phoenix model. And if you check out SRS surfboards on the gram, you'll see some incredible clips and photos of Alejo testing boards and ripping as he always does. Right now, he needs to maximize the radical nature of that surfboard and get himself something above a 6.01. Will this wave be it? His backhand is generally electrifying, but he did not see a 6.01 on that wave, so he opts out and hands priority potentially over to Joe Vaughn.
And I think one of the things that is a really good experience is you see him turn on the burners here, and he understands how important priority is at the back half of this heat. No priority allocated here. And you see Joel making a move too. So this is an interesting part of this heat with 3 minutes to go. Who is going to get that priority? Also, he probably saw that there was a little set wave out the back. And there is a priority judge that sits in the tower, and whoever puts themselves back into that position of the takeoff zone, if they, you know, basically say it's outside far enough at this level, they'll go boom. Look, they gave it to Alejo, and then soon you'll see second priority given to Joel. So Alejo, knowing full well how important that was, he paddled his butt out the back and got it. You know, just in regards to the experience that Alejo carries and being able to ride all these different equipment through all these different shapers, what he's able to do there is go, okay, this is what I feel works for me, and you can work closely with your local shaper, the guys that he's been working with in Brazil, and able to produce something that works perfectly for you, right? And and that's so important if you have that great relationship with your shaper to be able to produce the equipment that you need for your style of surfing.
Absolutely. There's the Vaughn clan right there. Dad and brother, friend with the backup board. Get that hat ready for the post-heat interview. There's 2 minutes to go. And Dad seems like he's got a very kind of calm, cool demeanor. He's not pacing around. He's not stressing out too hard. He knows that Joel's in a really good spot right now. Sitting in second priority, a minute 50 to go. A lot of waves coming in. I think we're going to be in for a solid finish here. Having a look at an inside left, it's Joe Vaughn going on his backhand. Big rock and roll floater. Comes around that section. Perfectly placed.
Dad would be stoked on that.
Wow,
brothers.
That is not an easy place to do a turn, and he just expertly put his board right up into where it needed to be. So he gets the float, adds the added flare, kind of poking the nose out the back for a skate-style rock and roll, and then punches up through the lip. That right there has to improve that on that 4.5.
It was like a 5-yard difference between where Joel was and Alejo was, and with priority, so you had Dad to be pretty happy about that. But all of a sudden, Joel was in the right spot for that type of wave right next to the pier, although there is still opportunity with a minute to go.
All right, prepare for the rebound. Alejo Muniz looking at this wave. It's closing out around him. He has to duck dive under it. That one's got to sting.
Sure does, especially when you're going to hear the number that's going to come, because it is going to be now an improvement. 45 seconds, he knows it's pretty much over. Little rounded pin.
It's a nice looking board.
Yeah, just it does. You're right. It doesn't look like it's a groveler by any means. Just looks like a nice, clean shortboard, a board that he could probably ride right here at Huntington Beach and then go ride it 6-foot Haul Eva.
26 seconds on the clock. Alejo now, you see a little bit of urgency, maybe even some panic. He's splashing the water, just trying to will something his way. Now we're at 15 seconds. Does he see anything? Looks like he's...
Oh, he's going to be kicking himself. Here's the score. It comes in. Best number of the heat.
Yeah, that's a biggie.
And he was right there. He had priority. He was 5 yards away. He didn't read it right. He didn't get over to that wave, and that could have been his number, and he'll be thinking about that one for a little while.
Yeah, that was a rare potential priority mistake.
Best result of his career right there for
Joel Vaughn. Pair of sevens, bam. The rookie from Australia blasting through a veteran competitor for the win. You're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Vans US Open of Surfing. It's been a huge day, and we still got a huge week ahead of us with so much more on the calendar. And to talk us through some of that and some of the little ideas going on behind the scenes with the WSL, we have none other than the Senior Vice President of Tours and Competitions, Jesse Miley-Dyer, joining myself, Shannon Hughes, and Mitch Salazar in the booth. Jesse, it's great to have you on the beach today.
Thanks for having me, guys. I'm excited.
There's so much that's been going on around the scenes. Let's just jump straight to that announcement that France has been canceled for the Challenger Series this year, and let us know what that means for the tour.
Yeah, so that means that now we're going to be counting 4 events instead of 5, and you know, obviously it's disappointing not to be there, but we're excited about the Challenger Series, and you know, 7 events is still really solid for us.
Yeah, it's pretty good, Mitch. I mean, there's still so much ahead, and there's so many points on offer for the current field.
Yeah, and I think there's still plenty of events in order for them to requalify and regroup. I think 7 is a good number, actually. And remember last year, we only had 4. So if you're able to do it in 4 events, imagine if you're able to do it in 7.
It's exciting, too, last year to just see a whole new crop of surfers join the championship tour. I'm sure that was something you were really excited about.
Absolutely. I mean, the Challenger Series is obviously it's our new tour, and we're excited to see it, especially this year. Sorry, I can see you guys watching. But, you know, look, I'm really proud of this tour, and I really hope that it's going to grow into something that the surfers are super proud to be on.
Well, talking about a couple of surfers that are very proud to be here. Ramsay Bookie, he's got his first wave underway. We've got a score to drop in for that. The Moroccan, who has proudly represented his country at the Olympics and has been on this journey to try and qualify for the championship tour for a long time, up against one of our rookies that was part of the pack at the start of the season, in Joao Chianca, who unfortunately fell short of the midseason cut. And Mitch, I feel like the only reason he did is because he came up against John in a couple of really intense heats.
Yeah, and he only had 5 shots to do it as well. So, you know, just a victim of that mid-year cut in his first year. So no shame losing out to John a pair of times, but he's got to get a result so far here in the round of 16 at least. But how about the amount of influence that Ramsay has had, not only in the northern part of Africa and Morocco, but among other Arabic countries that we're going to see surfing develop a lot more in the future too due to his success. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to see as we see some live action now. Joao Chianca on his backhand. Board just comes unstuck from his foot there. Maybe needs a little bit of that foo wax attached. First score in for Ramsay Bookie, a 4.17. And is it exciting for you, Jesse, to be able to see names like Ramsay coming out of some of those regions, like that Northern African region, and really starting to set the tone as we'll track now with live action? That was a solid whip on his backhand that we're just so familiar with from Ramsay, always looking for those rights, looking really strong, and they've kind of started picking up now that we've got that little combo swell added in here at Huntington today. He's going to be patient with this, throws that stall for a moment, and then hits the accelerator and unleashes a couple of really solid turns as he comes through the inside. Your thoughts on that wave, Jesse?
That was a great wave. I mean, you know, it's still really tricky out there, and I think any time in Huntington where you get a solid something out the back, then you can link it all the way through and finish clean and finish strong, you know, like it definitely puts a statement on it.
Mitch?
Yeah, great whip, as you said right there, straight up and vertical. Did it get hung up just a bit when he was coming out of it, but as you said, Jess, made up for it with the inside connection, the 2-for-1 right there. Nice 2-turn combo right at the end to finish off. And you know, I think that obviously his backhand is his strength, but he got the 4.17 off of 1 turn on the left too. He can go either right and left and get great scores.
Down to 25 minutes on the clock. Ramsay sitting in the lead. We do have a second score to drop in to see where it sits in with that opener 4.17. Joao Chianca sitting alone, looking for a good wave to roll through. And in that last heat, we saw a young Joe Vaughn out of Australia take out someone with a lot of experience in Alejo Muniz. Let's catch up with Joel and AJ McCord now.
Joel, you can't get the smile off of your face after that heat. What did you see on those waves that you knew you could take advantage of?
Not much, really. I just saw a bit of a corner that wasn't too fast, and I thought I'd hopefully get a couple turns done, and I'm stoked to get a couple good waves, and probably rushed a few in the middle of the heat, but yeah, stoked to get that last one at the end and get another good score.
Yeah, you're on a roll in this competition. Your first time making it past the first round. We've talked twice in the last 2 days, which is always a good thing. How much confidence are you gaining through the U.S. Open?
Yeah, I'm gaining a fair bit of confidence, which is pretty good. I don't know, I'm just kind of trying to stay focused and present, and just, yeah, trying to surf as well as I can and not over surf the waves and just pick good waves, and it's ended up working, yeah.
I see every single heat you do a little pre-scouting report with Dad. How impactful are those for how you're going to surf?
Yeah, it's good just to know where the waves are coming and seeing what is actually scoring well, and just figuring out where the best spot is pretty simple, but works well.
Awesome. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Great to hear Joel just be able to break down kind of his thought process coming into things this year and how he's been able to find some success out here.
Yeah, and one of the younger competitors in the event too. It's great to see him succeed, and what a result in the biggest stage in surfing at the Vans US Open of Surfing. I mean, it's awesome. I think these stories are the ones that we really want to tell, and out of the Australians, I'd actually have to say he's probably the most underrated out of everybody that's here too.
Yeah, it's been great to see him get some fun results behind him this season as we take a look at last of Joao Chianca, Mitch.
Yeah, this came in as the 4. Cool little nose pick reverse on the outside. And Joel was talking about not trying to over surf these waves. I feel like that's what Joao tried to do right there at the end. Maybe a bit too much for how soft that section was at the end, but you know, you learn from your mistakes, and he's still got plenty of time to go.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that statement. Linking it together to the inside, so important today. Current situation in the lineup, we got 22 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Ramsay in the lead. He has improved his scoreline with a 6.5 for his last wave, and Joao's dropped in a 4.00. So, of course, the talk the last few days, Jesse, has been all about the Challenger Series, and that's been kind of a nice thing because we've had massive swell coming through with Hurricane Frank. But one of the more exciting things that I'm really looking forward to this week is the fact that the Vans US Open is reintroducing longboarding to it again, but for the first time ever, the Duct Tape Invitational is part of the WSL Longboard Tour. How stoked are you to be having that crew join in?
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, you know, the longboard tour is really important to us, and as we look to crowning, you know, world champions for longboarding, it's an important stop, and we're really, really stoked to have Vans on board this year, and it's great to have all the athletes here and to have this stage for them, you know, to have the platform and have everyone here at such a big event like the US Open, I think is great for them and great for their tour.
And I think the conditions are going to be really fun over the next few days for them to be hitting the lineup. That waiting period did open up today, but I heard we're going to be getting underway with competition tomorrow. And more of the conversation behind the scenes for the WSL Tour has been that there's some new appointments, some new people, and some good places. Can you tell us a little more about that?
Yeah, so we're really stoked. I mean, I personally am really stoked to have on the team as part of Tours and Competition. We're going to have Kira Seal heading up that longboard tour for us, and then we have Tori Gilkison as the head judge. And that's, I mean, both of them are awesome. Obviously, Tori's going to be, you know, she's the first woman ever to be a head judge for WSL, and that's something, you know, that she can be really proud of forever.
It's incredible. I mean, the accolades that she has behind her. We'll track with live action quickly because we do want to keep our eyes on this young surfer. Joao Chianca just goes up into that first section. He's looking to better his scoreline of a 4.0 at the moment. He'll be looking for that reform, that stand up on the inside bank, and looking aggressive and in attack mode as he finishes off through the inside really quick, Mitch.
Yeah, should be another mid-range score, I feel. Nothing of impact or substance on the outside, a bit soft actually I felt for how good the section was, but you know, he's going to get another score around that 4-point range, I would think. But the one thing that I will say about Ramsay right now, that 6.5 is really going to add some value to his real estate at the end of this heat, because with 20 minutes to go, he has plenty of time to better that low score of the 4.17. So I think Chianca needs to get something that's close to that 6.5 that Ramsay has at the moment.
Your thoughts on this one, Jesse?
I think this was actually a good stepping stone for him to get back, you know, like after getting all the way to the inside and falling that last one, you sometimes need to just get it done, and then you can paddle back out and be like, okay, I got it.
And going back to that conversation around Tori Gilkison, she's actually been upstairs this whole week. She's been on the judging panel for the Challenger Series event, and you'll be stepping into that head judge role, which is just so cool to see. I remember being there to see Tori win her longboard world title at Hainan in China back in 2016, and then she backed it up the following season when the ISA reintroduced longboarding in 2018 and took out a similar field of surfers, which was really cool. Jesse, how important has it been for you guys in making that decision of giving her that appointment to head judge and seeing her credibility as a longboarder, as well as the road she's taken through working so many QSs and working her way up to eventually being a CT and an Olympic judge?
Yeah, I mean, obviously with Tori being a part of our championship tour and also the Olympics, like you say, which is a really big thing for us as a sport, you know, she's one of our most senior judges, and you know, there's a lot of trust that we put in that tower and everyone who works in it. So she's a great asset for us being a world champion in longboarding, and she's absolutely, you know, the obvious pick for the job for us to do that and to lead the criteria forward.
So cool. I'm so excited to see that crew hit the water. And for Kira Seal jumping into that space also to lead the tour, for her stepping away from competition, it's kind of similar to your story of walking into the role that you have now.
Yeah, look, Kira is a really, honestly, Kira's a really big win for us. I'll say it like that. It's always important to have someone who understands the tour in these kind of roles, and for her to step down and, she was in the draw to be competing here, and the fact that, she wants to come and join WSL and has accepted that position is, I'm really, really happy with that, and I really look forward to working closely with her and to see what we can do with the longboard tour. It's a really important tour for us, and stabilizing that platform and honestly growing that platform for them. I'm excited to do it with her.
So good. And Mitch, how prime is it just that tour is continuing to kick itself off here in Southern California, where longboarding is just so much part of our culture?
Yeah, and I was actually going to say that I think the significance of this development right here, specifically at the Vans US Open of Surfing, is much more impactful because you have the eyes of the media from the outside too, that all these young men and women are being exposed to something that they maybe haven't experienced before. So it's good for them to experience it at this event in the comfort of having somebody like Kira and Tori behind them as well.
So cool. I mean, we've had the Duct Tape Invitationals run here for years over the past, but to be able to kind of bring it in now for that qualification and that push towards crowning world champions with multiple events behind them is so important.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, and that's, to have Kira and Tori as well, leading that forward for us now, especially as we go into Malibu where we'll be crowning those WSL World Champions. It's awesome for us, and it's just great to have the tour here, and, for everything that the Vans US Open is for surfing, that the great thing is that we hope to put all of these surfers on the longboard tour in front of this giant crowd that, hopefully get excited about it.
Yeah, I was going to say that I actually just met Jefferson from Brazil. He's going to be competing. Lucas Garrido Leca, Mafer Reyes from Peru too. So the kind of exposure that they have and they haven't had before, I mean, it's a big stepping stone for them to eventually want to become a world champion eventually. But it has to start here, and for them to have all these eyes in them, but then also have the support of their families watching online, that's incredible. I don't think you would have seen that 10, 15 years ago.
No, it's a huge shift for longboarding. I've been part of that tour for a really long time, competed a little bit, and then walked into commentary from that side of the world, and then eventually ended up here with the CT and the Challenger Series, which has been so much fun. But to be able to see that group be recognized for the talent, for the athletes that they are, everyone kind of throws out the comments, longboarders are so relaxed. We're so competitive. They're here because they want to win events, they want to win world titles, and they want that accolade behind them. And now really to see the WSL stepping it up and backing that is just such an amazing thing. So thank you on behalf of all of us as longboarders.
No, of course. I mean, look, and we feel strongly about it, especially for all of us as ex-competitors like you. I want these surfers to be known, and I want people to watch longboarding and be like, wow, that's rad, and for everyone to know who Honolulu is, and everyone to know who Justin is and things like that. I think that they're really important, and it's things like that that are really going to, will push us forward as a sport, and longboarding is a big part of that.
It's one of the best sports ever. Well, we got 15 and a half minutes on the clock. Jessie Miley-Dyer in the booth with us. She'll stick around after the break, and we'll get to some more great topics. Ramsay Bookie in the lead, and Ryan Callen paddling out next. Vans US Open of Surfing is continuing to tick its way through the week. We'll be crowning our champions on Sunday. It's Wednesday now, which means we have a lot of surfing to get through between now and then underneath the iconic Huntington Beach Pier. And at the moment, Ramsay Bookie is in the lead and is increasing his lead over Joao Chianca. Talk us through this one, Mitch.
Yeah, it came in as a 4.87. Great turn on the outside. Great extension. He used the kind of front part of his board and then eventually used the tail to kind of kick out afterwards. So a great score right there from young Ramsay. Now that means that Joao's needing a pretty big score for right now.
Ramsay dropped through a 4.87, and that does increase the requirement greatly on Joao Chianca. Sitting with priority, repositioning himself in the lineup. He just had a couple small scores on the board so far, which might be a little disappointing for the Pacifico fan picks because he's got 75% of the draw, Mitch.
Yeah, a little surprised about that, honestly. Despite the success that Ramsay's had in the past, especially at beach breaks, I would have thought it would have been a little bit more even, but I think this is also a popularity contest at the end of it, so a lot of people going for Joao, and I know the success that he had on the CT earlier this year, too.
Yeah, there's been so much conversation around him, Jesse, and just those heats he had with John really pushing his level of performance, where he would have taken out event wins with those kind of performances against so many others in the draw.
No, absolutely. It's one of those things too, especially when you're a rookie. You always end up coming against the top names, and it can be hard, you know, like trying to take down not only your heroes, but some of the toughest competitors. And he had a lot of close heats this year, so, you know, sometimes it goes that way.
Some huge growth opportunities for him. He also hasn't had the strongest start to the Challenger Series this year, which it would be a tough one for him, Mitch, knowing that he just had such a good run in some of those events on the CT.
Yeah, and this is where it starts now. You're going to get at least a 9th place result if you lose out in this heat right here. But I also think that what benefits him is that he's traveling with his partner too, having Summer by his side the whole time, her competing at the same time. They're always in that kind of mindset where they're focusing on the one thing the entire waiting period. So you know Joao is going to deliver some great performances. This guy's going to deliver some great performances too. He's coming up next.
Edgard Grosjean will be paddling out against Ryan Callen in our last heat for the men's round of 16. We'll be running into Women's Challenger Series competition after that. And running around the contest site is none other than Kaipo Guerrero, always finding some friends on the sand.
Hey guys, I'm on the beach here and I'm here with Mark Chavez from Native Like Water. And Mark, you've been doing some good work. Tell the people what Native Like Water is all about.
Native Like Water is reintroducing the Native American community back to their coastal environment. And it sounds kind of like it should have been that way from the beginning, but there was an interruption with displacement of our people. So it's a reintroduction to the coastal environment. And here, going from barely surviving as Indigenous people to thriving. And surfing is part of that thriving and is part in our culture.
So that's some great stuff. So what kind of activations do you do at Native Like Water?
Well, we do surf clinics. We do a surf camp that we have in Mexico. We have a surf camp here in California. But we do surf clinics for the community. We help support the indigenous craft, the watercraft that we're reintroducing back to the ocean. So it's a whole lot of stuff.
Well, as an Indigenous member myself, I thank you for the work and I thank you for the support of the culture.
Yeah.
Mark Chavez, Native Like Water.
Oh, amazing, and thanks so much to them for welcoming us into their home, and great to see them pouring back into the water community within.
I love it. Hopefully I get to do one of those events in Mex that they actually go to. Speaking of that, Jesse, I'm going to put you on the spot, if you don't mind. Any plans to go back to Latin America, maybe even bring a Challenger Series eventually?
I mean, we've always got plans, especially, you know, like as we're talking about all of these new surfers that are coming through and, you know, having new talent.
Yeah.
It's so important for us to be going to those regions and having, you know, big events. You know, when you look at Ramsay and everything we're talking about with him, like really representing a new push for new communities who haven't been represented on the championship tour. Mm-hmm. It's always on the list for sure, but you'll have to check out worldsurfleague.com to check out the schedule.
Joao Chianca up and riding on his backhand, air floats to finish, and somehow stayed on his feet. Now he's going to look for that inside connection. He's staying super low, making sure not to fall off with all that white water pushing from behind him. That was a sizey outside section, and he needs to hold it together here. Not over surf, just put on that finishing touch. and he could be right back in the conversation.
Yeah, this is easily going to be his best wave, a much larger wave on the outside too. So not only that he have the good connection, I also think that that kind of little impact that he had coming down from it is going to add that little explosiveness to the score too. Needs something in the mid-sevens to move up into the lead, but as I said before, just that little explosiveness that he had with the lip line. Didn't completely bottom turn, liked it at the end though, but this kid definitely has the entire thing to be a top 10 surfer on the championship tour, in my opinion. He's got the barrel riding skills, he's good in beach breaks, and he's obviously got it to surf at point breaks too with that one heat we saw at Bells Beach, so he just needs to make it back there.
Solid surfing scores to come through for Joao Chianca. We've got 7 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. He will require a 7.37 to take the lead away from Ramsay Bookie. But he's just got that 4 and that 3.4, so anything will help him to build on that score line. Ramsay now out the back with priority. And of course, maybe the next big focus for the WSL and the championship tour specifically is heading to Tahiti. It's very exciting, Jesse, to be able to say that the women are going back there, since you guys the women haven't had the opportunity to compete there since 2006. What does it mean for the tour moving forward?
I mean, for us to have this, so this is the first year, that all of our events have been combined, and to be going back to Tahiti, I think is really important for us. Not only is it, a step back to being in these waves of consequences, but I think it says a lot about our place in these lineups, especially the women's tour, and for all of the kids, young girls watching. It's important that they see that, we have this representation at the highest level in Tahiti, that we have representation of Pipeline. There's a lot of symbolism that, wrapped up in those kind of decisions, and it's important.
Well, I couldn't agree more. Thinking about rising tides, we had, 40 girls on the beach here just a few days ago. They're a new generation now that gets to look up to women surfing at Chopu and surfing the biggest and heaviest barrels, which is something that the current class of women on the CT didn't really have to look at.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't been there since 2006, as a tour, and it's really important, like you say, like when we were there for WSL Rising Tides with all those young kids, when we even look back at our decision for equal prize money, all of those kids just think that that's the way it should be and the way it always will be, and they'll never know anything different. So for us to be there for Tahiti and to have this next generation of young kids that we, basically a lot of those of whom that we met the other day, they will always just see Tahiti as being a part of the women's tour and a wave that the women surf.
So exciting. Now, the last time that the women were in Tahiti, 2006, you were in the draw. What was your experience like there?
I was in the draw. I was my rookie year, actually, on the championship tour. And I was
intimidating.
I was like, thanks a lot. But, it's like you say, like, I knew that I had to surf Tahiti, and I fully wanted to be on the championship tour, so I did a couple of trips there and spent a bit of time in the water. Obviously, I'm a goofy footer, so it makes it a bit easier, but it was a great place and really pushed me.
I love that rising tides generation can have that same inspiration that you had. As we take a look at live action, Ramsay goes down on the outside, but we just saw a pretty decent sized wave from Joao Chianca.
Yeah, and Chumbinho should probably take the lead with this. Only needs a 4.44, and a missed opportunity right there by Ramsay. Seems like he kind of mistimed it, maybe misread that section just a little bit. With this high tide we have right now at around 155, it's going to be topping out. You really need to be careful about using that bottom turn and maybe elongate it a little bit more, because if you don't, you're going to get caught up in these sections that just don't have enough power. And as we see, Joao, great turn on the outside with the layback snap. I love how he didn't try to force the 2-for-1 right there on the outside, just stuck with the 1 and just needs a mid-4. And then Ramsay right here, this is what I'm talking about. You want to draw that thing out a little bit more and maybe even fade more than you've done before on the lower tides, because it just puts you up right next to the pocket rather than further out in the face.
Such a good breakdown, Mitch, as we see Joao running up the beach. So his previous wave, which was an important one, came through as a 6.93. It was shy of his 7-point requirement, but he's now only chasing a 4.44. And we do have this last wave prior to the runaround to drop through. Ramsay's not going to be increasing on his score line with what he put in, but he does have priority next to his name, so he's already out the back and could get into another wave or two before Joao's even out there.
That's true. And with 4 minutes to go, that's more than enough time to at least catch one wave. The one thing I will say is that Ramsay's been super dependent on getting those kind of snappy rights that come at him. Maybe been looking at those a little bit too much. in terms of getting that 4 that he's probably going to need right here, actually a lot more, because Joao drops a 5.27, so Ramsay now needs something close to a 6. I would think it's at least got to be one good left that's running down the line the whole time, and it's got to be up into the lip too.
Score starting to get pretty tight in the lineup as Joao Chianca has taken the lead, but Ramsay's just chasing that 5.71 to take the advancing position. Looking for a good result here to continue climbing up that Challenger Series ranking. And here we go. Like you said, he's been eyeing off those rights so much. He's really relying on his backhand.
Yeah, he is, and that's just one of those ones that has too much energy from the south. It seems like it's a left more than a right the whole time, so that's why it closes out way too much, way quicker than you'd expected. But there's some opportunities out there, and Joao's not in the lineup so far, so he has plenty of time. 2 minutes and 40, he can catch at least one wave.
2 minutes, 41 seconds on the clock. A solid size set breaking out the back. Jesse, talking about solid size sets, I'm sure we're going to see the women charging some big chopu this week. What are you looking forward to about the performances?
You know, I'm just looking forward for us being back there into you know, starting again in a wave like that. You know, Caity and chopu's really intimidating. It's an intimidating lineup, and you know, there's actually such a next generation out there that are really kind of pushing it, and you know, there's so many of these young girls that it's actually kind of awesome, because I think for sure that there's a few of the championship tour women who are watching these young women coming up, and probably watching them the way that we watched, you know, the Kialas of the world.
I saw Caity Simmers' wave the other day on Instagram, and I will say I was very impressed. The kind of read that she had on that wave, it was sizey too. It wasn't small at all, so I'm really intrigued to see how well these women are going to do, and I think there's a couple of picks that I'm not going to say right now. I'm saving them for my fantasy, but I think it's going to be a real fun event.
It's just so exciting to see that level being pushed, and to see the women like thinking of, you know, obviously Carissa, but then to think of a Courtney Conlog or Joanne DeFay getting an opportunity to surf out there. I cannot wait. As we see live action with Ramsay, one last opportunity to find himself with an advancing score. He's chasing a 5.71, executes that first maneuver. Now he's going to look for that inside reform as well. Waited patiently for it, finally went for that left instead of opting for the right, but now relying on that solid backhand snap to try and seal the door closed.
I have my doubts, honestly. Just looking at the 6.93 and the 5.27 at the moment. Remember that 6.93 from Chianca was a sizey wave. It was a great turn. He had the timing down. I just don't know if this one turn on the outside from Ramsay had the same kind of impact that Joao's had on the 6.93. Still, though, I mean, it was a good wave. Let's break it down right here. Gained some speed down the line and up into the lip. But see, it never really had that one spark where you're thinking, okay, this is easily going to switch it up. And then got the inside connection. So, yeah, I don't know. I have my doubts.
Joao up and riding again on his forehand. Nice jam in the pocket to start. Looking to set himself up. Nice big wrap and trying to better his situation with a 5.27 as his backup score to put even more pressure onto Bokheim. But he goes down on that finishing section. Now we're still waiting for the last score of Ramsay to drop through. Before this, well, he's chasing a 5.71. We'll see where Joao's wave falls through in that conversation as well. Your thoughts, Mitch?
Well, he never gave up. That's one thing. He did catch plenty of waves, so that's his 7th one. So expending a lot more energy than Joao. You know, it was a solid turn on the outside. And then Joao did the smart thing, catch a wave, at least knowing that if Ramsay does better his situation and moves up into the lead, he was going to need a score too. Good tap on the outside, nothing crazy. And then made his way to the shorey. Carves it back right there. That fever's looking good too by Britt Merrick. But, you know, say if he would have bettered, it would have been due to the inside connection right there, and unfortunately he fell. And then this is the wave that I just don't know. It hasn't completely sold me. It was a good-sized section right there. But just compared to the 6s that we've seen in the last few heats, especially the 7s of Joe Vaughn, I just don't see it being the necessary wave right now that Ramsay needs.
Jetsy, there's always a little bit of extra angst having to wait for those scores when you're on the sand.
No, for sure. And I know that the boys in the tower, men and women actually in the tower, they're definitely re-watching all of those waves and looking back at the comparisons, like you say, Mitch, like there's a couple of waves for them to go back and look at. And it's hard. It's so hard, especially, you know, to be Ramsay right here is the toughest of all, I think, sometimes.
Because this is the round, too.
Yeah.
This is the round you want to make it out of, just so you know you're going to have a keeper result. I mean, a 9th isn't bad, but a 5th is way better.
He had a 5th place result on the Gold Coast, but that's been his best so far. So he really needs to get another one like that to really start securing himself in that race for the championship tour. And there it is. Scores are through. He's hearing the results now, but he did not get it. A 5.43 jumps into his top 2, but it's not the 5.71 that he needed. And with that, we're going to see Joao Chianca advancing through into the next round. Thank you so much, Jesse Miley Dyer, for joining Mitch Salazar and myself in the booth. We'll have many more chats to come and many more waves to come. Ryan Callen, Edgard Grosjean hitting the lineup right after this. Some last minute heroics making him advance through into the next round there with Britt Merrick, his shaper, Matt Bemrose, Femi as his coach, breaking things down right now. Cannot wait to hear that post-heat interview to get all the insights for exactly what's coming out of Bemi's mouth right now. Out in the lineup, final heat of the men's round of 16, heat number 8, Ryan Callen of Australia, Newcastle specifically, up against Edgard Grosjean, who has just been blowing our minds for the last couple of years. Very excited to see him making it through once again here at the US Open. It just seems to be a place that he's very comfortable with, and he's actually already doing the run around because we've got a couple of scores to come through for him and for Ryan Callen.
Yeah, Steel City versus Santa Catarina in the water. I like it. Goofy footer against regular too, and this is, you know, an important round for these gentlemen. Grosjean drops a 3.67, so a decent opener. But I think these kind of conditions play right into Rye's favor right now.
Lining it up on his forehand for that first big snap, drifts the tail out, sets it up on that second section, now trying to keep that momentum forward to match it with that section and find that redirect now to his backhand. Out into that open face, wave gets really slopey and soft, but he finds that connection now. Something with a bit more of a pocket, and that classic backhand whip that we're so familiar with of Ryan, but he goes down on the finishing section. Still very early, and some nice surfing to get things started off.
Yeah, did some great work before that. That JS is looking good under his feet. Opted to ride kind of the same board the whole time as well, except the first day had an epoxy under his feet. Now riding that PU. Said that this is kind of one of his magic boards, so he's got something good under his feet, and obviously it's worked so far. He's in the round of 16. As we're seeing Edgard's opener, the 3.67. So gets the floater and then kind of slides out a little too much on the second turn. And I think they're going to keep a lot of these scores relatively low, knowing that there are those sections still outside Shannon that are offering up a lot more steepness. Either way, a 3.67 could be a keeper as his low score. Gets a decent combo right there at the end. And then rise right here. I like the wave selection. One of those ones that's just running down the line the whole time. Almost mistimed it and lost a little bit of control, but recovered extremely well right here. As I love the way he's able to just use those S-turns and kind of carve back in the pocket the whole time in those flatter sections in the mid part of this wave. And here's where it got real interesting. He tries to get the 2-for-1 right here, but look at how steep it got right there at the end, and maybe it just went a bit too strong for how steep that section was. Either way, a 4.9, that's a good opener too.
Yeah, it gets things started. I also like, just that touch on the S-turns, keeping things really smooth in that transition that just looks a little bit more favorable. It looks like they're keeping that kind of flow through their surfing. Is always really nice when there's those flat sections that we get here at Huntington.
Yeah, you gain speed easier that way too. So he's done his homework, and he's obviously competed out here many times too.
A couple of quarterfinals in the past. It's been a few years since we'd seen Ryan Callen out in the lineup, but he's currently sitting in the lead. In that last heat, a bit of joy coming from Joao Chianca as he's advanced into the quarterfinals.
Is right, Shannon. Joao, you ran out of the water, came up here so excited for this heat win. What does it mean to you?
I don't know, like I came up the water like straight to the event site, like come on, like I know like it has been tight. I know like I had a lot of like heats like really tied up with my opponent, so like come on, this one gotta come to me like one time, and then like I just saw the scores coming through, and then I knew it, I done it, and such a special heat. Ramsay is such a good surfer, and I laugh with him a lot. I have a lot of good moments with him, and I don't know, like I gave it all. I paddled so much through the pier against the current. I didn't have the nice start of the heat like I had of Ramsay, so yeah, just always chasing my results, and this time it came to us. Yeah.
How validating is that after all that fight that you put into this heat and this competition?
Yeah, well, like really special, because like I've been really like having like up and downs the whole year. It has been like so much learning, so much like it has been quite painful, yes. The tour and my beginning of the year like has been like a lot of learnings and a lot of like hard like losses and like a couple winnings as well, but I don't know, like the back half of the year gonna be an important one.
Yeah, and one of the things that feels like you're learning is your equipment this year. We talked about just the work that you and Britt have put into making this board exactly how you want it to be. How much confidence is that giving you?
I don't know, they are great. CI team are great. Brent is great. Britt is great. He shapes all my boards. He's the only one that touched them. So I don't know, it's just so nice. It has been so nice. They have been like so supportive with me. I had like couple like hard moments, and they have been like along. Yeah. So really special to have a team like this, and that's not my whole team. That is a team like my family and friends at home and like my manager. So yeah, a lot of people to thank.
Yeah, congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you, feeling blessed.
That was great. It makes me so happy to see Joao get one of those moments in his favor where it is those really tight fought battles, even if the scores aren't super huge, but just to finally get that validation that he's moving forward.
Yeah, and you want to gain some momentum too and some consistency. He really hasn't had that, at least on the Challenger Series this year. So
he hasn't passed the round of 48 yet.
Yeah, this is a huge result for him, at least getting into the quarters. I mean, obviously a win would be the best thing you could get here, but this is where it starts, Shannon, and he has 3 events after this too to kind of make up for it. And you know what's the best part about it? He's going home to Saquarema for a Challenger Series event too. So it's a big opportunity for him to compete at home.
Live action now with Edgard trying to go above the lip. It's a little bit stuck. What happened there?
It seemed like he was kind of in between maneuvers thinking about it, but I was just scared for that board to flip around and him to land on it. I'd rather just kick my board away in those kind of situations.
Yeah, create some distance. Going back to that conversation about, there being a Challenger Series event announced now for Brazil, how great is it for surfers to be able to have an event of this quality with this much on the line for it in their home areas?
Yeah, for Peruvians too, less traveling, it's much closer. For everybody in the North Americas, it's still a long flight, but it's not like you have to go to Australia where it's, a whole day thing. It's like here, 10, 12 hours, you do that rather than having to travel around the world. Going to Bolito, I know, was a nightmare for a lot of people.
Aaron and I just spent about a month. We spent most of July in J-Bay, where we used to live, and to get home, it took us 4 flights.
Yeah.
We were flying like in airplanes for over 30 hours. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a commodity that I think a lot of people haven't had the luxury of having. I would definitely say that the Brazilians are going to feel a lot more comfortable because of that, and obviously competing at home and with your home crowd, it's very beneficial to them. And there's nothing like sleeping in your own bed, Shannon.
And not having to fight jet lag in the midst of it.
Absolutely.
20 minutes on the clock. Arcal sitting in the lead with that 4.9. Has yet to back it up. He's had a pretty good run when it comes to Challenger Series events, though. Found himself a second-place finish this year at the Sydney Surf Pro, just behind Rio Waida, and Ryan was definitely the pick going into that matchup to take a win. It was really special to see Rio get it. As we take a look at the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask, that's Ryan Callen's one career Challenger Series event final, but he's had some good results in some other events there.
Yeah, he has, and he's actually won at Ericeira before, Ribeira de Ilhas. That was in 2018. He won that Prime event, which was basically a Challenger Series back then, and then he finaled afterwards at the Quicksilver Pro France in Hossegor, losing out to Julian Wilson in the final. So, he's had a good connection with Europe before. His coach, Richard Dogmarsh, lives in France, so it's easy for him to travel there. He's going to have that kind of comfort of being at home too. So I expect big things from him coming in the last 3 events after this one. But as you said, looking to at least match his best result here of a quarterfinal finish. I do expect him to at least make the semis here, though. I would say he's one of the favorites to win the whole thing.
Yeah, and based off of the performance that we saw from him at Manly, which was actually kind of similar conditions, it breaks a little bit different. We had some cleaner days there than kind of the wild currents that we've been dealing with here for the last few days. But Manly was kind of solid on finals day, which doesn't happen that often. It was overhead. There were some really big sections. And Ryan was taking to the air, finding those speed sections, as well as able to lay down the rail. And so for him now coming into similar conditions here at the U.S. Open this week, I think is going to work well in his favor, as he has made a massive re-entry out the back. I didn't see him popping out of that one.
It was cool.
That was cool.
It was entertaining. It brought some spectacle to it too. And it wasn't an easy section to go up and over. So Callen's going to get something maybe even better than the 4.9. And it seems like Edgard also went on a split peak situation right here. So he's looking to at least improve on a 3.67. Actually went left as well. Great bottom turn right there. So got a solid connection too on a bigger size set wave. So the young Brazilian on the board as well. And then this wave from Rhino. Look at how that thing's already coming down on him, and he has to go up and over. So great projection from his board. And I mean, massive control coming out of it too when that whole avalanche of water is just about to land on you, Shannon.
Scores coming through now for that last exchange between both servers. A little bit similar. I think I preferred that of Ryan Callen. I just liked that wow factor. The fact that he did pop out, that it looked like a little bit more of a challenging section coming up as well. It wasn't quite that clean lip line. We'll see what the judges think of it. Edgard's score looking good at the moment. His high score just a 3.67, but judges so far for this last one dropping in at least the 6-point range. We'll see how the average shows up and then what they do with Ryan Callen.
I like Grosjean's story a lot too, kind of the working class hero, the person that came out of nowhere and all of a sudden he's bursting onto the scene. Won that event in Ecuador last year that kind of put him and propelled him into the top 10 to qualify for the South America region on the qualifying series, and then competed for the first time here in Huntington Beach on the Challenger Series. Had a decent year. I mean, finished within the top 50. That's more than better, especially in your first season, but I think what he's kind of missed so far in this one is that he hasn't been able to crack into those final day results. He should be looking for that right now.
Yeah, it's really important. It is impressive, though, that he did that well in his opening season, being that he's in his mid-20s. He's not one of these young Groms kind of coming through, but took some time to find himself in this qualifying series or just this WSL World of Competition.
Yeah.
Getting plenty of heats, you know, underway at home and other events. It's been really cool to just see him in the mix and to see that presence that he has among that Brazilian storm as well.
Yeah, under the guidance of Mineirinho, Adriano Souza too, former world champ, so not a bad person to have guiding you your whole career. But look at this. They favored Ryan Callen instead of Grosjean. Still both in the good range though, Shannon.
Yeah, still good scores. A 6.00 for Grosjean and a 6.77 for Callen. So it does solidify his place in the lead, with Grosjean now chasing a 5.68.
There's a close heat, and then Edgar also obtained priority when they paddled back out. So despite there being a bit of separation between both of them, I think this is a good opportunity for both gentlemen to maybe get their best score, because don't really think that the 4.9 is something that Ryan would like to keep in a scoreline at the end of this heat. And obviously Grosjean needing something at least in the mid-6s, comparable to 6.77 to make this heat interesting.
What are your thoughts around maturity coming into competition of this level a little bit later in age, as opposed to coming through as one of those teenagers?
Well, I think especially if you've already been through the amateur ranks when you were young and you take a little break, it might even be beneficial that you don't have kind of that psychological pressure the whole time of wanting to do it before a certain age. Now at least he knows that he's been there, he can get any job he wants, he can do those kind of other things in terms of careers. Why not pursue it right now when all your friends are doing it too? And it's more of an enjoyable thing where you're actually doing it later in age than when you're doing it at a young age.
Yeah, that's a really good perspective, because he does kind of have some other things worked out that's going to be different from surfers that have just been competing full time, even if they're in their mid-20s now, but they haven't had that breakaway to kind of figure out something else and then really enjoy it, make the most of that season of life. Now up and riding, here he is, enjoying a season of life in the competitive jersey, making that first turn look really fun, gets caught up on the second section and is unable to connect. He is chasing that 5.68. We'll wait for the score, and we'll go to a break because we got so much else going on through the rest of the day. 14 minutes on the clock. Will Edgar be able to take the lead? We'll find out after this.
The Vans U.S. Open of Surfing is brought to you by Vans, off the wall since '66. By Pacifico, official beer of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. Live life anchors up. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Foo Wax, official surf wax of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. And by Sambazon, bringing you the delicious powers of acai every day. The official acai of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing.
12 minutes on the clock. Lots of fans hanging on the north side of the pier getting their own waves, but a whole lot more hanging on the south side of the pier watching the world's best go at it for a spot in the finals here in Huntington Beach for the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing, and hunting down that that carrot dangling constantly in front of them of championship tour qualification.
Oh yeah, and I tell my friends all the time, you're missing out if you're not coming down at least one day during the 9-day event here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. First of all, the world's best 96 male surfers that are trying to qualify for the championship tour, the best 64 women on the planet, and you're not even watching one single day. What are you doing? It's like, when do you get this?
Totally. And coming up tomorrow, we're going to have the best 40 longboarders on the planet, 40 of the best, hitting the water for the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, which will be so fun to watch. And we've just got it all going on down here. So if you're tuning in somewhere in the area, just come down. It's a little bit of a challenge sometimes to find parking, but other than that, it's worth the walk if you got to walk a bit.
Absolutely. Get here early then. You know, watch all day long. It's something so cool to me that I experienced at a young age when you're able to see your idols up front. Like, it's so cool when you're able to see those people and meet them eventually. And luckily for me, I was able to find a job where I was actually able to converse with them on almost a daily basis too. So this event has so much significance to it, Shannon.
Ryan Callen has priority. He kind of looked off to the right, but he's going to go with the left. And a huge layback snap into the lip. That looked so good. Oh, I love seeing moments like that.
It was cool too because the wave backed off for a certain point where he was actually able to do it or trace a different line compared to the same bottom turn, top turn combo we've seen. This one was a bit more horizontal, but added the variation of the layback too, Shannon.
I love it. I love that breakdown. Let's take another look at it here.
So Grosjean was very interested in this one, but see how he had that extra pump? Just drops the hammer right there at the end, and this angle really just shows everything. Uses that back foot, really pushes it up into the lip line, and a great wave there from Markel.
Grosjean might have some work on his hands once that score drops through. He's now racing through this inside section. Nice use of the rail, keeping that smooth line. Puts on a good finish. Not entirely sure if he got that moment out the back, but the Brazilian fans are feeling it on the beach.
Yeah, and especially his friends too. You see Mateo Cerdi, Victor Bernardo, former QS surfer turned free surfer now. Love to see him out at lower trestles all the time, but I love Grosjean's attitude and his enthusiasm all the time. He's always smiling, really nice guy. And let's look at what he did on the outside. So another fantastic turn, and I mean, you talk about quality maneuvers. That was one of them. Gets the foam climb right there, carves it back, and got an absolute stunner of a finish right there too. Everybody on the beach, his friends going crazy. This is going to be a tough heat in the last 8 minutes and 30 seconds.
I love that they're getting these good opportunities with really quality waves rolling through. 8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Scores to come through for both Ryan Callen and Edgard Grosjean. Ryan just with the single big maneuver.
Yeah.
Edgard with a single big maneuver and then connecting it through for a powerful finish.
This is a tough decision the judges need to make. I think if Callen would have been up and riding by himself without Grosjean behind him, he would have gotten a much better score than I'm probably anticipating now. I think Grosjean is going to get another great wave too. So, I mean, he was needing a mid-5 to move up into the lead. I think that's more than enough with this wave. The only thing that I will say, how high are they going to go with the good variation of maneuvers with RCal right now? Because I think it's going to be close to the 677 when you compare it to that one kind of big foam climb on the open face. I like this wave a lot from Ryan.
Scores to come through. We still haven't seen anything for Ryan. We do see a couple of scores now for Edgard, and they're starting to trickle through. It's going to be pretty close. Maybe going in favor of Ryan Callen. We'll see how that average starts to fall through. And the split is in. Oh, just narrowly goes to Edgard Grosjean. 6.87 over Ryan getting a 6.83, but Ryan stays in the lead.
This is a great heat, Shannon.
This is so exciting.
13.6 to 12.87. And with 7 minutes to go, priority with Ryan, and it's important to have right now because he's going to be able to control the rest of the heat. So look at this size of the wave in favor of Callen, but look at the dynamic turns on the outside. You have the layback on the left from Rye, and then the one big backhand turned up into the lip line from Grosjean. So the similarity between the amount of spray that they sent, obviously they're capitalizing on the power and the speed that they're throwing into the section, I think what I liked in favor of Ryan was that we were able to see a line trace that we haven't seen very much on these lefts. Grosjean, though, had the inside connection, and I think that added just a bit more points as we saw in the score.
Yeah, I think that's just such a good breakdown because it was nice to see that difference in flair coming through from Ryan, but Edgard really did do more work. He got that great maneuver out the back, and he found that inside section that also offered him something steep, where there's been a lot of guys who have kind of done the little S-turns, maybe the Huntington hop, made the connection, but then it's just such a soft section that it really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Where for Edgard, he still had that good stand-up finish.
Yeah, and what benefited him was that due to his size, he's much leaner than a lot of the other competitors in the event too, so he doesn't really have to do that hop. He did the one foam climb, then carved it back, and fortunately with that board, it seems like it's an epoxy. It's been going extremely well through to the inside too. But look at this, 5 minutes 35. I know Rai has priority, and he's probably going to want to be patient on catching something that'll better the 677. I'd be very aware of where Grosjean is, though, because he doesn't need much to move back up into first.
It's just so tight, and he's already got scores that match what his requirement is, which I think must play into that mindset a little bit, knowing that you found that in the current situation. Within the 30 minutes that you're given, you've already been able to achieve it. There he is waving his hand, wanting to know that situation update from our beach announcers upstairs. Jeff Baldwin and Todd Klein, making sure those guys know everything that they need to know. 5 minutes on the clock, and Ryan still sits in the lead. But AJ McCord has wandered around the contest site to find one of the most famous surfers of all time.
Oh, what's up, guys? It's AJ. I'm just hanging out with my BFF, Kelly Slater, here at the WSL store, the Vans US Open of Surfing. You can come in, take your picture with Kelly, or rep him on a jersey on your back with the rest of Team USA. We also have the Aussies, the Brazilian Storm jersey, always a really popular one. And then, of course, gotta stay hydrated. The Vans US Open of Surfing with an official Hydro Flask. And when the sun is out, my friends, hats come on. Send it back to you.
Thanks so much, AJ. So many good things to be found in that WSL store, including Kelly Slater. When I was a Grom growing up here, had my first cell phone, came down to the US Open, hanging out with everybody. And I got in this line to get Kelly Slater's autograph. I think he must have been about 16 years old. And all I had on me, I had nothing. I just handed him my phone. And he looked at me and he was like, "You want me to sign your cell phone?" And I was like, "Yes, please."
Did he?
So yeah, he totally did. And then high school, I had a cell phone signed by Kelly Slater. Just down the road to Edison.
Oh my goodness, Shannon. I was actually going to ask you a few heats ago what your favorite memory has been of being at this event. But I think you just said it. That just made my day right there.
It is one of the ones that sticks out to me among many as we take a look at the heat recap with Edgard Grosjean going big.
Yeah, this was a 6.0 for Edgar. And then Ryan, the 677 right here for the dynamic turn with that white water coming down on him. Then got the 683 for the beautiful layback. Both of his best waves on single turns on the outside. So they're really rewarding that big side section here at Southside Huntington Beach Pier. And then the Brazilian Grosjean with the 687. Love his style, great surfing, and a beautiful finish right there, ditching the fins on the inside section.
Now, where do you think Ryan's score could have gone from that 683 in the single maneuver had he had an end section finish like that of Edgard?
Probably in the mid-sevens, I would have said. Obviously, depending on the finish, if it was as good as Grosjean's, I probably would have said at least the low sevens, at a little bit of maybe even a half a point. But I think the averages came out well. You know, it was a split decision. They're basically the same score. I mean, a 683 and a 687, there's really no difference right there. The only thing right now is that I think based off of two waves, as a judge, you're still thinking the red is beating blue, though. Not to say that Grosjean doesn't have a shot right here with 2 minutes and 20 to go, though.
Waves coming through. Ryan in red has priority. Blue, Edgard is going to have a look at that one. He's kind of trying to sneaking something in that has some scoring potential.
He's trying to bait Ryan into making a mistake, too.
Yeah, definitely.
He won't do it. He's too experienced. He's been on the CT for so long and now looking to requalify again. The only person in the top 10 remaining in the event, that's just absurd to me. I didn't believe that when I saw that stat.
It's crazy. So he came into the event at number 7, but with the rest of that top 10 out of the conversation, he's currently sitting at number 3 on the live rankings. And if he wins this, he could jump up into that number 2 spot. He can't take the lead away. That number 1 spot, Rio Waida has that one sealed up for the moment. That could change heading into the next event, of course. But for now, Ryan has that chance to take number 2.
Yeah. And this is a huge moment for him. 90 seconds to go. We know how good he is under priority, but with priority, he hasn't really been in the spotlight too much. He does have the experience of winning big events like this before, but as of right now has never made the semifinals or better here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. So it's a big moment. He'd at least match his best result, Shannon, making it into the quarters. And as you said, moving up into the rankings, he could easily knock Leo Fioravanti down to third too.
And for right now, Edgard Grosjean is matching his best result. Last year on the Challenger Series, he had a 9th place finish in France. He is bettering his US Open personal best, which was a 17th place last year. So making it into this round of 16 was a good jump up in that right direction. But really that conversation now around Ryan Callen and him really wanting to secure that position back onto the CT as he fell off just before that mid-tour at the mid-season cut in Margaret River. He had a funny year as well with that wrist injury, unable to surf pipe, and then just a slow comeback. Now he's looking to get himself back in that spot as he goes huge on a massive section, makes the rotation, and he's going to shoot the pier, finish off on the north side. Let's see if he has any scoring potential left. I don't know, but that had to feel good.
Yeah, he's smiling the whole time.
Edgard answers back as well. He goes huge. Board just flings away from his feet.
I like the enthusiasm, though. I mean, he knew that Rai was probably going to go big on the left just because he wasn't going to let him go. Grosjean was going to need something of significance here in the last 30 seconds. But how about Rai, though? The only person left in the top 10, moving up in the rankings and solidifying his position there, at least within the next event, too.
And putting on a show for the crowd there on the pier. There's so many spectators that get to have that bird's eye view of some good airs today, and Ryan is in that conversation. Taking the win with a 6.83 and a 6.77. We do have another score to drop through, but it's not going to change the situation. Ryan Callen into the quarterfinals over Edgard Grosjean. Women's round of 16, heat 1 after this.
Welcome to the peak of summer here in Southern California. This is the Vans US Open of Surfing. We're live from Huntington Beach, where Ryan Callen just blasted his way through some tough competition in Edgard Grosjean for the win. A 14.46 heat total. Chris Cote, Pete Mel, Dane Gudauskas. I'm going to give you an air. Oh, we get a physical.
We're going in, yes.
Awesome.
And I got bookended the Elmer surfboard hats.
I know.
We'll get you one. You'll be on.
Cool.
You'll be on the team momentarily.
You got to cover this gray hair.
Well, this is going to be really fun, folks. We are going into round of 16 for the women. The Challenger Series rolls on. We're going to have some friendly fire in our first heat. Amuro Suzuki versus Minami Monaka. Now, two Japanese surfers enter the lineup. 30 minutes on the clock. Same rules go. Two waves score, they total up. Whoever wins this is going into the quarterfinals. This is going to be awesome, and it's going to be made that much more awesome because Dane Gudauskas is here. So Dane, I know this has to be what, your 20th Vans US Open of Surfing? You're getting deep in the US Open, aren't you?
Oh, I love it every time, and you know, we've been coming since we were really young, you know, and just every year it's got that same sense of nostalgia. You know, you think of the legends who've competed here, you think of those superstar heats and all the time we've spent here at the pier, and it's just great to see the new generation plugging in and making good work of it.
What's the one memory, or not, I'm sure there's many, but is there one that just all of a sudden pops into your head from you know, your youth that sticks to your mind?
Sonny Garcia, absolutely. Just, you know, he was strong man, and just his power surfing out here in waves that you would generally not associate with power surfing, and I remember being so inspired the first time I saw that. I was like, I can, that's the style of surfing that I want to emulate.
Because I actually had my one man-on-man heat against Sonny Garcia here. I lost it before I even got in the water. It literally was that bad. I was like, oh my gosh.
Dane remembered Sonny.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, it's the waves. There were some really great big swells and some amazing conditions. I mean, this has been fantastic too. I mean, what
pretty
is
cool
it?
to watch. That's for sure.
It's classy.
It's been challenging, man. It's a full triathlon.
It is.
We see, I mean, we're still having glassy conditions. When you have glass like this into the afternoon, that makes golden hour that much more special. Swell has been pulsing throughout the entirety of this broadcast, and it looks like it's going to continue on. So in the lineup, Omuro Suzuki on paper has to be the favorite, coming through as an Olympian. She's had championship tour results, and she's been on fire throughout this contest. But Minami Nonaka could be that dark horse story that we will be following, and those underdogs always seem to rise, especially here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. Well, by no means an underdog. Ryan Callen's name has been on the top of many people's list of surfers to watch and potentially win this whole event. He is standing by now with Louisa Florence.
Yeah, and I was just, joking with them that he's here again, and it's always a good sign. Ryan, it was a back-to-back heat and a grand finale with the air. Going through the pier was like a very movie-style finish. How are you feeling?
Yeah, that was a pretty cool way to end the heat. I just knew at the end I had to keep him off anything. He's super exciting surfer, and he can you never know what he's going to do. So I saw that wave wasn't a straight closeout, and I knew I had to keep him off it, and it ended up being my best wave. So it was very exciting.
You had a slow year with your wrist and all this stuff. You're just sitting on position number 3 in the live rankings. Do you pay attention to the scoring, like moving forward, who you're going to face on quarterfinals, or you want me to tell you?
I definitely heard who I'm going to face, but I try not to look at it. I'm kind of just versing myself out there and trying to do it as best I can with the waves I get. But you're always versing the other guy in some sense. It's always looking for results but mainly just performances and trying to make it as far as I can in every heat and every round, and hopefully I can keep it going.
Do you have any strategy now moving forward to quarterfinals? And
no, I'm really enjoying what I'm doing. Hopefully I can just keep that going, maybe get some bigger sections and try some big airs or something. But I think it's all moving in the right direction.
It's working well. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'm with Ryan. I think we're all enjoying what he's doing. That powerhouse goofy footer from Australia will be facing the electric Brazilian talent of Zhao Chianca. That will be an epic quarterfinal matchup, and we're all locked and loaded for the men's quarterfinals. Now it's time to decide who will be in the women's quarters. Omuro Suzuki is going up against Minami Nonaka. So again, on paper, Omuro, she is the household name after all the big results that she has put forth. But for Minami, she's got a really strong backhand, and right there, she's got some precision in her game as well. So opting out of trying to attack that end section, which has taken so many surfers down. Minami right there will be on the board. The first wave for Omuro, just a 1, so nothing wild just yet. And there's still 23:49 to go. We've got Dane Gudauskas in the booth here. And Dane has been all up and down, all around the Van Dorn Village and everywhere in between. And I was thinking there was something big happening next door, and that is because the Flying Embers deck is going off. And who's right in the middle of it? I see Koa Smith. It's a big beach party going down here, Dane.
Oh, yeah. Gotta love a little Flying Embers in the mix on a sunny day at the beach. Who wouldn't love that?
Well, speaking of love, Dan, I know you have love for the world, for the earth in general, but also your Positive Vibe Warriors movement has been gaining speed for almost a decade now. You guys have been putting in the work. What's the latest with the Positive Vibe Warriors?
It's just really exciting to have the opportunity. We just released a new collaboration with the Juju Surf Club, which is Mikey Fabs and his wife Zelty. And they've created just an amazing platform to kind of highlight African surf culture and programs. So it feels good that we work together to create a soft board, and that board will go down not only to help those guys do their thing, but it's also available for sale here in the U.S. to help elevate them.
You know, you and I bonded a lot over African music in the past, and I know that the vibe that you guys pick up from Michael February, who is just that, I mean, spiritual leader, the guy, not only the way he surfs, but how he carries himself. How has hanging around Michael February informed the way that you and your brothers and the Positive Vibe Warriors do business?
Yeah, he's just amazing. You know, we've had a really long relationship with Michael, and just appreciate what he does and who he is. So it's a real honor to get a chance to collaborate on an idea, come up with a custom print, and really focus in our goal of supporting those guys, and anything we can do. I mean, hopefully share some waves with them too, you know, that's kind of the side. Maybe go to J-Bay, I don't know. It looks like it's been a really good...
Oh, I see the goal now, I like it. No, that's awesome. There you see Moto Suzuki right there, just getting a little bit hung up, 21:45 to go. Conditions update, Pete, like we can see on the screen, nice and glassy. Tide is definitely filling up. Does that slow things down in terms of cadence of waves? Does it flatten out the lineup a little bit? What does this high tide do for Huntington Beach?
It's going to be a different vibe than what they've been able to surf in this event so far. I mean, the very first day of competition, they were surfing little teeny waves, you know, and they got through that, and then all of a sudden they had to deal with Frank the Tank, and Frank was a beating. They had to deal with that first day. The current was cooking way more than even yesterday, and both these women were able to get through that type of scenario. And now we're in kind of atypical, fun Huntington Beach. It is totally different. I think a choice of equipment was probably something in their heads, you know, because it would be a lot different than what they were riding 2 days ago. Although it'd be, I think they'd be comfortable on whatever they're riding, but ultimately that decision making would be part of it. We're seeing an adjustment kind of happening. You know, there's not as much push as we had previously in those past couple days, and it's already factored into the way Amura has been able to she's been pushing against those sections, but not getting pushed back. So she's had a couple little dig rails here in the beginning stages. Minami is a much smaller, much slighter in stature, so she was very brave to be going through those other day, the conditions with Frank, hurricane surf. That was very challenging, and she was able to get through it. So it's pretty cool to see both these women against each other, and I'm sure there's a little healthy rivalry, being that they're both from Japan.
100%. Japan has been, quietly fielding a really strong group of surfers, both male and female. Dane, I know you've spent time in Japan. I know you've seen the rise of surfers like Amuro and Minami. What do you think it is when for the Japanese surfers who have made such a big push in the last, I would say 4 or 5 years? I know you're really good friends with the Ono brothers, but since them, there was a little bit of a gap in that generational talent, but man, they are coming back full force.
It's really exciting to see the next generation. I mean, like you said, we had the chance to spend a lot of time with Masatoshi and his brother, Nori, and yeah, it's just, those guys spent years mentoring the next generation, working with guys like Kaito Ohashi and Hiroto Ohara, who won here. And I think, the foundation's been set from that perspective of these guys have someone to look up to. There's that generation who's paved the way. And now we're seeing the fulfillment of that. And, on the Olympic stage, on the global stage, it's an amazing culture. It's really exciting to see them take ownership in the process and really just make a big statement on the world stage.
Yeah, it almost felt like that, the Japanese surf fans and skate fans are just so passionate for so many years. You'd go there and their events, they were just always packed. Now it's almost like we're seeing a switch, just thinking, wait a second, yeah, we can be fans, but we can also win these events. I mean, in skating, it's incredible. Every podium in park and street events packed with Japanese skaters. And I don't think it's going to be too long till we start to see this in surfing as well. As you see Moto Suzuki right here, it wasn't a great wave, but she knew that she had to get some work done.
She did, and this is already at the 18-minute mark, so you got to get some numbers on the board. She's going to get the best number here. Just a nice rhythm to her surfing. I was introduced to her with an event up in northern Spain. It was a 6,000. She went out there and she took a win. Actually, I have to take that back. It was a 10,000 at the time. She ended up taking the win, and it was a launching pad for her winning this major event where all the major women were in this thing, and she was able to take a win. And I remember just watching her style, so low and compact, and that's the one thing about the Asian Japanese surfers is they come with just oozing style. They've got this great technique, and I think they work on it. I think the coaching works on that, and you can just see in the way they approach waves, they're always really compact and just always have their arms in the right places and great flow.
Yeah, it's a community that seems to really value those fundamentals from the get-go and kind of grow into that. And when you're surfing really good waves, a strong fundamental base is a good thing to have, because when you get on the CT or the top level, you guys know the waves just get better and better. So it's exciting to see him on that stage.
Muto's making her way back out, and she made the right decision by taking that wave. It came through to 4.67, so she's got a decent lead for now with 17:18 to go. Minami's out the back with priority. So PE just mentioned a little bit about equipment. Of course, all these surfers with that finely tuned quiver, they're probably having to make that decision just minute by minute, heat by heat, as to which board to ride. But for you guys, let's say today, you got the whole place to yourselves. What are you riding? Dane, I know you got something weird in the bag to take out there on a day like today.
I do. Well, yeah, I would, in a funny roundabout way, a couple days ago before the event, we were grabbing boards off restaurant walls and taking them out for a joyride. So, sky's the limit.
In which restaurant?
IHOP actually had some of the best boards on their walls.
That's so good.
So, yeah, everything kind of works. As long as you can carry speed through the flats, I think you can get the job done.
I would agree there.
Pete, what would be the go-to blade for today?
For me, I mean, in this type of conditions right now, with the nice glassy, a little higher tide, I would say that I'm going to have a little electrification with a little styrofoam core. I still ride these shortboards like I'm going to be trying to still make heats. I don't experiment too much with design these days, unlike Dane.
You were ripping in that one Instagram clip, though. What was that model?
That was just a normal PU board, but that was beautiful surf, so it was a little bit different. But, I do ride these shortboards, and I try to, surf a wave like, the CT surfers do. That's just kind of my mindset. That's where I get excited, is to try and surf that way. There's inspiration out of riding different equipment, and I think, Dane, you're kind of drawing in different lines. I mean, you draw some very unique lines, and your equipment helps you to do that. And I think that all that experimentation is also some kind of drive, right? It creates that creativity. And I love it. I mean, competing, you don't necessarily get to do that. But you get to be a free surfer, and you get to try all sorts of stuff. And we've seen actually, a prime example of that is your good friend, Michael February. He was on the CT. He ends up falling off, falls into the Vans work, and it just was perfect for him. And then all of a sudden the twin pin comes, and all of these great designs come out of all the work that he's doing with Channel Islands. And it's been super fun to see. And it's a whole different aspect of sport. There's competition, but that free surfing element, it drives this part of the sport too, because I see that experimentation has to happen. And it can happen with guys like you, and somebody outside of competition, because that's where you get that creativity to be able to do that, because you start experimenting in heats, it's a little challenging. Sometimes the judges don't like it.
Yeah, so it is a great opportunity, like you said, experimentation with different equipment, because it just allows you to see the wave in a new way. You find the wave's energy in a new spot, and you can always bring that back to your thruster approach. That's the mentality I've had over the last couple of years, and I think it's benefited my surfing tremendously. So, these guys, this is the highest level of surfing out here, but there's always that opportunity to learn how to read the ocean better, how to read the waves better, and maybe that makes a difference in a couple years' time and where you end up.
I think pushing it right now, a guy that's doing that is Josh Kurt, and what he's been doing with his, twin fin designs. I mean, he's utilizing that style of surfboard to do a little bit different lines, but still in that traditional, radical type of surfing.
Speaking of radical, we're about to see it right here. Minami, I like the approach. She wasn't able to come down with that, but I think that's what she needs
Chris,
to do.
Minami is way up the beach. She's, they're surfing different breaks. She's up at Machado's Peak trying to do a little different aspect here.
Maybe that's their resolution for the friendly fire. You go over there, I'm going to stay down here. Let's just surf this thing out. 13:45 to go. Muto Suzuki in the lead for now. We'll see if Minami Nonaka can catch back up. We'll be right back. You're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing. you guys that you wouldn't mind seeing in a dark alley. The Gdauskas brothers right there appearing in that hydro flask
Like just a bunch of labs that are going to come lick you.
They're going to save you. I love it. Dane, you got a new hydro flask coming out with Vans. You got the waffle sole on the bottom, the checkers on the top. It's like a party in a bottle. It's awesome.
Who doesn't love a little Vans checkerboard action?
Oh, nice. But Nanaka, she needed this one big time.
Yeah, from party to business real quick. Minami right there doing work from the outside all the way to the inside. So Minami does have some good contest results. She won a QS 5000 in perfect waves at the Krui Pro just a few months ago. And then you look at Omuro Suzuki's.
She is literally she is way down the beach, and she's getting out and running south again. So she loves
river jetties.
Yeah, no, she's surfing a totally different part of the beach. I mean, a completely different strategy than any surfer today. And well, it kind of seems like it paid off because she's gonna be probably, I mean, it will be for sure her best number. But I mean, look at this. I mean, she's way down there, and she's still gonna run up. This is the Pier Bowl right. Ooh, wow, that was a vicious one.
That was perfect.
That was the answer back. Yeah, Minami looked like she was going to claw back into this one, but if this score here is going to be the best number of the heat. That aggressive turn like that, judges will like it if she could finish it up, as she does.
How cool is it that the last section in Huntington Beach is such a unique phenomenon? It grows to be the same, like overhead on the inside shore, and you could do that huge finishing move. Is there anything else like it? I can't really think of anything.
Not really, and it becomes a big part of the criteria of being able to try and capitalize on that inside section, especially when it's atypical, where it does that full Huntington hop into the inside section. That inside section becomes a big part of it. Although this event, they haven't been paying off the inside section. These guys upstairs, they basically, I mean, it's probably going to start to criteria is going to change a little bit as we move, into these little bit smaller conditions. But during those first couple days, no payoff on the inside section at all. It seemed like to me.
Yeah, all the business was done out the back. 9:20 to go. Moto drops a 4.7. Score coming through for Minami. Nonaka is going to be right up there with that one from Omuro. So Omuro now making her way down the beach. We got Mayhem versus Xanadu, two nice looking boards under these women's feet.
I know that I had one Xanadu that was shaped for me specifically, and the thing was so good. Oh man, I tripped out on how, just for one board, just made out of the blue, that it ended up under my feet until it broke it. That always happens.
It's the story of a magic board. Always ends with heartbreak.
Unless that magic board came from the wall at the International House of Pancakes. And, that's a double dip right there. Did it smell like syrup?
It actually had syrup on it. Yeah. I don't know. It was,
Omuro here, I wonder if strategically now she's like, okay, I've got my two numbers. I'm going to move over and start, holding it down. I mean, that's sometimes when you leave your competitor for too long, it's an error. So I feel like she's now going to go, okay, you're going to go surf down the beach? Well, I'm going to put myself right next to you and utilize that priority and start taking opportunities away.
And I 1000% agree with the judges. That 6.77 is a crucial score, and that came from critical surfing. That first turn she did, I mean, that was just absolute textbook technique, precise, powerful. She did it all right there. And she did get a little bonus extra credit for that inside section. But, that finishing maneuver, if you do something just outrageous in there, I mean, back in the day, Shane Horan was the first guy doing big 360s right on the inside section, and the judges were going, wait, what is this? But now we're seeing surfers with the chance to finish.
Evan Geisman was talking about it today when he had the man-on-man heat with Seth Moniz, and Seth Moniz did that big loop on the inside shorey and just sent the dashing poor Evan Geisman. He remembered it very, very well, and he said he's actually reflecting on it during his heat. Oh my gosh! Because he had like 2 sevens, he was killing it, and then Hail Mary went for Seth, and Seth just pulled it off. And there's that. Oh,
one of the great airs of all time has to be, right?
It was
in
for
a
here
heat, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, a clutch moment. Although, did you see Aton's air today?
Yeah, clutch. I mean, to bust an air of that magnitude under the pressure.
Awesome. No doubt. Well, I'm Chris Cote. This is Pete Mel. We're joined by Dane Gdauskas, and Dane is one of the few owners of one of these awesome Hydro Flask Vans collabs. These will be out soon, correct?
Yep, absolutely. They'll be available for everyone to get a hold of, and
Easy to keep a hold
enjoy.
of, too. The waffle cup, the waffle grip, I mean, that is a classic right there. This isn't going anywhere.
You put that in that little the truck holder in the car. Ain't going anywhere.
Take it to work, take it on adventures, whatever you got to do. Just stay hydrated, really. I mean, I drink so much water. It gets me super excited. Like, not in a weird way. I just love water and feeling hydrated. So, yeah, I always got one of these.
When it is the goal, of course, you know, it looks cool. It keeps your drinks cool or hot. But the big thing here, keeping plastic out of this world. Keep plastic off the planet. And if we all went to a hydro flask, a metal reusable drinking container like that, I think the world would obviously be a much better place. And I'm very excited to get my hands on one of these. These ones don't leave the set, so maybe Dane, you can loan me yours later.
Yeah,
or,
absolutely.
Yeah, we'll work that
out. We got the same hat. We got to have the same bottle.
Perfect. 5:50 to go. Moto Suzuki, that last score, that 6.77 paired with that 4.7. She's got an 11.47 total. And Minami is out the back with a 5.5 and a 3.67. Still in it, only needing a 5.98. Pete, do you think her tactic of staying away from a moto is going to help her out for the next 5.5 minutes?
Depends on if Mamuro tracks her down. You can see, look there, the little dots way up there. That's them. So they're surfing that very, very southern end. You know, the Machado Peak, we like to call it. But either way, it's a different break. And so leaving the Pier Bowl to be solo by itself.
Looks like they're down at Blackie's with Al Nost. You can barely see him.
Well, I would say that this is you know, Minami's now more northerly than we saw Amuro. So Amuro's going to go out there and start, you know, attaching herself to Minami, and you know, at least surfing the same break.
All right, 5 minutes to go. Our surfers right now scanning the horizon for waves. Nothing coming right now. So let's go to the Van Dorn Village where AJ is standing by at.
We are at the U Theory booth, and you never know who you're going to run into here at the Vans US Open of Surfing on the Sand. Check it out. We have Tatiana signing autographs for so many fans. So Tatiana, tell us about just how fun it has been to be out here among a lot of surf fans this week.
Honestly, it's been really fun. I love the Open. It's not an event that I'm doing this year. As you guys know, I just don't like taking spots from the Challenger Series girls, and I'd love to watch them surf. So yeah, I'm just here enjoying the week. I was being supportive wife also for the week and cheering on my husband, Jesse. But yeah, enjoying the Open.
Yeah, and tell us about U Theory and sort of what you guys are doing here.
Yeah, U Theory is an amazing company, and they are based off of supplements, and my favorite supplement is collagen. I take it every day with my coffee, and ashwagandha. Actually, I use it usually when I'm competing because it keeps me stress-free and allows more oxygen into my blood and my brain to make better decisions quickly. But yeah, they're an amazing company. I'm super happy to be a part of the family. I'm here at the booth signing, so if you guys want to come get a little bag signed, I'm here.
So Tatiana, you said you love watching the younger girls compete. Who stood out to you so far?
Honestly, Caroline is ripping, but she's on tour, so I would say Caity Simmers is probably one of my favorite surfers to watch at the moment. She's just really progressive, and I think she's bringing something new to the sport of female surfing, so yeah, it's really exciting to watch her.
Well, thank you so much for your time. We'll let you get back. She's got a line here waiting for people who want an autograph from her, so thank you so much. Send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, AJ. Dane, you must be pretty stoked. AJ's repping the Juju shirt right there, your Vans collab. When is that all happening?
That's right now, too. I got my shoes, my Juju shoes on, too. And, you know, they're just doing amazing stuff, a great organization. And it's so rad, like Tati was saying. You never know who you're going to see walking around at the U.S. Open, like, you know, driving your car, someone at the corner waiting across the street. It's just exciting. There's such an energy around this event, and I'm so glad it's back in full force and happening.
Just legends all over the place.
There kind of is, really, to be honest. So.
It's true. You know, yeah, you go for your morning coffee, you're going to run into a group of, you know, either guys going for their warm-up, pro surfers, or legends like Dave Nueva, Bud Lamas. You know, you never know who you're going to bump into.
We got 2:20 to go here, and just as we expected, Moto Suzuki leaving nothing to chance. She paddles way down the beach to meet up with Minami Nonaka. Minami does have priority now. She's got 2 minutes. She needs a decent score, 5.98, but she's already dropped to 5.5, so she knows what it feels like to get that high 5, and we'll see if she activates on this one. She does not, and she did not make an effort to get into that wave. Priority judges have been watching so closely throughout the entire day just to make sure that they're not missing a thing. And I'll tell you, you will not fool our priority judges with any funny business.
Dane, you got anything coming up through your head too? Exciting?
I'm going camping through Indo for a couple weeks and
camping.
You said that so calmly.
I know.
I'm a little. Yeah,
I thought you were going to say Big Sur or something.
I won't be available for the next month.
So your
or so.
phone,
I'm going off the
you.
grid. Yeah.
Are you really?
Straight to voicemail.
That's so cool.
So yeah, we'll see how that goes, and then I'm excited about. I'm going on a boat trip with my wife, surfing in through Alaska and this and that. So
unreal.
It's just kind of off the grid and enjoying the experience.
Can we come
going to places
to
you've never
Alaska?
been?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, you guys should come along and we can share the journey.
I wanted to
But
ask,
no, I've never been to any of these places.
Perfect.
Yeah, just keep experiencing new things and
so cool.
Yeah, just keep
Spice of
growing.
life.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about, to me, one of the perfect summertime surfboards, the Positive Vibe Warrior soft tops that I've been seeing around.
Oh yeah, we have so much fun. We're actually just in the process of a new model that we made, and the softboards has just been a fantastic journey for us to create something that people can have that shared experience around. And so they're available right now in surf shops. If you're online, www.positivevibewarriors.com. We got boards for you. We got the new Mikey Phelps collab, and check it out.
Man, can you imagine this guy's quiver, Pete? He's probably got the coolest quiver in the world.
Well, it's funny. I was looking at Tanner's Instagram, and he's trying. They're having a board swap here too, right? And he was enlisting for all the stuff that he has to trade for, like cameras. I think he was looking for specific. Like, it's just so funny that Tanner's got all these collections that he wants. He said, "Oh yeah, I'll trade VHS if you want. Come on down."
It's great, man. It's a wide open landscape, and every bit of it opens your mind up to see, like you said, see things in a new light, see it in a new perspective, and bring it into your existence.
Keep it positive. Stay stoked. Thank you, Dane Gadowskis. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm sure we'll see you more throughout the week before your epic global adventure. At the end of this one, it is Amuro Suzuki getting the win, but congrats to Minami Nanoka. Great finish for her, and more to come. We are in the women's rounds here of the Vans US Open of Surfing. We're not going anywhere. Stay tuned. Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing, and we are live from the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier here in beautiful Surf City, USA. Chris Cote with Pete Mel, and we're watching yet another epic matchup, surfer on surfer here in the round of 16. We've got two Australians, Macy Callahan and Philippa Anderson. In that last heat, we saw two Japanese surfers go out there, and they put up a really good fight, and I'm sure we're going to see that now with Macy Callahan and Philippa. I mean, on paper, this one is tough to call. Philippa is a wily competitor, and you know, she is fierce in the lineup. Macy Callahan is one of those surfers that just makes it look so easy when given the opportunity to ride waves. So Tough one to call, but I can guarantee you there will be fireworks. 27:12 on the clock. And the conditions are looking fun. It's dipped a little bit in terms of energy, but I think with that, sometimes we have more open face to work with. Would you agree?
I would agree. And, you know, not so wild like we had seen earlier. Now with this fuller tide. We passed the high tide? Yes, we are, by about an hour now. So we'll see it start to even actually get a little bit more steeper on those outside sections. You know, looking at these two surfers in the water, Macy Callen sitting at number 5 on the Challenger Series. Philippa a little bit lower, so this is going to be a great opportunity if Philippa could get by Macy Callen. This would be a big win to get herself into those quarterfinals and get a solid result so she can move up those rankings.
Both these surfers have had experience on the championship tour. Macy recently actually was kind of standing close to her down in Mexico when they got the news that you know, the end of the tour was going to be cut short, and she was below the cut line at that moment. So really emotional moments for Macy Callen back then, but of course that's got to be way in the rear view, as now she's got a job to do. She only has 30 minutes to put up 2 good scores, and we know Philippa Anderson backs down from no surfer. So while these two athletes get themselves in the takeoff zone, we do see one wave of Philippa Anderson coming through at a 1.67. This is going to be I think it's going to be a chess match, because both these surfers have a deep knowledge and history in competitive surfing. So
yeah, a ton of experience.
Not a lot of mistakes are going to be made right now.
Philippa right now is 54th in the rankings. She's actually had a bit of a rough start for her Challenger Series season. Has not made a whole lot of heats. So this one is her best results by a long shot, and a great opportunity to really put a result on the board here and move up those rankings and give herself a chance at the end of the season in Hawaii.
So Challenger Series, you know, is basically your path to the championship tour. 7 events this year. 4 of your top finishes will be combined, and wherever you stand on the leaderboard with those 4 top finishes after Haleiwa, the final stop on the Challenger Series, that will be who we will be seeing up on the 2023 Championship Tour. So far, Macy Callen's had a great year. Avoca Beach, New South Wales, Australia, home of many incredible surfers. I put her on that list. She has such a smooth style, and you know, she is a surfer that, of course, makes right-hand point breaks look just incredible, but you know, has the skills to compete in beach breaks like we see here in Huntington Beach.
Well, yeah, you mentioned it, because in Australia, the Australian legs, the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, she finished with an equal 9th, which is a loss in this round here. Same thing at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. She finished with an equal 9th, and she probably wouldn't have been very pleased with those results, because it needs to be, you know, here you're looking at semifinals as a quality result. But Bolito finished runner-up, so that was a huge result for her, and that's what's got her into that 5th position at the moment. So she would love to get at least to quarterfinals, if not a bit further here. So this is an important heat for Macy to really solidify that qualification process.
23:50 to go. Here is Macy Callen on her backhand. Quick snap there. This wave kind of flattening out, so she is going to pull right out. Now she's got a front row seat to Philippa Anderson. She's got a nice looking left-hander on her backhand as well. Good start there. A little bit more aggressive, but it bites her back.
She didn't stop at the beach marshal for that foo wax.
So what, the front foot just slipped? I mean, that's just
it was
a
more of an
classic
unweighted thing, you know, where she was trying to, you know, put that board and push a little bit too hard, but as that unweighting, it lifts the foot off. When she starts to push on that back foot, lift that front up foot off. Maybe a little slip as well, but either way, mistake in my eyes. She started that wave off with a nice snap to start it off, and getting that second maneuver on the outside was crucial. And unfortunately, with the fall, you can see the score is going to reflect that.
Yeah, it was a 3.5. The wave probably had about a 6.5 on it. But she did get credit for that first turn, which was a great turn and indicative of how good Philippa Anderson really is. So she'll start in the lead for now with a 3.5 and a 1.67. Callen, that wave didn't offer her anything, so that was just a 2.07. 22.5 to go. Here's a replay of that last wave from Philippa.
Yeah,
what happened
a little different
here?
angle. Maybe we'll get a better look at what exactly happened here. Yeah, a little bit of a slip. You know, she was trying to push that front foot, and the slip there. This is also a replay of Macy Callen. This wave just completely flattened out. Realizing that, instead of just working it and wasting time, she kicks out. Philippa, I think, spends a lot of time in Merriweather, which is a beach break. We've seen Ryan Callen, and he's into the quarterfinals. So, is there a reminiscence of Merriweather, the beach breaks? Yeah, there's some, reflections there for sure.
Why not?
Yeah, any way you could tie yourself to something that you've had a lot of experience at, you would say that that's something you can do to feel that comfort level.
Macy Callen right now has that priority position, and she's got some great stats already locked up for the year. We do have deep stats presented by Hydro Flask, powered by Hydro Flask, I should say. Macy Callen has put up some good numbers. She has one Challenger Series event final. She's had 17 Challenger Series heat wins, and her heat win percentage is pretty decent, 60.71. That's a good number for a heat win percentage.
Anything over 50% is going to be a good heat winning percentage. And so a solid 60%. Yeah, we've seen some 70, 72, 75 actually for a couple surfers. So this is a new deep stats for the Challenger Series is new, which is kind of cool. Starting to get that stuff reflected to us. Oh, we have dolphins.
I saw a dolphin.
I saw a dolphin.
That was
See
awesome.
dolphin?
Oh,
A couple dolphins.
Usually when dolphins come, sets follow. I think they ride the sets.
Oh, man.
I'm not an oceanographer. I just play one on Seinfeld. 20:44 on the clock. Philippa Anderson still in the lead, and now she's on a left-hander. But again, an unforced error for Philippa Anderson. I'm kind of confused as to what happened there.
Yeah, just trying to push it a little bit. This is an opportunity for her, knowing she's up against Macy Callahan, who is an amazing surfer. You always kind of lift your game. You got to lift your level, and sometimes that creates errors.
20:16 to go. Philippa regains her composure and makes her way back in the takeoff zone. She has plenty of time to perform. Still 20 minutes left. Amuro Suzuki fended off her fellow Japanese threat Minami Nonaka. She is standing by now with Louisa Florence.
Yeah, Amuro, I know you're happy to go to the quarterfinals now, but talk us through the hard work that took you here.
I feel really so happy right now, and condition was getting better. And actually, Minami, she's my good friend, and I'm so happy to compete with her. Yeah.
Yeah, you were telling me that you guys surfed before, but how special is to be surfing at the U.S. Open, and also now moving forward, because I know you want to do the CT. You're made history to Japan to be one of the first Japanese to won a CT heat, and I know how bad you want to move forward. So just let us know, how was it special for you?
This is a huge stage for me, and actually, I was so nervous every hit, but just keep going. Yeah, I wanna keep going.
Just keep going. You have a huge fan base in Japan. Do you wanna say hi to them?
応援ありがとうございます。次も頑張ります。Thank you.
ありがとう. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Louisa. Yeah, Amuro has a huge fan base in Japan. She's got a huge fan base in this booth. We both love what she did in that last heat. Really solid surfing. And now Philippa, yeah, so right there, all it takes to come back from a couple of mistakes is to surf a wave well, and so far she's doing that on this wave. A nice turn out the back. She's not going to make the transition to the inside section, but just riding out of a turn, regardless of the score, will help your confidence and get you back in the heat. She was in the lead, but that lead would have been doubled had she made those last couple of waves. But again, 18 minutes to go, no time to panic.
And she's applying pressure is what she's doing to Macy Callahan, and that was a straight up forehand hit up into the lip. There isn't a lot of that vertical sections right now, being that we are at that fuller tide, and not the bigger sets have been showing up in this heat. But a nice single turn there earns her the best number of the heat.
Get down to 17:40 to go. Highest single wave score so far, a 4.17. So a low scoring affair for now, but they're going to start to ramp things up. Here we go, Macy Callahan. Trying to get things moving, trying to get some forward push. Right there, some good glide. I see some Stephanie Gilmore in her style. as she fades through the inside. No need for Huntington hop. Building speed for the big finish. Bam! Nicely done for Macy Callahan. So smooth, stylish, subtle. You know, you just kind of drop the arms at the end. No claiming involved there. She knows that that right there is a solid start for her. She's just sitting on a 2.07 and a 2.73. Again, nothing wildly progressive on that wave, but nice and smooth, speed, power, and flow all the way through.
Well, and I think that she's already had those couple 2-point rides and was not going to want to make any kind of mistake. So just the snap here and then glides over this final section, redirects off the lip, but beautiful flow as she goes through this inside section. You see just weaves her way through and then gets that opportunity, builds up a bunch of board speed and gets the hack on the finish. So this will be most likely the best number of the heat. I think it'll surpass the 4.17, and Macy will be right in this one. Could conceivably take the lead if it's over a 5.
Well, we're looking at Macy making her way back out. I like that the side shore flow has calmed down a lot, and we're seeing less paddling, less struggling to stay in the lineup, and more surfing. And this right here is exactly what you would want as just, you know, your average everyday Joe free surfer like myself. You go out here, it's head high, peaky, super warm in the air and in the water. I believe it's still hovering around 70 degrees in the water. Might have dipped a little bit with this new swell, but it's 85 in the air. It's 2:30 in the afternoon and it's still glassy.
Yes,
that's a good sign.
Well, the number came in there, and I'm now analyzing it through my head. The score came under the 4.17 of Philippa, and again, because the outside work was very mellow in regards to the turns that she did. Yeah, there was great flow and all of that. The whole package wasn't quite enough to surpass the 4.17, and I like what the judges are telling these surfers. You know, you got to get those outside moves done. Doesn't matter if you glide through the inside. They've been saying that all week long, and I've just forgot to pay attention to that. And that score came in just underneath by about a half a point.
You know, I feel like that's the difference between, you know, the judges and the rest of us is I can't help but get caught up in the excitement, especially when things are a little bit slow and somebody, you know, kind of lightens things up a little bit like Macy just did right there. But I agree with you, Pete, and looking back at the replay, she didn't do a lot of work on the outside, and that's where the meat and potatoes of these scores is really coming from. Nice slash on the inside, good finish, but that's kind of just I guess a wobbly finish with no base. You got to have a really solid base and then get your finish for a big score.
And again, you look at what I mean. So the scale had been set at what that 4.17. So that might have been just a little bit low in our eyes. Just be able to, if you given a little more room, you know, on that outside section, giving her like a 5, it could have opened up that bottom end of the scale. But now they feel like they've pinned themselves down in that lower scale here, unless we all of a sudden get some sets. And that's, I think, really what they're waiting for too. Is also to see you know, some of those major sets and these surfers grab a hold of it and capitalize on a big turn on the outside section.
Yeah, leave some room in the attic. 14 minutes to go here in the round of 16, Heat 2. Who will be our women's quarterfinalists? Well, we will find out momentarily. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with the culmination of Heat 2 here in the round of 16. You're watching the Women Challenger Series. This is the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. Stay tuned. Well, if you're wondering why Macy Callen is ranked so high on the Challenger Series in 2022, it's because of performances like this. She was the runner-up at the Bolito Pro, making a lot out of a little, challenging conditions, but actually, they look pretty familiar, Pete. This looks a lot like what we're seeing right now.
So true, and also a big congratulations to the youngster who took that win. We'll see her later up in the draw. Molly Picklum.
All right, well, there goes Macy from the past and Macy from the present. Up and out, didn't like the look of that wave. So Philippa Anderson still in the lead. This is a very, this is a slow burn of a heat. 417, the highest single wave score so far for Philippa Anderson. No priority right now. Both surfers paddling, leisurely paddling back to the takeoff zone. Plenty of time to go, 11 minutes and 14 seconds.
Like the pressure that Philippa's been pushing here, though. I think that obviously just by the virtue of results that Macy's, on paper would have right now would be, the favorite in this heat. So if Philippa can keep applying pressure and keep getting numbers and pushing against Macy here and get a win into the quarterfinals, would be a huge success for Philippa. Let's see what she does on her backhand here. Tags the lip nicely, keeping that speed and board speed flying down the line. Will she get that connection to the inside? Look at this little bubble.
Ooh, that's what you want to see when you're flying down the line towards the pier.
Yep, and if she can capitalize here, this carve and a finish snap, there we go. So this is going to be, I would say, Philippa's best wave, and actually added to the next best wave. She's got a lead on Macy.
Yeah, judges agree. 5.33, add that to a 417. Riding her Hayden Shapes surfboard. Left, right, any which way but loose. She is now in the lead in a bigger way. 5.33 and a 417. That means Macy Callen needs a 5.63. Philippa Anderson is the sister of free surfer extraordinaire Craig Anderson. She is the competitor of the family. Craig started out as a pro junior. Get out of the way. We got a contest to run here.
Well, I think that she's starting herself out way, out of the contest zone. And then once you paddle with the current, it'll take you right out into the perfect spot.
She's in the tourism area. 9:30 on the clock. Time will start to fly once we get into single digits. So Philippa Anderson has to be feeling good about the words that she just heard. Okay, Philippa, you got the lead. You got a 5.33. You're on a roll. Those mistakes are behind you. Now it's time to go pedal to the metal. Macy Callen with a ninth, and a second. Feeling like a lock for the championship tour for 2023. We can't say that fully yet, as we do have 3 more Challenger Series events after this. But with those 3 results already, and this result right here, making it to the round of 16, Macy Callen. Well, printers, get that jersey ready. Macy Callen's coming back to the championship tour.
Again, the top 5, right? She's ranked in that 5th position at the moment, and that runner-up position is a huge result. Thinking about what will be the total needed, I would say it's going to be over 20,000 points in order to make sure that you're in that top 5. Similar to the men with the 4 results, but women only having 5 transferring out of the Challenger Series rankings. So I would say it's be lifted now, maybe 22,000 points. So that's a goal.
So Macy Callen now does have priority. And she is making her way down the beach to meet up with Philippa Anderson, who's paddling straight out from the tourist zone, way up the beach. 7:50 on the clock.
I like strategy-wise, you kind of, sometimes, it's always, if you talk to coaches, they always want you to kind of compete against your fellow competitor and be in the same zone, because you don't want opportunities to go to your competitor and not to you. But if you have a lead and you've got yourself, you feel like you found a little bit of a formula, it's not a bad idea to just kind of stick to your formula and, and make the other surfer start to question their formula, right?
Right.
All of a sudden, psychologically,
work.
Right? It's a psychological battle that's happening as well. She just picked up the 5.33, and that was a wave that she caught going left, and then it just went into that little pier bowl bubble. And we see that happen, especially on these fuller tides. So I like what Philip has been able to do. She's been putting herself in position for quality waves. Yeah, she made a couple of mistakes early, but she's been able to turn it around in these last couple waves.
You know, obviously there's stress involved with competing out here for 30 minutes trying to get those waves. As you see, Macy Callen has a paddle. That right there was a
priority.
Full wave catch intent. And it is an obvious call for our priority judges.
And that was an example,
switches.
even though they're not next to each other, right? You'd seen second priority was given to Philippa, so automatically you have to see that happen, even though they're not going to really affect each other at the moment because they are so far apart.
In your mind, though, when you have priority.
Yeah. Another error, right? You gave it up. You paddled for a wave, gave it up. Of course, it's not going to be a huge deal because here she is up and riding.
Maybe she'll make us eat our words here.
Oh!
And she doesn't. Another unforced error. This is
stress
happening.
Maybe.
Not a very precise heat. There have been some mistakes. There's good scores, though. 5.33, the high mark so far. That wave will not help Macy Callen. Maybe just positioning-wise, getting her a little bit closer to Philippa, but now Philippa has the P next to her name, meaning she has her choice of waves.
Well, now I think it'd be pretty smart to have her run down and be next to Macy, strategically take away any opportunities that might come her way, luckily. And they are drifting now towards each other.
Yeah, this is where priority can go either way. We've seen big priority errors happen under the 5-minute mark, but when you still have 5:20 to go, you're a little bit safe. You know that priority could and probably will switch at least once from now until the end of the heat. You're still looking for good waves, regardless of where you are in the priority position.
I would think for Philippa, it's important for her, to pick a quality wave and to make sure, she betters that 4.17.
Now, was that a paddle?
I would say no. You have to make she definitely put herself in position like she was going to catch the wave, but she didn't actually make a full concerted effort. You have to literally kind of make a dig and miss the wave before the judges to flip it. Although, what, did they just flip it?
They flipped it.
Wow, that was, can we see that again? It did look, did you see a concerted effort there?
She kind of leaned into it a little bit, and she didn't do much with her arms, but I think she kind of pushed her board towards the beach into that wave. And again, you're not gonna get anything by our priority judges. 4:20 to go. Priority switches
Semi-paying
again.
attention there, but hey.
Mace Callahan with priority. Philippa now with second priority, but you said it earlier, Pete. They're pretty far apart, so priority's not going to be coming into that much of a play for now. But with 4 minutes, we'll see what happens next. While these surfers get themselves reset in the takeoff zone, let's go to AJ, who looks like she's somewhere cool.
You guys, I'm actually right next to you. I don't know if you could hear all the party going on from the host side. I could hear it earlier. I had to come over and check it out. I'm at the Flying Embers deck. Great view of the surf, and there's a party going on over here. Flying Embers, 0 sugar, 0 carbs. Great stuff. They've got everything from hard kombucha to canned cocktails, and this is the spot. So if you guys are hearing a bunch of cheering, a bunch of shouting, I can almost guarantee it's coming from the Flying Embers deck, because these guys know how to have a lot of fun.
Thanks, AJ. Party over here, business
Don't
over
drink
here.
too much over there, girl. You still got some heat to call.
3:20 to go. Round of 16 heat 2 has been a slow burn, but we're going to start to see things spice up a little bit as both of our competitors now back to back. You've got Macy Callahan with priority, Philippa Anderson right next to her. Hopefully we see some fireworks in these last 3 minutes. It's been a pretty slow heat. I think Philippa has had the best wave of the heat, and that comes through with the 5.33. It's time for some tactics. Macy Callahan having a look. And remember, they have to be careful of what they're doing. That right there for Macy Callahan, she had some
considering what we
forward
saw in the
momentum
last
going.
one.
You're playing with fire if you're looking at waves that close.
There is that rule book that you can go and look up and actually look at the verbiage in which it says, what is it that determines a paddle for a wave. You can also look up the judges' criteria and all the elements of that criteria.
And you can talk to the judges.
That too.
After the event, of course, or after the day. Here we go. Philippa Anderson with second priority. Ooh, this wave perks up a little bit for her on the inside, and then it flattens right back out, so she is out. 2 minutes to go. That leaves Macy out the back by herself to make this decision. She needs a 5.63, so she needs a decent wave. She needs actually the best wave
it needs a
of
set.
this heat.
Yeah, it needs a set for sure. And look, you can see out the back, there is a couple lumps. So this is that stressful part. You need to like focus. And if you get that opportunity, you have to execute. You know, Macy's been kind of, this has been that round that's been a bit of Achilles for her. She's had 2 nights. You know, obviously that big runner-up, which is a great result. But, you know, you don't want to see her lose out in this round once again because it's not exactly the qualifying type of result you want.
Is this a 5.63 for Macy Callen? A big bash there. That was one of the better turns we've seen of this heat, but she's got to hope for something big on the inside. It looks like she's going to easily make the transition to the shore break, fitting in a couple of nice slow turns, and then she gets the finish, rides out clean. Yeah, what up? I like that, throwing up the hand. Give it to me. Was that a 5.63, Pete?
Oh, you can't put me on there. I've been so wrong in this heat already. I got to kind of just digest it. I'm going to take a look at the replay.
We'll
just like
let you watch
do,
the replay. Okay.
Right? We'll let the judges take a look at it. They're going to do it as well. I mean, again, was that the best wave of the heat? Philippa's 5.33. Very similar. Remember, it was a wave that kind of went into the bubble, and she got the finish. It's kind of similar type of wave. It needs to be... oh, it's already there. It's already in.
6.67. This was a great turn right here. Bam.
Oh, and its connection with the lip, outside section. Yeah, pretty easy, I guess, score. They just threw it down. There were 7s in there. So it happens, and now Philippa needs the 5.22.
It's another heartbreak for Philippa Anderson. She's such a great surfer. Unfortunately for her, those early mistakes in this heat came back to haunt her. She did get a 5.33 and a 4.17. But the horn blows, and she is out of contention. The good news for Philippa, this is a better result than she's had in her previous attempts.
Yep.
So she's slowly climbing up the rankings. We will see what happens next. More Challenger Series women coming up next, and that includes Caroline Marks, Bella Kenworthy, Molly Picklum. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'm Bella Kenworthy. I'm 15 years old and I'm from San Clemente, California. I first got into surfing when I was about 5. My dad used to take me before school when I was in kindergarten. He's basically gotten me here. It's kind of crazy to be surfing against all the girls that I looked up to growing up. This has been my dream for a while, for basically as long as I can remember.
15-year-old Bella Kenworthy in the lineup up against 19-year-old Molly Picklum, possibly the heat of the round. Definitely one of my favorite picks for the afternoon to pay close attention to. USA against Australia, and these two are good friends. They've done some trips together, and now they get to battle it out on the biggest stage that they have yet in a woman-on-woman matchup.
Yeah, this is a huge heat for both ladies. Obviously, for Molly Picklum coming off of that win in Bolito, she'd look to improve on her status right now in the rankings. But for young Bella Kenworthy, being a wild card awarded by Vans, she's used it quite well so far, at least into the round of 16. The silver medalist at the ISA World Juniors early this year, and the USA Surfing product that has looked unstoppable so far in 2022.
She's been having an unreal run, and it's so cool that they've given her that opportunity now to compete here amongst her heroes, but also amongst the ones that she's going to be on the CT with in no time. It's pretty much a guarantee with talent like what we're seeing out of Bella. She's the next Caity Simmers, she's the Molly Picklum, that whole generation that's coming up together that's been pushing themselves in and out of the water, great skaters as well as surfers, and translating that into a competitive career has been really exciting to see for a few others, and I'm stoked to see Bella now starting to step her way up. Didn't quite get that qualification out of the regional QS out of North America this year. I think we'll be looking strong for it next year.
Yeah, and I actually spoke to her father, Jason, about that earlier this year as we're looking at Molly Picklum from Gosford, Australia. Jason actually mentioned that qualifying wasn't in their mind last year. It isn't even in their mind this year. He still wants her to be a young girl, enjoy her time at home, especially growing up in San Clemente. You have great waves like lower trestles, surfing T Street quite a lot. And for Bella, I mean, a huge opportunity to at least tell people that, hey, I might not looking to qualify, but you know what? If I get on a run, I might do more Challenger events later this year too.
Yeah, I love that insight that she's not quite looking for it yet, still taking her time, but with a big future ahead of her. And Molly Picklum having a look there, deciding not to go. A few minutes into the heat, still plenty of time to go. We have not seen a wave ridden yet. Molly Picklum currently sitting at number 2 on the Challenger Series rankings, just behind Caity Simmers. Took away that win at Bolito, took away a second place finish to Caity on the Gold Coast for the opening event as we take a look at her results so far this year. 17th place at Sydney was an early loss. It was a bit of a shock to see her out of the draw so early in Manly, but she fought back so well when she hit South Africa.
It could still be a keeper result though at the end of this year. I mean, if she has other 3 that are at least, I would say, in the semifinals or better, I wouldn't be surprised that she could just keep that 17th and still qualify for the championship tour. To this day, at least in 2022, I think she has the most impressive wave for me this season on the championship tour. It was the 1 9-point ride at Margaret River. That carve, I still remember it in my mind. Clean, beautiful surfing, and especially at Margie's, which a lot of people know is a very difficult wave to surf and shine on, Shannon.
Yeah, it's such a challenging playing field. It's not an easy wave to read, to really make sure that they select the right ones. And Molly, I loved seeing her get an opportunity like that to just show maybe some of the best surfing that we've seen on the women's tour. I mean, there was conversation going around the globe about that wave. I love that it's one that you have just burned into your memory. And it was a shame that she wasn't able to solidify herself above that cut line coming out of Margaret River. But those kind of moments have to be something that she can reflect back on, knowing that coming next season, should she keep that place in the top 5 women, she's looking for a good spot on tour, and she can bring that sort of surfing against the world's best and against the world champions that have dominated for a while.
Yeah, and then these ladies, they know each other quite well. They've actually been on a couple of trips too, the Ladybirds in Waco, when they were kind of practicing those airs. And you know, I've seen Bella grow up in the competitive scene here in Southern California. She's competed many times here at HB.
Strong attack on her backhand for her opening wave. Doesn't look like she's going to be able to hold on to it. You could just see the pink rails pop out of the white water.
So I remember the first time seeing Bella, I want to say 5-6 years ago, Shannon. She was maybe 9-10 years old. Grew up judging her through the WSA rankings, and then all of a sudden she's in the USA surfing events, which are the most difficult ones to get into. And she's been dominating those U12s, U14s, and now both the U16s and the U18s. So not a surprise to see her at the biggest stage right here in the Challengers now.
Yeah, it's really good to see her finding that momentum amongst her peers as well, and to be able to take out some victories in multiple age categories as she's grown. Got a good-looking set rolling through right now. I'm curious to see if we're going to see Molly Picklum have a look. Bella's first score, just a 1.00. I love the look of that bottom turn drawing into that open lip, though. It looked really, really good. Now Molly putting herself into position. And she's going to go for it on this one. linking it up for this opening turn, sets that rail off the bottom, drives hard into the lip, negotiates the double up to make it through with poise. And now she's going to hold on to it, hoping for that reform possibly. She'll let it go. That was a really challenging section to negotiate.
Yeah, especially with the double up, as you mentioned right there. She had to kind of pick her poison as far as which lip to attack. And luckily for her, she actually opted to go for the upper one. And I think in a case like this, with the high tide here at Southside Huntington Beach, you're usually looking at a reform for most of these waves. That one had so much whitewater on it that by the time she came out of it, it was just a big whitewater wall at the end.
Opting for the paddle through the pier. Let's take a look at this replay.
Yeah, and a great bottom turn that set this wave up too. Long, elongated, and a great extension when she actually got there. But as you said, that double up was difficult to manage. She had to stay low and compact, but good compression off of the bottom that allowed her to ride out in front cleanly.
Solid performance. I love seeing how much control she had when she couldn't even really see what was happening because there was a bit of white water. She would have had water right in her eyes. There we could just see her sneaking out through the right side of the north side of the pier. It is the right side. And she'll be back out into the top of the lineup without the runaround. Solid score starting to drop through for Molly Picklum. And it could go possibly into that excellent range. Starting to drop through now. We've got a few 8s on the board, and there it is, an excellent score of an 8.00.
Yeah, a great way to kick things off for Molly. And now if you're Bella Kenworthy, you got to be looking at what Molly Picklum did to get that 8.0. And as you were mentioning, we still have plenty of sets on the outside, but Bella has a good air game too on both the rights and the lefts.
Yeah, they both have such a good air game. It'd be exciting to see them bring that into the conversation. As we can see that spread, just one judge going below that 8-point mark. We average out dropping the high and the low, take those middle 3 scores. So she's got an excellent ride on the board. We'll see how she backs it up and how Bella comes into that conversation. In the last heat, it was a tight finish between Philippa Anderson and Macy Callahan. They've had many battles in the past, but it was Macy who got the nod at the finish on this one.
Yeah, Macy, a last-minute shift. We saw you guys studying the wave so much. The conditions have changed so much too since the day started. How was this heat for you?
I think I was all over the place in that one. I was very nervous, even from like the moment I woke up this morning. I was super nervous, obviously going against Philippa. She's my Aussie teammate, and we've had so many matchups together, and I think those are the ones that you get the most nervous for. But yeah, I'm just lucky I got that last one. Yeah.
When you're nervous like that, how do you talk to yourself? How do you pull yourself back from that mental space, to, okay, I got this, let me move forward?
I guess it's just the people you surround yourself with, and I have my boyfriend here, and I was talking to my coach over the phone, so those 2 people are the ones that calm me down the most. And yeah, just stick to what I usually do, and I don't like to free surf before my heat. I just like to go straight out there. So came down an hour before my heat, and yeah.
We know how much being the city means for you. So is there like a strategy, an overall strategy to get back there?
Yeah, I've had one good result this year, and this is bettering my other ones. So yeah, just consistency, I guess, and hopefully make a couple more heats, and that'll put me in a good position for the next last few events.
Amazing, go celebrate. You're moving forward. Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
Solid performance to hold it together for Macy Callahan, and I love that she's just finding some strength here and looking for that requalification for the CT. Talking to her earlier this year during the regional QS events in Australia, I was able to work the QS 5000 on the Tweed Coast, and at that stage she actually wasn't really sure that she wanted to be in this conversation and really be searching out a place in the CT again, because she'd been kind of just enjoying that space, doing some free surfing trips, really enjoying the time at home. And, well, she found herself back here on the Challenger Series because she qualified for the regionals, and I think she's hungry.
Yeah, she is. She's one of those people that if you know her, she's actually very quiet, but she's such a great competitive surfer that it seems like every event she's at least making 2 or 3 heats.
A couple of great women in the lineup right now between Molly Picklum and Bella Kenworthy. Good friends in and out of the water, and I think Kaipo's got some insight on that.
Yeah, Molly and Bella, good friends. They just came back from a trip that they took over to Mexico along with Caity Simmers. And so good friends, spending some time developing their surfing. I bet Molly's a little bit of even a mentor to a young Bella Kenworthy. But we've seen how friends work out when the jersey goes on. The jersey goes on, sometimes the friends go the hardest at each other.
Hey, Kaipo, I got a question for you. You've been around the sport for a while, and you've seen the development of a lot of these young ladies turn into professional athletes over the years. Seeing the two wildcards, Pua de Soto and now young Bella Kenworthy, what kind of improvements have you seen from a lot of these ladies at their younger age now?
Every generation stands on the shoulders of the previous, but also they also go to new heights, if you would. So I see Pua de Soto in Hawaii. She's taking women surfing to new heights. Bella Kenworthy, the stuff that she's doing, she's taking women surfing to new heights. I can say the same thing with Sierra Kerr. The next generation always outperforms the previous.
Great insight as we pick up live action with Molly Picklum. She's looking for that little reform now through the inside double up. And it's going to open up for her with a little bit more on offer. Didn't quite give her, I think, that pocket section that she was really looking for. But Molly's another one of those coming out of that Australian region, similar to Sierra Kerr, kind of splitting her time, obviously spending some time in Oz now. But for Molly, she's really that next one of the Aussie pack that's going to be setting the tone for world champions specifically coming out of Australia.
Yeah, and the only thing that maybe did not benefit her after qualifying was the fact that she needed to, get those 5 results quickly. Unfortunately for her, she just had to face the big dogs at the top of the pack, Carissa, Steph, etc. And a great maneuver right there on the backhand yet again. I think she's improved a lot on the backhand. As you said, maybe not the most explosive and dynamic maneuver at the end, but it still came in as a 7.0, and she's got 15 points on just 2 waves, Shannon. That's incredible.
Slightly older than Bella and getting herself a very solid heat total to start off pretty early on. 15 points in 8 and a 7.00. And it is crazy thinking about that learning curve for the rookie pack coming through this season between the men's and the women's on the championship tour. For Molly, with only 5 events to figure things out. That's something that takes most surfers, I would think, on the CT a full season plus some. And yet they were given just that sharp 3 months with a whole lot of learning to do.
Yeah, and I think the hardest part about it was that the schedule was different this year too. You had to start off a pipeline, then you had another difficult wave at Sunset Beach, and then eventually you're going to make your way back home to Australia too. So for Molly Picklum, obviously, not starting off as well as she wanted to on the North Shore, that was a crucial part of why she wasn't able to requalify for the back end of the season.
Yeah, I'm one of those that's kind of a fan of the idea that the new surfers, especially specifically to the women's tour, because the North Shore is a new introduction after many years not being on there, obviously pipe being brand new for the women. But for so many of those waves, and with Tahiti coming up, that maybe that newer pack has a little bit more of an advantage because they haven't been trained and conditioned to surfing a championship tour event here at Huntington Beach, which was what the women's calendar had for so many years. So I think that's where we saw some really great results from the entire rookie pack at Sunset, where nearly all of them made it into the quarterfinals and had some of their best results to start. But for them to be able to paddle out at pipe as this fresh thing without having kind of that veteran experience where it's just something new and challenging for someone in their mid-20s to 30s to learn, for this new pack to come in kind of excited. They don't know what the tour looks like anyways. They get to take it as it comes, and throwing in some new events, I think, was something that they really
Benefited
from.
And I get your point, because it also seemed like a lot of the ladies that are, at the top of the pack, they were almost rookies at that event too. I mean, I would say besides Carissa, maybe Steph, and 1 or 2 other people, Sally, they hadn't competed at Sunset Beach before. So just having that local knowledge for a lot of the ladies, especially Brisa Hennessy, who grew up on the windward side of Oahu, that's really what catapulted her into the championship victory right there.
Yeah, it was a massive shift for what the women's tour has seen for the last decade. They hadn't been back to Sunset since 2010 and had never competed at Pipeline outside of the finish of the Maui event the last season. So it's just this total change, and I think for the rookies to be able to come into it because they're rookies, rather than, I love that call from you, that the veterans suddenly became rookies at a spot, that would be a pretty tough mental challenge for that vet pack.
Absolutely, especially because you don't have to compete against those people that have done it for, almost even a decade at waves like Bells Beach, Margaret River, Snapper Rocks before. Those are locations where, Mick, Joel, I want to say Steph, Tyler, those people have been there for so many years and they know those waves to almost at perfection. It's going to be impossible to beat them.
And that's it, especially on the women's side. That's where the world titles have been dominated by Steph, Tyler, and Carissa. No one else has been able to crack into that pack. So for these rookies to have to surf against them at waves that they know so well, nearly impossible coming in straight away. As we see Bella Kenworthy with a great looking left in front of her. She holds on to the finish. She makes the adjustment she needed to from her first wave. Took her a long time to get into this one. She currently has just that 1 point ride and is greatly building on it with the performance of that outside section. And now she's looking to link it through, which she's done so many times at so many other non-WSL events here at the south side of the pier. And the Kenworthy clan is there to support.
Yeah, the Persidoc family too from northern San Diego, rooting for young Bella. There's brother and father JR in the background too. So with 12 minutes to go, I mean, this is a great response. I think obviously having the support of Loyal and her father JR on the beach is something that is going to benefit her. Great release on the section out there. I love the way she almost even grabbed her rail when she was bottom turning too. So she'll at least break the combo here. I would expect something better than a 5. But she's going to need something in the excellent range now, Shannon.
Especially with what Molly has brought through. Scores to come through for Bella Kenworthy, but we'll have to wait till after the break to get the insight. A little bit of sandcastle building and some fans down on the shore. We'll be right back with more after this. I grew up in Huntington Beach, California. Seeing women in the water was pretty rare. And so to be here today and to see so many Groms, it's awesome to just be part of it.
So we're down here for WSL Rising Tides, and we have the very best of the best of Californian surfing. This is the future of American surfing here on the beach today.
It was just so sick that all the pros were like pushing everybody in and giving high fives, and it was just amazing.
Living in Santa Ana, only surfing on the weekends, moments like this is what inspired me.
When I was 10 or 11, like most of these girls, there was like 4 or 5 of us. Now there's about 20 to 30 of them I see now.
We're really grateful to have a brand like Pura Vida involved, because not only do they align with our values and what we believe in, but Pura Vida understands and sees the importance of investing in the next generation.
The new generation's coming.
Rising Tides is such a fun event, something that these two women got to be a part of, and we'll get to continue pouring into the next generation, even though they kind of are the next generation that we've seen coming through. And now we have even the younger ones, 8 to 10 to 12-year-olds, who are just absolutely shredding. I had the pleasure of being there a few days ago before our event kicked off, and Mitch, there was some girls getting waves with better turns than I've ever dreamed of doing, and they're literally 10 years old.
Yeah, actually one of them in the video, Tegan Mesa from the South Bay of LA. She's a ripper. Peta Kenworthy, Bella's younger sister, was in there too. Ruby Stringfellow. There's a lot of young ladies from this area which I think have the potential to go on to qualify for the championship tour if they eventually want to pursue this. That's how Sawyer Lindblad got her start. Bella Kenworthy was also in Rising Tides a few years ago. I mean, Courtney Conlock competed in this event when she was really young, and don't forget that Malia Manuel won this event when she was 14 years old too. So there's been a lot of great stories surrounding the Vans US Open of Surfing, and I think it's been influential and very developmental to the push of female surfing.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It really has had a massive impact on the storylines for so many of our current championship tour surfers or those that have come before. And now for it to continue being part of that flavor for the next generation is really exciting. Down to 7 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Molly's still in the lead. Score came through for last to Bella Kenworthy. It was a 6.07. She now has some work to do to get herself into that leading position, and she's getting some of that done now. Love the look of that second turn. Just putting that flare on and looking for that inside link up. Keeping it smooth, keeping that board tight under her feet, and maybe having one more opportunity. It's not going to amount to anything, just kind of caught up to that wave in front. They got to be proud of those 2 turns out the back.
Yeah, and there's the Kenworthy clan. Koa Smith there next door to JR, and the Persidoc family is supporting Bella too. And you know, the 6.07 came off of the strength of one big turn on the outside, the one closeout re-entry. This one a bit different, but I still feel like it's going to be around that same range. She could potentially better her best score so far, Shannon. Look at this, good size wave, little bit of a setup right there, but I really enjoyed that carve right there. She kind of more of a slash rather than a hit up into the lip. A little bit of a flatter section though, so it might keep the score down. But then she also got the little closeout re-entry right here instead of the last one where she just kind of had to kick out eventually. So, you know, if there's a chance she betters the 6.07, at least it makes the requirement lesser. But with 6 minutes to go, I think that was a smart strategic decision by the heat leader, Molly Picklum, to let it go.
Yeah, great work by Molly, still sitting out the back with priority, but a good comeback from Bella, getting herself back in that mix after an early fall. It took her a long time to take off on that second wave as well, just to get herself that 6.07. Scores trickling through now. In her recent history here at the south side of Huntington Beach, in May, she took out both the Open Women's and the Open Girls for the NSSA Regionals.
Yeah, the Westerns.
Exceptional.
Mm-hmm.
So solid. She's also had a USA Surfing win here back in February, and last November she won 4 NSSA titles here.
Yeah.
So she's got all that momentum that she's had in the past, but now it's translating it into the biggest scene that she's ever been a part of.
I think she won the air show last November too for the Nationals. So, you know, she has those accolades. Everything in the amateurs has gone well so far. And, you know, this is a huge, huge stage for her to compete in. Obviously going up against the CT veteran and Molly Picklum, somebody who qualified in her first real year on the Challenger Series too. It's a tough task. But the one thing I will say about Bella is that she comes from a very stoic family. Father JR, one of the best water photographers in the world. He does deep end fitness too, which they do a lot of training underwater in pools. You don't float in pools just like you would do normally in an ocean. So, I mean, it's very specific training for surfing, and I think she has a lot of talent, but she has the dedication and the hard-working spirit to go along with that too, Shannon.
Yeah, I couldn't agree. Such a strong work ethic. And at just 15 years old, you can only imagine what she's going to be surfing like when she's 19, where Molly Picklum currently is.
A great skater too. So you see that pink helmet over at the San Clemente skate park, you get to know that Bella Kenworthy's over there. And there's, I think, 5 of them. It's Loyal, Peta, and then I believe they have 2 younger siblings after that as well. But as far as the ones that compete, I think Peta started competing earlier this year, and then Loyal's made some finals in both USA Surfing and NSSA. So they're coming around.
They definitely are. Last of Bella was a 6.70. Still has her chasing an 8 because Molly Picklum started off this way in the heat recap.
Yeah, a great way to just blow the tail out the back. Fantastic turn, and then she backed it up immediately after with the 7.0, and just another great bash on the outside. She looks comfortable out here on the south side of HB Pier, and a great comeback from young Bella Kenworthy. This came in as a 6.07, so not a bad heat total for Bella, 12.77, and a personal best right here, the 6.7. So different ways to get to a similar score, but she still has a lot of work ahead of her if she wants to get that 8.3.
Yeah, Molly's done such a good job. I mean, she's only taken off on 2 waves. I think with 3 minutes on the clock, unless she needs to, she probably won't take off on another wave.
Yep.
Holding on to that priority.
Efficient, effective, and obviously lethal when she gets the right waves too.
Highly efficient.
Working with Kikoa Bam Bacalso as well, Rip Curl manager, and Noah Cohen from Canada also being the general manager now for Rip Curl after Matt Meyer stepped down a few years ago. So she's got some good people in her corner. She's definitely had experience competing out here before, but you know, for somebody that's so young, only 19, having been on the championship tour already, and having only competed once in a big event here in Huntington Beach, this is quite impressive. You get 15 points on 2 waves, especially with a Nate as your first. That's highly unlikely if you're in a Challenger Series event.
Yeah, it's really impressive considering that last year her appearance here was the weakest of her season results, right? The one that maybe almost kept her away from qualifying, or did until Caity Simmers stepped aside. So for her to have built on that and now to be posting in some solid scores is really, really impressive. She actually lost out in that first heat back in 2021.
Yeah, I actually think her strengths are probably going to come. Portugal could favor her. I think Haleiva is still the one that I think is the best one for her fit. Sakurama is going to be interesting. It would have been cool to see her compete in the CT event, but now she has the opportunity to compete at the Challenger Series level over there. But I think that event's kind of a toss-up because you could either surf at the peak where they had the event this year, or you could surf at Bahia, which is the one right closer to the cliff on the other side. So either way, I think it'll be fun and entertaining.
It's going to be great. She's currently sitting at number 2 on the Challenger Series rankings behind Caity Simmers. And she continues a roll like this. She's already got 2 final appearances, a second on the Gold Coast, and a win at Bolito. She could be one of the front runners to take away just the title of winning the Challenger Series, which is huge.
And looking at this right now with 60 seconds to go, people will be thinking back home, oh, why are you sitting at her? This is so mean. She's only 15. Dude, if you knew how good Bella Kenworthy is, you know that an 8.3 isn't something that she's not capable of. So do not give her any space whatsoever.
She is highly capable of, and Molly knows it. I mean, they just took a trip to Mexico. They've been surfing together for years, even though one's from the US and one's from Australia. There's that whole pack that's been coming up together. So she knows everything she's capable of. She knows Bella's highly successful on the rail as well as in the air, and with conditions like these, she could pull out something in that high 8 if she were to get the chance, but Molly is definitely not going to let her have it.
No, and with 15 seconds to go, I mean, this heat is done and dusted, and as you said, didn't need to catch another wave. Extremely efficient with only the 2 waves caught so far. They're going to hug it out right here, and a great performance by Molly Picklum. She's showing why she deserves to be back on the championship tour and why she's currently at the moment number 2 in the Challenger Series ranking, Shannon.
A phenomenal performance from the pickle. Molly Picklum opens with an 8, backs it up with a 7, doesn't take another wave, and shuts down Bella Kenworthy, the local favorite. We've got more favorites hitting the lineup. Caroline Marks and Leilani McGonigal for the final heat of the day. Right after.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Make or Break now streaming around the world. Molly Picklum will be a feature in season 2, which will be coming out to trail through this year's championship tour season, as she got that opportunity as a rookie to compete in the first 5 events. And she just taken through a solid win and locked herself a spot in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, huge result for her, at least making it to the quarters here after having a win in the second place already in the first 4 events. So massive congratulations, and she's looking good to maybe potentially even get the win here at the Vans US Open.
How gold was that guy's hat?
Very bright, wasn't it? You only see it at Huntington Beach too. Welcome to HB.
All the characters down here. Caroline Marks and Leilani McGonigal in the water. USA against Costa Rica, both Olympians. They've had one matchup in their past in the head-to-head format. It was at the 2017 Supergirl Pro, where Caroline Marks took a pretty convincing win. She had 17-point heat total over Leilani's 12.97. That was years ago. They've got a lot of history underneath them now, a lot of different successes on either side, WSL or ISA championships.
I was there that year, actually. Courtney Conlogue beat Sage Erickson in the final, the great final, and the waves were actually pumping. It reminds me a lot, that wave of Southside Oceanside Pier to Huntington Southside.
There's so many similarities between it.
Yeah, you get those high tides, kind of double ups on the inside shore break. You get some barrels every now and then. You get those good waves that have that long line going into the left too, into the pier. So, you know, Caroline has done great things there before. She's actually won that event in the past. Won the Pro Junior here several times, but the big win here in the Open has eluded her a few times, Shannon.
Yeah, she's been close, but has yet to get herself into that final matchup. Her previous results, best both quarters in back-to-back events, 2019 and 2021.
Yep.
But she hasn't cracked into the semis.
No, and she hasn't gotten a huge win on American soil either, besides, you know, she did win the Supergirl Pro in Jacksonville, and she won the Supergirl Pro in Oceanside, but she's never had that one exponential win where you're thinking, okay, either at Lowers or here at the Vans US Open. And you want to defend home court too, because Courtney Conlogue has won this event twice, Sage Erickson has won this event twice, and I know Caroline's only 20, but she's been on tour for a couple of years now, so you want to have that maiden win on American soil.
Yeah, you really want to get it, especially when there's either 10,000 points on the line or a championship tour. So now the new Challenger Series coming into that conversation to really just solidify it in a field that is stacked with the best international competitors and not just those from your own country.
Yeah, and to me, she's been the standout of the event on the women's side so far. And then flipping the coin to Leilani McGonigal, the Costa Rican, her older brother, one of my former travel partners too, Noemar. And Leilani comes from Pavones, the most southern part of Costa Rica, almost next to Panama. So she comes from a long lineage of surfers, both of her parents surfers, Sean and Jamie.
Caroline Marks on her forehand finds a huge section.
That was gnarly.
That was gnarly. Great wave, and just comes a little bit away from her at the finish. We've got scores to come through. Leilani sitting with priority. That was a solid size section in front of her.
Yeah, it was. And Caroline's not very tall, so she makes that section look a lot taller too. 24 minutes to go. This is going to be a great start for young Caroline. Drops in, gains some speed right here. And I love the approach going up into the lip and really maximizing the potential of the one single turn as well. I love the way she really approaches that section with a lot of speed. I think a lot of people could really learn from that, and she's been riding that epoxy board all week long, so still looks good out there.
What are your thoughts on speed and maybe those surfers really at the peak, right? Like a Caroline Marks or thinking of a John Florence, who are able to just keep that momentum, that little bit of pressure maybe forward to keep that speed all the way through and commit to it, rather than so much of the rest of the pack that maybe have that moment of hesitation that can then mess up that line going through the rest of that turn.
Yeah, well, you want to maintain your speed throughout the maneuver too, and you want to have a continuation basically of that speed that allowed you to have that kind of progressive maneuver up into the lip. I think John Florence is a great example of that. I think Caroline is too, especially at beach breaks, because you have those single maneuver waves where you're actually able to demonstrate that a lot more.
Big score dropping through now for that single big turn from Caroline Marks. Uses the speed to her favor as an 8.83, and Leilani would be hearing that. She just ducks out of the barrel, makes it around that section. Nice snap to start. Now looking to redirect on that big frothy section, wraps it back into the foam again, and digs that rail as she comes through to the inside. A beautiful left opening up in front of her, really engaging the power as she comes through to the inside. She's gonna shoot the pier and put a score down on the board, but Caroline Marks has just made another statement here with another 8-point ride, I believe her third of the event.
Yeah, she's had one in every single heat that she surfed so far, but a good response there from Leilani. You know, Caroline's near 9. That's gonna be tough to deal with, but here we see McGonigal almost got barreled on the outside. Great first turn to start things off, just kind of a setup more than anything, but I love the way she engages those rails. Great carve right there. Another one just kind of setting up this inside track, and I love the way she's just able to bring some variation with that body torque at the end too, and up into the lip right there before she hits the pier. So, you know, a great response, and this is the 8.83. So I was talking about the amount of speed that she carried throughout that turn. You could see it when she kind of hit the lip line. There was no time for her to really get hung up at all. So an excellent score and a well-deserving one too.
And what are your thoughts on that bottom turn? Because there was that little double pump, which I only noticed now checking on the replay, as opposed to maybe one solid drawn-out line.
Well, I mean, that allowed her to gain some extra speed too, especially with an epoxy under your feet. You get that little responsiveness. But personally, I mean, if I were coaching somebody, you'd want to tell them, hey, avoid that. A lot of judges don't like to see it. It kind of shows some hesitation that you're kind of thinking in between maneuvers, or you're not really committing to one single thing. In this case, it actually worked out for her because it allowed her to gain some extra speed. And there's a response from Leilani, a 7.0. So good score, has her back up into the heat. And, you know, Costa Rica hasn't really had one representative besides Costa Rica on the championship tour. And I think Leilani would make a fine addition. She's also a scholar. She just graduated with her bachelor degree too. So congratulations to Leilani. She's somebody that's invested a lot of time into her nutrition and training too. Trains almost every single day.
Amazing. I love that she's just been able to kind of answer straight back to Caroline. She's put that 7 on the board. I was also thinking to be able to see a surfer with Pavones as their home, where she was born and bred, to finally get to see her surf a left here on the Challenger Series, because in a drawn out left. I mean, that was a nice long wall for her. There's been kind of some of those really running well through on that south side this morning. But to be able to see her just unleash on that forehand as opposed to so many of those rights that she gets thrown into in competition. With 20 minutes on the clock, we'll get back to more of that conversation, because in the previous heat, we saw Molly Picklum trying to get her name in the mix with maybe the best surfer in the draw this week against Caroline Marks. She walked away with a 15-point heat total, and she's there with Louisa Florence.
Oh, Molly, you cannot take your eyes out of the beach because you're facing whoever's there now.
I know, it's crazy. I think I just did one big turn then and got the 8, and then Caroline just smashed one. So, yeah, if I'm versing her, it's going to be pretty exciting quarterfinal, I think.
You just faced one of your best friends in the water right now. You were guys in Mexico, but once you have the jersey on, things change, or am I wrong?
Nah, they definitely do change once you're in the jersey, and it's kind of weird because Bella and I are super close and we really do get along, and obviously we went to that trip with Mex and I got to see how good she really does surf, and I never felt safe out there. I think Bella, she has everything in the repertoire to, you know, really beat me. So yeah, it was cool, and I don't know, it's just special to share here with a friend.
Amazing. And I saw you in Portugal. We had croissant together with Carissa Moore, Shannon, who's in the booth right now. And I saw you literally living your dream. So I know you want to go back there. So how are you carrying that feeling throughout the rest of the season now?
Yeah, I think the season really did go my way, obviously, with getting big results early on. But I do want to go to Europe. I'll just kind of see how it pans out here. Obviously, if I get a result, I've kind of already committed to Brazil, so maybe not go to Portugal. But I'm not too sure, to be honest. I love Europe, and I really do like Irasira and Tiago and everyone there. So I do nearly hope I still go.
Well, congratulations for an amazing heat. And good luck on the next one.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
Back to you.
The Pickle advancing through into the quarterfinals. One of my favorite surfers to see free surfing clips from nowadays. Good barrels, really good barrels, actually. Can't wait to see her with a chance to maybe shift herself into those situations back on the C team.
Yeah, great airs, too. That trip that she had with Bella a few years ago at the wave pool in Waco, definitely fun and entertaining, and you not only get to perfect your airs, but I think you also get to learn some new ones too. So this is Leilani's second score. Kind of loses control of the fins right there, but recovers well. A tough section to manage. That comes in as a 5.0. And then Caroline gets a small backup right here. This came in as a 4. So little setup carve right there, but gained some speed and was able to bash the lip once before this wave just kind of died off. So with 17 minutes to go, I mean, it's a close heat, 12.83 to 12 points. I thought there was a bit more separation between the 5 to the 4, personally. I thought Caroline's wave was a lot flatter. Well, and that's a paddle from Leilani. Hopefully for her, Caroline's not on the outside already. She is. So that's kind of a mistake when you're surfing against somebody like Caroline Marks, where she's so experienced that she knows how to use priority to her advantage. Leilani better be careful about that in the next 16 minutes, too.
16 minutes on the clock. Caroline Marks out in front, opening up with that 8.83, backs it up with a 4. Leilani with a 7 and a 5.00. She doesn't have a big requirement on the board right now, a 5.84, which she could easily get if she finds another one of those lefts.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that is beneficial to her is that the best waves so far, if you look at the last 3 heats, they've really been lefts. And not to say that Leilani doesn't have a great backhand, because she does, but her strength is on her forehand. So the good variation that she had on the 7-point ride, you got to look at that, and you got to look at the positives of what the waves and the tides are doing too. It's been consistent every single heat. Every person has caught at least 2 scoring opportunities, and with good scores too. So Leilani needs to be very cautious of where Caroline is positioning herself, because with priority, you'd be thinking that Caroline wants to have the inside of the left the whole time.
Both of them looking for those waves on their forehand. And for Leilani, she's currently sitting on her best result for this year's Challenger Series, getting herself into this round of 16. Even last year, she only had best results as those 17th place finishes. So she's doing her best. She's getting those best results at the moment, finding some momentum, at least with a 9th place finish here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. And for Caroline Marks, this event doesn't matter in the conversation of anything she's looking for results this year. She's on the championship tour. She bowed out of 5 events, but has gotten that WSL call up for the rest of the season and that start for the 2023 season. So she's not trying to requalify herself through this Challenger Series, but she does get that opportunity to compete close to home here in Huntington Beach, and to be able to get in that conversation with taking a win away when there's just been so many amazing women that have taken it in the past. She'd love to get her name on the list for the Vans US Open. Having a look on her backhand, nice solid attack for that single maneuver. She'll stick with this one, doing a little bit of the Huntington hop to set herself up through to the inside, maintaining lots of control, and possibly gonna get a corner to finish off, trying to get away from those flatter sections, and there we go, that steep section to put on a powerful finish.
Well, this is easily gonna replace the 4. And with 14 minutes to go, a great backup for Caroline, and that's where the bad use of priority, that one paddle for Leilani, is going to be a mistake for her at the end of this heat, because Caroline Marks probably going to drop something at least in the low 6s, I would think, looking at it from out the back. Great first turn right there. Really engages those rails on the bottom turn. A smaller wave in comparison to the 7 and the 8.83 in this heat, but nevertheless, a solid maneuver on the outside, just kind of fizzling her way through to the inside shorey right here. But the fantastic finish. I mean, just beautiful. Great technique, real low the whole time, and great engagement with the lip right there. That 4 should disappear quickly.
Scores come through for Caroline. 13 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. And since making her return to the WSL Championship Tour this year, she's had semifinal and quarterfinal finishes, which has been a great comeback for her. I think she's hungry for that win again as well. But for her to just be back in that jersey and finding some rhythm has been so much fun to watch.
Elevating her confidence, that's for sure.
She's just dropped in a 5.57, so she has replaced the 4, as you said, and now puts a much bigger requirement in the highest for Leilani McGonigal that she would be looking for in this heat of a 7.41. Caroline with that quick paddle out to the lineup again. It's been great today to see those conditions just tapering off enough for those surfers to find themselves in the rip underneath the pier. And we've got AJ McCord out and about. There's so much going on at the contest site. Where do we find you now?
We are at the 805 deck, a great spot to watch the final heat of the day. You want to make sure you stick around, of course, for the 805 post show after this. Got our little brewskis, some wax, all the things. So great place to hang out and watch. Coming up though, we've got the post show right here on WSL.
Thanks so much, AJ. I will be part of the post show, and it will be really fun to talk through all of the action that went down today.
Yeah, especially these last 4 heats of the women's round of 16 too, because I feel like they're quite consequential in terms of the rankings. Molly Picklum gaining some ground on her good friend Caity Simmers, who's leading the rankings of the Challenger Series so far. And then obviously Caroline Marks just kind of disrupting things for everybody else. Leilani McGonigal being one of them. And Leilani would need her best score so far in this heat to make it back up into first place. So far efficient, only caught 2 waves, 12 points, but she's going to need something in the mid-7s to take the lead here.
Yeah, and a few other heats today, she would have been doing just fine and looking great with a 12-point heat total or with that 7 on the board, but not against Caroline Marks. 11 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We'll see who's able to take it out for the final heat of the day right after this.
Keep your eye on this guy because he will go above the lip. What? Massive air reverse. Pulls it off cleanly. Eitan Osborne. Oh, my.
Cat's out the bag for the Flying Embers Air of the Day with Eitan Osborne going tail high.
Air of the event so far. I don't think I've seen an air like that in a few years out here at Southside Huntington Beach Pier. And there's the Costa Ricans. Pura vida, mae.
In support of Leilani McGonigal, still chasing down that dream to join the Elite Championship Tour like we saw from fellow Costa Rican and Carlos Munoz this year. Of course, it was just such a shame to not see Carlos get the start that he would have wanted to be able to get those heats under his belt and really just show off the fro to the whole world.
Yeah, the fro. I know. I already told him to cut that thing off. I think he looks better with the kind of the shorter hair, honestly. That's just me personally, but no, the fro's still cool. Leilani comes from a really great generation of Costa Ricans, though. Anthony Fillingim on the men's side, her older brother Noé. On the women's side, Brisa Hennessy obviously being one of them. Now competing for Italy is Emily Gussoni, but you know, Rachel Presti has spent a lot of time down there in Costa Rica, Noah Clapp too. So that area, despite it being one of the smallest countries in Latin America, it's definitely proved, they've proved that they're more than capable of, you know, standing toe-to-toe with the world's best. Not only in surfing, made the quarterfinals in the FIFA World Cup a few years ago. Mexico, where are you guys at? We've never made the World Cup quarterfinals. If that doesn't happen later this year, I might just burn all my gear, Shannon.
So much on the line for you, Mitch. As we see Leilani driving down the line, finds that speed, goes for that little taste of progression, goes big on that layback.
Don't know about that use of priority, though, honestly. Still felt that there was enough time for her to actually wait for a better set wave. And if I were Caroline Marks, I'd probably be moving over, knowing that 7 minutes and 30 seconds is still more than enough time for both of them to catch one wave. And I think Caroline could easily better her low score, too. I mean, you might not be thinking to do that as of right now, just because you are in the lead, but it's a smart move. It's a smart move, knowing how good Leilani is, knowing how capable she is of getting a mid-7. And Leilani McGonigal maybe hasn't shown it in competitive surfing, but she has some good grab rail reverses. And coming from Pavones, that long left, she's obviously been able to practice them quite a bit too.
I love that little bit of knowledge. It's not something that I would think of straight away with Leilani McGonigal, because I mostly know her from this competitive scene. But to know that that's what she's been working on at home in those nice long running lefts, we could see her maybe go for something like that here. Caroline Marks easily could match it back as well. Down to 6 minutes, 45 seconds, and I can start to sense that bit of that eagerness coming through in Leilani. The paddling a little bit faster, that last attempt on that wave, maybe just going a little bit too far beyond where she should be going at the moment.
Yeah. Ooh. She kind of thought about it right there, but I don't think Leilani's established priority at the moment, so Caroline will stay in priority number 1. And yeah, I mean, Leilani has that ability. She has the progressive surfing. She's relied on that power surfing so far to get her this to this point in her competitive career. She's had huge accolades, but has never had that standout performance in a Challenger Series event so far. And look at this, these kind of inside lefts have those good tracks for her too.
Caroline Marks now up and riding. Hard off the bottom into the top for that first snap. Throws a lot of spray, draws it out on the second turn, and redirects again. Now having a look if she should redirect to her backhand or stay on that left. Just for that final moment, she might get that little stand up. It's not quite going to get there as we see the Costa Rican flag just flying right on the shoreline.
Don't know if she's going to better that mid-5. I like the other one a little bit better with the big turn on the backhand. Had a couple of decent maneuvers on the outside here, though, but just don't know. I thought those sections were a lot flatter than the 5.57, and it seems like there's some waves on the outside on the horizon. And Leilani might have a shot right here in the last 5 minutes to get that score that she requires. I mean, she'd have to be on one of the best waves we've seen all heat long. Obviously have to surf it great too, but she's got the ability to do so. Not only does she train a lot, you know, we also talked about her being a scholar. Her mother, Jamie, has also been a big part of her corner, and her father, Sean, traveling with her right now. So she's got that good company right now for her. Then looking at this right here, Caroline, kind of more of a setup turn right there in the pocket, and then had the carve at the end. But as I said, the section's a lot flatter than the 5.57. I still like that one a bit better, and she was committing to the inside shore break right here. Unfortunately, the wave just never stood up again, and it seems like if she does better, it's just going to be slightly, adding just a bit more pressure to Leilani.
Scores coming through now, though. It does look like it will improve on the 5.57 and put a little bit more pressure onto the situation for McGonigal. There it is, a flat 6.00, increases the requirement into a higher 7, a 7.84 now for the Costa Rican. We've been talking about those accolades that Leilani has behind her. She had a 17th place finish at the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. Caroline Marks walked away just shy of that bronze medal there with a 4th place finish. Incredible performance and such a cool opportunity for both of them to be there. Leilani chasing a big score now to advance, but She's found those wins at the lower ranked QS levels, a QS 1000 at the Curie Pro, in Picholemo at a 15,000 in the past.
1,500.
Sorry, 1,500.
Yeah, 15,000. You'd probably be on the CT just with that win.
Yeah, there you go, straight into it.
No, but she's won in Barbados too, had a good left over there. And, you know, it's not like the competitive experience isn't there, but there's a difference when you're competing with the elite level like Caroline Marks. There's her father, Darren, her coach, Mike Snips Parsons, right next to him. And also coming from a great family. 5 siblings are the Marks: Zach, Luke, D-Boy. I forget the other 2, but they have a couple different things that they like to do. One's a golfer, one's more of a manager, and Luke is actually a fishing captain now, I believe, on the East Coast. So, you know, he likes to go to school and do a lot of that. Darren was actually a bodybuilder back in the day, so I don't know if you saw right there, but he looked a little buff too.
Yeah, he's got some strong shoulders on him for sure. Caroline Marks, when she was growing up, before she really started pursuing surfing, she was into horseback riding. And made that shift over to riding a surfboard instead of a horse. And she's currently sitting in the lead in this heat with 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. She is sitting under priority, so Leilani's got the advantage on that side of things. She's already put down a 7 in this heat. Should she find herself with a good wave, she could easily be looking at that 7.84. She's already had the feeling of getting close to it.
It's a good wave right here too.
Caroline Marks off on the right. She gets caught behind the section. Leaves Leilani still sitting with priority out the back.
Just a bit behind it. That thing had potential for another 8, but luckily for Leilani, that didn't happen. And, you know, I was telling you about that kind of elite competition that a lot of these ladies have to face in order to qualify for the championship tour. Caroline Marks is one of those people that has just been there for so many years. She's only 20 years old, which is the most impressive thing too, but Leilani only being 22 at the moment, she's got a lot of competitive prowess ahead of her. But you know, this is an important heat for her because she's looking for her best result this year, already has it at least with the 9th. She'd want to get to the quarters or better here at the Vans US Open.
Yeah, she's really going to need to make some headway if she wants to be in that conversation come the end of the season. With just 3 events after this as well, those points are getting fewer and far between, and we'll be coming into, you know, we'll already be through more than half of the Challenger Series is what I'm trying to say by the time we finish this event. Actually, by this round, we're probably about the halfway mark of the 2022 Challenger Series.
Yep.
Meaning that we're halfway through the 4th event. And so there's more opportunity to go, but it still is, you wanted to have those good results early and to be able to build from that.
Yep. No, I absolutely agree. You don't want to be playing catch up the whole time, especially with those 3 events to go. And Sakurama could be a toss-up too. You don't know what could happen there. It could be either firing or it could also be 2 feet, just like here at the Vans US Open. So you want to get that work done early on in the season, and I think that's where someone like Molly Picklum is almost a sure shot to make it back to the CT. Caity Simmers, the same thing, but Leilani might have a chance here. 20 seconds.
She's got a wave opening up in front of her. She's going to head down the left into that first section. Goes to throw that tail around and bring in some of that progression you were talking about.
Just not the section that she was needing right there. Didn't stand up enough and was playing, you know, a little bit of a catch up right there as the wave was so flat. She couldn't garner the same speed that she needed for those progressive maneuvers. Either way, 9th place result. Get a result for her here at the Vans US Open. But once again, Caroline Marks being the favorite to win this whole thing. She's moving through.
We've seen Caroline Marks take out the win here at the US Open on the Pro Junior level a couple of times, but maybe this year we'll see her do it for the Vans US Open. Coming up next, we're going to have the 8:05 post show, so stay tuned because I'll be in the booth alongside Kaipo Guerrero and Pete Mel to talk through all the action today.
nothing loose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I get higher. Try to put me out and I get louder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
It's the 8:05 post show here at the Vans US Open of Surfing, the world's largest action sports festival, and we had some action today on the sand and in the water. Southside Huntington Beach Pier. Wow, what a day. We got it all the way down to the quarterfinals for both our men's and our women's in the Challenger Series. We had a lot of matchups. We had a lot of great surfing. And thank you for joining us. I'm Kuiper Girl. Shannon Hughes is with me, as well as the Hall of Famer, Peter Mel.
Pete Mel.
Oh, stop it, you guys.
Pete, what do you think? I mean, first off the bat, your first impression of today's happenings.
Well, I think that today we had some of the best surf. Ultimately, it was way tamer than the last couple days, which helped with performances. We saw some of the biggest, we did see the biggest air we've seen the whole event long. Some great performances from the women as well.
Yeah, and Shannon, I mean, talk about the women. We had some exciting heats there. We had a glimpse into the future, you know, with Molly Picklum and Bella Kenworthy. They really brought on a show.
Oh, it was amazing. I mean, Caity Simmers kind of set that tone for us last year, but now we're seeing it backed up by the women that she's been traveling the world with for the last few years. And to see Molly and Bella go head-to-head was really, really fun.
Yeah, and to Pete's point, the fact that the surf has calmed down a little bit really upped the performance scale.
Yeah, it just provided that fun opportunity where the last couple days there's been so many waves available, but it's been stressful. Everyone's been having to do the runarounds, having to just find themselves with a wave that actually allowed them to do a turn. That was difficult. Where today, that little combo swell chipped in and really made it fun and rippable for everyone.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at that heat that we just talked about. Bella Kenworthy versus Molly Picklum. If you missed it, here's some of the highlights right here. Shannon, it was Pickles right from the beginning.
Yeah, straight from the start. Found herself with an 8-point ride, negotiated that inside double-up section. It was absolutely wild. And then she backed it up with a 7. She only caught the 2 waves for the entire heat, put on that solid performance on her backhand. Bella Kenworthy in any other heat could have been taking out a win with a 12-point heat total. For her, she put together a really strong heat to me. I was really proud of her performance, but it was just outdone by what we saw from Molly. She did find herself with some really good combos, though. I really liked the look of a couple of turns. Maybe the judges going shy of the scores just because those sections didn't have quite as much pocket or something. But for Molly, it was the victory that she took.
Yeah, well, Peter, you got some opinions on that? I thought Bella Kenworthy really ripped out there, and I thought some of those scores were suppressed. I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, no, I do. I think it was way closer than it shows in the points ratio there. I mean, that's that spread. I mean, first of all, the 8 and the 6.7 from Kenworthy, they almost could have been flopped in my eyes, and then we had a different winner in the heat. But that's just my opinion. I'm not up there in the judging tower. They love the size of the wave Molly's. You know, I took a review of it, watched it. It was a much bigger wave, but I really loved the 6.7 because it was an attack in the lip from Bella Kenworthy, young competitor, put it to Molly. But, you know, I just feel like it was a little closer than it showed up on the scores.
Yeah, my message actually to Bella Kenworthy is hold your head up high. You're 15 years old, and you are right on the level with the world's elite.
I mean, this is her very first international WSL event. She's only competed in QSs regionally and within her own zone. She's never had this sort of field to go against. For her to walk away with an almost quarterfinal finish for the round of 16 is super impressive.
Yeah, one surfer that's going to be in the quarterfinals and put on tremendous performances throughout this event so far is Caroline Marks, and Caroline is with Louisa.
Yeah, and we were just talking how the last time we saw each other was in Brazil, and everybody was talking about how impressed they were with her surfing. And now you come here in this heat and just set the tone with an 8.83. Just that boosts your confidence and just like, you know, okay, I think I'm starting just right.
Yeah, for sure. No, getting scores like that on single maneuvers definitely boosts my confidence. And yeah, it's nice. We have really fun waves today. The last few days have been a lot trickier with the current and the rip, and today is more like typical Huntington and still tons of swell. So it was just nice. It was a little cleaner, and yeah, I was just having fun out there. It was, yeah, a good time.
I know, when you're just like picking your waves and seeing Leilani just paddling and looking for an opportunity. What was going on through, like, in your mind, you know, the rest of the heat?
Yeah, I have tons of respect for Leilani. I've had so many heats against her, and she's such an amazing surfer. And it was really cool to have another goofy footer in the water with me. And yeah, she lives at Pavones too, so she goes left a lot. And there was like mainly lefts out there, so I was definitely a little nervous. Like, oh, she's so good on her forehand. But I was just trying to do my thing and do what I can control. And I knew she was going to be hard to beat. So yeah.
Well, here you are. It worked out just fine. Congratulations, Caroline. We'll see you next time.
Thank you, guys.
Back to you guys.
Well, there you go, Caroline Marks. And just a reminder that we're only halfway through that women's round of 16. So we've only set up a couple of quarterfinals. But Shannon, quarterfinal number 2, Molly Picklum, Caroline Marks, your thoughts?
Heat of the event, possibly. Obviously, the final is going to be incredible with whoever makes it through. But the fact that those two are matching up this early-ish in the draw for the quarters, I think it's going to be one to pay close attention to, especially, Pete, with the scores we've just seen drop.
Well, and you're just going to say that those are the two highest scoring surfers in the draw, and they're already matching up in the quarterfinals. You don't like to see them on different sides of the draw, but unfortunately, it's how the seeding is, so they're going to be matched up, and it's going to be a big one.
Yeah, well, that's the women's portion. That's how we ended the day, but we started the day with the round of 24 for the men, and a young Australian, Joe Vaughn, just 18 years old, came up against Jadson Andre as well as Eric Geiselman, and it was the teenager out of Australia that put on the show, Pete.
Yeah, he did, you know, and this is a golden opportunity. I mean, he hasn't had a lot of success in this Challenger Series so far this season, and putting it together here at the Vans US Open. And with that, he's going to build a ton of confidence, you know, being able to beat some of the best, beat Championship Tour surfers. So he's taking a lot of confidence, and you could see him all the way into the quarters.
Well, Joe Vaughn actually advanced out of the round of 16 as well. And this young man is going to be in the quarters. And it's an incredible story for Joe Vaughn, Shannon, in that this is his first Challenger Series where he's made it out of his first heat, and now he's made it all the way to the quarterfinals.
I mean, what a run to be on. And for him to have someone like Danny Nichols in his corner, a local, to help a young Australian in his very first US Open find some rhythm, know how to pick the waves on a day where there's really good waves on offer, but picking out the right ones are how you're going to get the scores. And that's how he started out in that first heat in the round of 24. And we could see him doing pretty good with that kind of team behind him.
Yeah, and he's solid. And speaking of team, he stayed down here to support Molly Picklum. They're from the same town in Australia. So hats off. We're going to see Joe Vaughn in the quarterfinals. You know what, Pete? Don't call it a comeback, because he's been here for years. Our Cal, Ryan Callen, is showing some great form here at Huntington Beach. Our Cal, you know, coming off of injuries, that mid-season cut didn't work his way. He came up here against Edgard Grosjean.
Yeah, and Edgard Grosjean has been one to watch, because he's very compact and very quick in his transition. But I will say that Ryan Callen has put it on since the very first heat of this event. He has been the standout, heat in and heat out all around. So I would say that he's probably my favorite. I know some of the people in the truck are actually feeling the same way with our Cal. Just being able to produce big turns like that, but also going above the lip. He's got both backhand and forehand, all the weapons you need for a win at the US Open.
Yeah, what do you think, Shannon? Our Cal back, the hand looks good, and the surfing's sharp.
Yeah, the surfing is super sharp, and I think I touched on it earlier today. The fact that at Manly, at the Sydney Surf Pro, where he walked away second to Rio Waida, it was kind of similar conditions to this. A little bit bigger Manly than we're used to seeing, and Ryan was on fire. He kept bringing up the variety of the rail game as well as the airs, and Rio Waida's out of the draw. Ryan Callen's definitely the best man going forward now. And for Edgard Grosjean, bummer to go out this early, but a great result.
Yeah, Ryan Callen, the only surfer coming into this event in the top 10, still in competition. So this is a great opportunity for Ryan Callen to gobble up some points, where basically the other guys in the top 10, they got a throwaway at this event.
That's right, and if, based on the points and how things are rolling out, with Rio already out of the draw, he is actually secured in that #1 spot. But if Ryan takes out the win, he could jump Leo and take #2 heading into the next event.
Well, let's take a look at all the surfers, because we've surfed all the way to the quarterfinals in our Men's Challenger Series. And this is when we have fun, Peter, and when we make some picks. And I don't want to pick who's going to win quarterfinal number 1, quarterfinal number 2. I want you to swing for the fence. Who's going to win the event, Peter Mel?
Well, I already said it. I think Ryan Callen's the guy to beat.
You're going to stick with that?
Yeah, I am. It just, I like the top half of the draw. I'll go with Eitan Osborne. He's been producing some excellent airs, and if he can keep that type of caliber of surfing going on through the top half of the draw, it could be a Callen and Eitan Osborne final.
All right, and your thoughts, Shannon?
You know, he just took it right out of my mouth. Eitan, for me, in that top half of the draw has been the standout, but I've also really liked what Liam O'Brien is bringing to the table. Seeing him back in true form, feeling good after injury, I could see him going all the way. He's done it before as far as finaling here. And then Joao Chianca, that's such a tough draw for him to come against Ryan. I could see that being another one of those John matchups or the close calls he's had before. Maybe it goes in his favor and he goes all the way.
Well, that's the surfing right there. You know, that's what's happening on the front half. And the back half behind us, well, ahead, in front of us, actually, because that's the ocean behind us, is the whole Van Doren Village and all the activations and the marketplace and the skateboarding and the BMX. There's so many things happening here at the Vans US Open of Surfing.
That's, hey, we talked about it. It's the biggest sports festival in the world, and that's the reason why is you've got all these activities here with that BMX and skate. That's a big part of it, but also obviously the fun. You got Flying Embers, you got the 805, you've got the you want to spend money? You can go here and spend some money.
Yeah, we got a great store. And then we also have services. So you put a hole in your wetsuit, you're rushed in the parking lot. You know what? Stitchbox is on the beach doing wetsuit repair. What a service.
Oh, it's amazing. I checked my wetsuits, my husband and I. Unfortunately, they're all kind of new, so they don't have any stitches that are needed. But so cool to know that you can come down, keep that a little bit longer in life.
And you gotta visit the Vans retail store. It's giant. Just wave your flags in the air like you just don't care. And if you like checkered kicks and all that good stuff, let me hear you say, oh yeah.
No, I'm not gonna rap with you.
It's an incredible time over there. You can customize shoes, shirts. They got all your favorites as well as the new stuff like the Ultra Range VR3, Vans most sustainable footwear to date. There's the Ultra Range VR3. It's comfortable. It's got that eco insole cork. My dogs are happy all day. There's Peter's.
Yeah, fresh too.
All right. With that, that's a perfect transition into the Stillhouse Unbreakable Top 5. And we got a great Top 5 today. I'm telling you that. First of all, Macy Callen with this buzzer beater, Shannon.
Oh, crazy. I mean, I kind of thought she was going to be knocked out and it was going to be not the greatest result for her, but to keep it together, that mental game going strong as well. She's got such a good team behind her, getting to travel with her partner Sheldon and both of them making it through some rounds. For her to pull it together on the finish like this was an absolute clutch performance. So proud of her, and I can't wait to see if she makes it back. And to see that passion come out of her, I think was a really good thing to see where she's currently sitting.
Luca Macinas, Peter, doing it for Peru.
Yeah, he's got that backhand, that lethal backhand, and he was able to pull it out this morning and into the afternoon, getting himself that quarterfinal finish. But that turn right there was so beautiful. Just the way he was able to arc, get the tail release, and still showcase a ton of power.
Number 3, Chumbinho. Joao Chianca charges.
Wow, I mean, he had another close call, but pulled it through on this one, made that advancing position, and was absolutely charging solid size sets here at the south side at the Huntington Beach Pier, charging across that hot sand as well.
And Molly Pickles, just outstanding surfing at 8 and a 7, Pete.
Oh, well, you know, she did pull it together. I was talking about this one. She did give a good run in this heat. Her surfing has been stellar throughout this season in the Challenger Series and deserves every accolade that she has. So good job by Molly Picklam.
Yeah, and that leads us over to number 1. It is making Ventura proud. Eitan Osborne, a 9.67 for this air of the event. Incredible.
Huge. Air of the event, absolutely. Goes for that, gets that full rotation through, does the stand tall claim, straight back to the beach. Team there, Brett Merrick shaping his boards, the whole Al Merrick crew cheering him on. Channel Islands, well done, Eitan.
Pete, that's your crew. You're part of the Channel Islands crew. Do you have a little uncle pride right now for young Eitan?
I think one of the best parts of that whole story is that board was buckled from the air he did yesterday, where he buckled it.
Serious?
It got fixed overnight and brought to him this morning at 8 a.m. and was able to ride it. And so that right there. You talk about having a good design team and a good team behind you. That's a prime example of it right there.
Gosh, that's the best pit crew in the business.
Yeah.
Wow.
You didn't have to do nothing. You just said, here, take it. And they had creases. That was a full buckle. So, and it looks like it didn't even get fixed. It's awesome.
Wow, unreal. Well, thank you, Peter. Thank you, Shannon. And thank you for watching. Remember, you don't have to wait for the call. I'm going to tell you right now. We're going to be on tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. Pacific time. That's when the coverage starts. See you then. It's the Vans US Open, anticipating another big day on the south side of the pier.
One of the best forecasts we've had for this event.
And everything I do it to be the best at it. You don't want to squab, you don't really want to mob, you don't want to know your eyes when it comes to the best. You ain't never tried, you would never try, you ain't never ride or survive over time with the best. I've been doing this show my whole life. I've been doing this show my whole life.
We see red going through the roof.
Grosjean now.
Wow.
That right there is just meat and potatoes, power surfing.
Put a dream chase for the cardio. It's like a leg day going hard. I'm kicking around balls, small on the audio. I got much work that I'm putting in. Taught self-worth, never thought I couldn't win. Ain't a rule out there that I couldn't be in. Every L was a lesson and I took it in.
What a close heat, just 0.06.
Surfer from Peru jams the first one, and he goes under the lip on the second.
You don't want to squab, you don't really want to mob, you don't want to know your eyes when it comes to the best. You ain't never tried, you would never try, you ain't never ride or survive over time with the best.
Above the lip, what massive air reverse Eitan Osborne. Oh my.
I pulled it. You don't want to squab, you don't really want to mob, you don't want to know your eyes when it comes to the best. You ain't never tried, you would never try, you ain't never ride or survive over time with the best. I've been doing this show my whole life. I've been doing this show my whole life. I've been doing this show my whole life. I've been doing this show my whole life.
We wanted it. Ryan completes it.
Callen into the quarterfinals.
Round of 16 for the women. The Challenger Series rolls on.
Ooh, wow, that was a vicious one.
White ice on me, come machine. Fake you said this girl is sweet. I'm the touch of a bee. Yeah, I'm the touch of a bee.
That was nuts.
Caroline Marks finds a huge section.
That was gnarly.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.